Chapter 17-18. He's a rank 3 true immortal, but that's nothing to me. Chase after him. Yi Xian ran as fast as he could. Although he was only a rank 8 mystic immortal, his speed was no slower than a rank 3 true immortal. On the other hand, the sealing stone of Wailing Soul Island was stolen. The island owner was furious and sent many experts to search for the thief. However, this thief's speed was very fast. Moreover, he had directly entered the crowd and concealed his aura. It was unlikely that he would be found so quickly. His disguise was good, but Yi Xian had the death hunting order and could find him. Found you. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian quickly found the thief. Then the old tree appeared. 9 dragons thunder flash. In an instant, the old tree appeared behind the thief and punched him. Bam! The old tree, who was also a rank 3 true immortal, killed the thief instantly. Then Yi Xian took the interspatial ring. However, there were not many treasures in the thief's interspatial ring. It was not even comparable to a rank 1 true immortal. Is this the sealing stone of Wailing Soul Island? At this time, Yi Xian took out a blue stone from the interspatial ring. Gotcha! With a crisp sound, the blue stone shattered. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. Reward. Wei Zhentian has mastered the super transformation ability. Ding! Wei Zhentian has mastered the flying sword form. This random mission was not difficult. After Yi Xian completed it, he received the reward. Flying sword form? Yi Xian didn't understand the situation. He hurriedly checked and sucked in a breath of cold air. Wei Zhentian, who had transformed into a flying sword, had greatly improved both his attack power and speed. Moreover, his speed was not inferior to a flying boat of the same level. Not bad, not bad. In this flying sword form, Wei Zhentian's strength has surpassed the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and is almost on par with the old tree. Yi Xian was very satisfied. This random mission was a free gift. However, right when he destroyed the sealing stone on the Wretched Soul Island, a loud rumble sounded from the Wretched Soul Island again. And this time the tremors were even more intense. Rumble. Everyone panicked when they heard the earth-shattering sound. Some of them even boarded the flying boat and prepared to leave. Everyone, the sealing stone on the Wailing Soul Island has been destroyed. The giant tortoise under the Wailing Soul Island is about to awaken. When that happens, the Wailing Soul Island will sink. Everyone leave immediately. An aged voice once again entered everyone's ears. When the people on the island of departed souls heard this, they were all shocked. Was there a giant tortoise sealed under the Ghost Island? Although some people did not know what kind of immortal beast the giant tortoise of resentment was, the voice clearly belonged to the island master of the Resentment Soul Island. If even a rank 4 true immortal could not do anything, what could they possibly do by staying here? Before they could react, the ground quaked even more violently and cracks spread out. It was as though the entire Wailing Soul Island was about to be torn apart. Seeing that, everyone flew into the sky. Not long after, the resentful Soul Island disintegrated. Roar! An earth-shattering roar entered everyone's ears again. Everyone focused their eyes and saw a huge figure gradually emerging from the deep sea. Yi Xian, who had a phobia of the deep sea, was already standing on Wei Zhentian, who had transformed into a flying sword. He was ready to leave at any time. The huge figure that emerged from the deep sea was so boundless that even Yi Xian's eye of revelation could not see the end of it. However, he knew that it was an immortal beast. It was the giant tortoise that the island master of the Resentful Soul Island had mentioned. He estimated that the giant tortoise was at least a rank 6 true immortal. Moreover, the tortoise-type immortal beast had a strong defense. Even a true immortal of the same level would not be able to break through its defense. In this case, no one present would be able to hurt it. However, at this moment, woo-woo-woo. Suddenly, there was a series of rumbling sounds. Then the surface of the sea changed. Pillars of water shot up into the sky. Poof! 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 These pillars of water pierced through the bodies of the surrounding profound immortals and true immortals at lightning speed. They were extremely powerful. Let's go! The giant tortoise is angry. Someone shouted angrily. The giant tortoise was now venting its anger after being sealed under the Resentful Soul Island. The pillars of water just now were very powerful. Even Yi Xian did not dare to underestimate them. Moreover, These pillars of water continued to erupt. Each time there were hundreds of thousands of them. Everyone on the tortoise's back was on high alert. If these pillars of water pierced through their immortal heart, they would definitely die. Let's go. Although the Sea of Vengeful Souls was dangerous, the giant tortoise was even more dangerous. Many people turned around and left. At the same time, Yixian heard another system notification. Ding! You have destroyed the sealing stone on the Resentful Soul Island. The giant tortoise is now hunting you down. The host can choose to escape the Sea of Vengeful Souls or kill the giant tortoise. The system notification caught Yixian off guard. What was going on? F***ck, I was the one who saved you. Now you want to kill me? Yixian cursed in his heart. However, he knew that this must be the system's doing. Since that was the case, he would just run. The giant tortoise was an immortal beast comparable to a 6th-tier true immortal. Moreover, it was at the very minimum. Yixian was currently in the Sea of Vengeful Souls. It was extremely dangerous, so he chose to leave. In an instant, Yixian, who was standing on the Skyquake sword, turned into a ray of light and streaked across the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight. Even the master of the Resentful Soul Island, who was a 4th-tier true immortal, could not keep up with his speed. Wei Zhentian, who was in the form of a flying sword, was no slower than a flying boat of the same level. Moreover, it was now a 3rd-tier true immortal treasure. Captain He Yuan's iron-locked flying boat had already left. Yixian used the death warrant to mark He Yuan and chased after her closely. The thunder in the Sea of Vengeful Souls would always hit a few individuals. In other words, people like Yixian who were standing on flying swords. However, the chances of those flying boats hanging on the iron lock were much lower. Therefore, Yixian had Wei Zhentian extend a chain and hang it on the iron lock. This way, he would no longer be an individual. However, not long after he left, he felt that something was wrong. The sound behind him did not seem to have stopped. Instead, it was getting closer and closer. What? That giant tortoise is actually chasing after me. Yixian was shocked. It was as if the system had placed a death warrant on him, and the pursuer was obviously that vengeful spirit tortoise. Since that was the case, he would just kill it. Chapter 1719. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to leave the Sea of Vengeful Spirits safely. Die. Yixian immediately had the intention to kill. He immediately summoned Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Old Tree was a 2nd-stage true immortal, while Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian were both 3rd-stage true immortals. If they used their trump cards, they should be able to kill this vengeful spirit tortoise. Although they did not want to fight here, they had no other choice. Let's fight. Thousand Severing Slash. Yixian, who was an 8th-stage mystic immortal, first slashed at the vengeful spirit tortoise. Unfortunately, there was a huge difference between an 8th-stage mystic immortal and a 6th-stage true immortal. This time it did not trigger a one-hit kill, so this move was useless. Therefore, they could only fight head-on. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Strike. Sword Blade Storm. Unicorn Descend. Everyone used their trump cards one after another. This time they summoned Unicorn Thunder, which had a slight enhancement effect in the Sea of Vengeful Spirits. At the same time, Yixian was also constantly attacking. Although he had already used the Thousand Severing Slash, the one-hit kill effect was not only triggered by the Thousand Severing Slash. This vengeful spirit tortoise's attack was very simple. Its back would suddenly erupt with a shockwave, causing the seawater to erupt. This kind of attack could not hurt Yixian. Boom! 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 Old Tree and the other two stared at the vengeful spirit tortoise's head and attacked continuously. This vengeful spirit tortoise's scales were very hard. They had to attack for a long time before they could break it. Since the scales were broken, the next step was easy. The Skyquake sword swept in and destroyed it from the inside. Not only that, even Yixian went in. Fast Dazzling Heavenly Fire Burn. Yixian continuously used the Blazing Heaven sword technique. Together with the Fast Dazzling Heavenly Fire, his attack power was not weak. In the blink of an eye, the vengeful spirit tortoise's body burned, causing it great pain. However, to kill it, the vengeful spirit tortoise's head had to be destroyed. However, when they tore through the giant tortoise's flesh and entered its brain, they discovered that there was actually an enormous blue stone in its brain. What the hell? Yixian raised his eyebrows, but he didn't think too much about it. He had Old Tree and the others destroy the tortoise's brain. Soon after, the tortoise's brain was poked into a hornet's nest, and then it died. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Then, Yixian approached the huge blue rock and collected it. Ding! The host has devoured the corpse of the vengeful spirit giant tortoise. 2 system notifications rang out, and Yixian's realm immediately soared. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is now a level 9 mystic immortal. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a rank 1 true immortal. The corpse of this vengeful spirit tortoise had allowed Yixian to break through twice. The benefits were not bad. However, this was not the end. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor can fuse with the vengeful soul pearl. Will you fuse with it? The Ghost Dome Great Emperor can fuse with the vengeful spirit pearl? Hearing this, Yixian raised his eyebrows slightly and hurriedly agreed. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor has fused with the vengeful spirit pearl, and successfully evolved into the Azura Ghost Lord. Evolution! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor has actually evolved. Haha! Yixian couldn't help but laugh out loud. He hurriedly turned his head and saw that the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's appearance had also changed. The original white bone armor had turned black, and a gloomy aura spread out. Even the Ghost Dome Greatsword had turned into a demonic broadsword called Azura Slash. Then Yixian hurriedly checked the skills. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor originally had several skills, which were Grip of the Underworld, Elegy of Souls, Evil Descends, Death Will, and Death Gaze. The sky-shattering flowing rock slash had been blocked by Yixian previously, so it had disappeared. Now the Grip of the Underworld, which required 1 point of Elegy of Souls enhancement each time it was used, had become the Grip of the Underworld, which didn't have any requirements and had 2 attacks. In addition, the Undying Battle Soul and Elegy of Souls enhancement had increased by 3 times. Death Gaze had also evolved into the Eye of the Azura, which could make anyone pregnant. Not bad, not bad. The current Ghost Dome Great Emperor. No, Azura Ghost Lord's strength is probably on the same level as the old tree. Yixian was very satisfied. This was really a fortuitous encounter. Now that the vengeful spirit tortoise was dead and its entire corpse had been devoured by Yixian, he could continue on his way. However, right at this moment, someone is coming. What a fast speed. Yixian raised his eyebrows. With the Eye of Revelation, he saw a figure rushing towards him at high speed. Moreover, this demonic cultivator's physique was so strong that the Eye of Revelation couldn't penetrate it. A high-stage true immortal? Yixian was shocked. Someone he couldn't see through was at least a high-stage true immortal. Of course, he wouldn't be afraid if it was a 7th-stage true immortal. However, if it was an 8th-stage true immortal or even a 9th-stage true immortal, then there was nothing he could do. Even if the Ghost Dome Great Emperor had evolved into Azura Ghost Lord, it wouldn't help. Hand over the vengeful spirit bead and I'll spare your lives. The high-stage true immortal demonic cultivator shouted angrily. Vengeful spirit bead? Upon hearing this name, Yixian raised his eyebrows. Wasn't this what he had just devoured? This high-stage true immortal needed the vengeful spirit bead? However, the vengeful spirit bead had already been devoured by the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. This person isn't someone I can fight against right now. If he comes near, I'll be in danger. Yixian raised his eyebrows and then used his bloodline ability. Space-time bloodline ability, time reversal. In an instant, the scene around him changed. Whether it was time or time, everything changed. At this moment, Yixian was standing on the Vengeful Spirit Island, and it had just happened. Time reversal allowed Yixian to return to a certain moment 1 day later. However, this ability could only be used once every 3 days, and after returning to the past, everything would return to the situation at that time. Moreover, he was the only one who knew that time had been reversed. Yixian, who had broken through to the 1st stage True Immortal Realm, dropped to the 8th stage Mystic Immortal Realm, and all of his abilities were restored. Those who had been killed by the giant tortoise spirit also came back to life. Just now I didn't want to fight the giant tortoise spirit, so I ran away. However, after I killed the tortoise spirit and devoured the vengeful spirit bead, that powerful demonic cultivator came for me. This time, I have to deal with him as soon as possible. Yixian thought to himself. Soon the vengeful spirit island sank again, and the giant tortoise spirit reappeared. Kill! Yixian immediately summoned the old tree, and the others to kill the giant tortoise spirit. 1,000 cleave. 9 dragons sky strike. Sword blade storm. Unicorn descend. Due to the time reversal, all of their abilities were off cooldown, so everyone once again used their trump cards. However, Yixian's luck was good this time. When the 1,000 cleave landed on the giant tortoise spirit, it actually triggered a one-hit kill. Ding! Host has triggered a one-hit kill. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Chapter 1720. Haha, I'm in luck. Yixian laughed out loud. Then he dashed over and put away the tortoise's corpse at lightning speed. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now a level 9 Mystic Immortal. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now a level 1 True Immortal. Ding! The Ember of Thunderfire has made a breakthrough. The host is now a level 3 True Immortal. Ding! The Ember of Thunderfire has made a breakthrough. The host is now a level 4 True Immortal. System notifications rang out one after another. Yixian and Old Tree's cultivation levels increased twice. Since this was the corpse of an immortal beast, Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhanqian did not make a breakthrough. That demonic cultivator is after the resentful soul pearl. I'm afraid he'll be here soon. It's better to leave now. Yixian immediately blended into the crowd. At the same time, he changed his appearance to that of an ordinary true immortal. The sinking of the resentful soul island was not long after the death of the tortoise. Everyone was still in a daze, unable to react to what had happened. However, at this moment, Yixian was already sitting on He Yuan's iron lock flying boat, heading towards the northeast. Holy sh*T, that was close. I didn't expect there to be a powerful immortal beast under the resentful soul island. Who stole the sealing stone? Why did they do that? But what about that vengeful spirit tortoise? Did it dive? Who cares? It's good that we can escape. The tortoise died so quickly that the people in the airship did not see it clearly. They thought it had dived into the deep sea. Yixian blended into the crowd and remained silent. With his current strength, he could actually rob all the people in this iron chain flying ship. However, that high-level true immortal devil cultivator might catch up with him. At that time, he could also disguise himself. Fortunately, he had the space-time bloodline to turn back time. Otherwise, Yixian's chances of winning against the high-level true immortal demonic cultivator were less than 10%. For the rest of the journey, nothing much happened. However, on the 6th day, trouble came again. The expressions of the people in the iron lock flying ship suddenly changed because they felt a powerful aura. It's so strong. It's at least a mid-level true immortal. No, it should be a high-level true immortal. How could there be such a powerful true immortal in the Sea of Vengeful Souls? Could he be from the great country of Green Rainbow? In the iron lock flying ship, everyone looked at each other. At this moment, Yixian also felt that aura. He hurriedly turned his head and saw a figure rushing towards them. This person was actually the high-level true immortal demonic cultivator, who needed the resentment soul pearl. This was going to be troublesome. Last time that demonic cultivator had asked him for a resentful soul pearl, but this time he had directly attacked. He would rather kill 10,000 innocents by mistake than let one go. After all, he was a demonic cultivator. Moreover, this was an ownerless land. Who would care about him? Who? In the blink of an eye, the demonic cultivator arrived in front of the iron chain airship. With a single punch, he directly smashed the iron chain airship into pieces. Countless pieces of flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Those with lower cultivation realms were practically unable to dodge. Yixian had the ability to teleport, so he managed to dodge the attack. There are still over 100 survivors. Retreat! Yixian's eyes flickered. He immediately summoned Might Shocks the Heavens and turned it into a flying sword. At this moment, he was about to leave the Sea of Vengeful Souls, so the cooldown of time reversal was over. However, this time he did not intend to continue using time reversal. Perhaps that demonic cultivator would not be able to catch up to him. Old Tree, go put on a show. Just in case, Yixian released Old Shu, who was at the 4th stage of the true immortal realm. Ha, you want the resentment soul pearl, right? It's in my hands. Old Tree scurried back and laughed loudly. That demonic cultivator revealed a surprised expression when he heard this. He did need the resentment soul pearl to refine something, but how did this person know? However, since this person said so, then the resentment soul pearl must be in his hands. Die! Without another word, that demonic cultivator threw a punch at Old Tree. Although Old Tree was only a rank 4 true immortal, this demonic cultivator was already a rank 9 true immortal, and was not weak. With just one punch, half of Old Tree's body exploded. His demonic heart shattered, and he died immediately. However, before Old Tree died, he crushed an interspatial ring. No! That demonic cultivator widened his eyes. He did not expect that he was one step too slow. Once the interspatial ring was crushed, the items inside would disappear. And so would the resentment soul pearl. In order to vent his emotions, he decided to kill everyone around him. At this moment, Yixian was already on his sky-trembling flying sword and flying toward the northeast. He was so close to leaving the Sea of Vengeful Souls and completing that damned mission from the system. He had also seen the scene of Old Tree being killed. He reckoned that this demonic cultivator would not be able to find him so easily. The rest of the journey was smooth for a while. However, just as he was about to leave the Sea of Vengeful Souls, a team suddenly appeared in front of him. So strong. Their aura is not weaker than that demonic cultivator's. Yixian's eyes flickered. This team consisted of at least 7th grade true immortals. The strongest one was probably a 9th grade true immortal. At the same time, they were all wearing. These people should not have appeared in the Sea of Vengeful Souls. What was going on? Yixian ignored them and avoided them directly. Then, he left the Sea of Vengeful Souls and arrived on land. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. You can choose one of the following 3 rewards. Reward 1. Advance to the ultimate stage once. Reward 2. Advance to the 1000 severing / once. Reward 3. Increase the flow of time in the planting space by 100 times. These 3 rewards were very good. The ultimate stage was the weapon mastery, which increased all attacks by 10%. Increasing the flow of time in the planting space by 100 times was equivalent to 300 times. 300 days in the planting space was only 1 day in the outside world. However, this was nothing compared to the 1000 severing /. Yixian immediately chose the second reward, which was the advancement of the 1000 severing /. Ding! The 1000 severing / has been successfully advanced. After the advancement of the 1000 severing /, not only did the number of vibrations double, reaching 2000, but the triggering rate also increased. This effect was more than doubled. Your Excellency! At this moment, a shout suddenly sounded from behind Yixian. Yixian turned his head when he heard the voice. He saw that the team from before was actually rushing toward him. The leader of the team, a young man, took out a portrait and said, "We're chasing after this demonic cultivator. Have you seen him before?" Hearing this, Yixian focused his gaze on the portrait. After he finished looking at it, his body trembled. The person in the portrait was the high-level true immortal demonic cultivator, who had appeared in the Sea of Vengeful Souls. "I've seen him before." Yixian nodded. "Really?" Chapter 1721. How much do you have? Yixian's eyes lit up. Lu Zheng was very generous and directly threw a bag over. When Yixian saw the things inside, he couldn't help showing a satisfied expression. It's actually immortal crystals, which are of a higher grade than immortal stones. There are also some natural treasures. Yixian was delighted. He estimated that these things could at least help him break through to rank 3 true immortal. Okay, I'll take you to him. Yixian immediately agreed. He had already marked that demonic cultivator with a death hunting command, so it wouldn't be difficult to find him. Okay, step on this flying sword. Lu Zheng didn't waste time and threw him another flying sword. This flying sword was under his control. Yixian stepped on this flying sword and followed the group. Actually, the people behind Lu Zheng didn't understand why Lu Zheng wanted to find Yixian. After all, Yixian was only a rank 1 true immortal. Even if he had seen that demonic cultivator, he shouldn't have been able to find his exact location, right? However, Lu Zheng didn't think so. How could a person who could step on a flying sword and cross the Sea of Vengeful Souls only be an ordinary rank 1 true immortal? Even a rank 5 true immortal wouldn't be able to cross the sea of vengeful souls alone. Of course, it would be a different story if he used an iron-locked flying boat. However, if he had an iron-locked flying boat, why would Yi Xian need to use a flying sword to travel? Most importantly, with Lu Zhang's many years of experience, he felt that Yi Xian was different from others. The things he gave Yi Xian just now were just a drop in the bucket for him. After all, he was a rank 9 true immortal. If he could catch that demonic cultivator, it wouldn't be a problem for him to spend 100 times more. That way, since Yi Xian had taken the other party's things, he didn't waste time and pointed to the southwest. How do you know that demonic cultivator is in that direction? Someone in the group asked, puzzled. That demonic cultivator went on a killing spree earlier. In order to avoid his pursuit, I left a tracking mark on him. Yi Xian explained. You, a rank 1 true immortal, want to leave a tracking mark on a rank 9 true immortal demonic cultivator? Someone immediately retorted. The people present were at least rank 7 true immortals, much higher than Yi Xian. Well, at least know that demonic cultivator entered the sea of vengeful souls. Let's follow the direction you pointed, said Lu Zhang. At this moment, he couldn't help but ask. But I know. But. Yi Xian lightly nodded and didn't ask any further. Oh. Lu Zhang nodded. Yi Xian had already left the sea of vengeful souls, but he encountered this matter again. In fact, a large part of the reason was that the demonic cultivator had tried to kill him. With his vengeful character, how could he not take revenge? Lu Zhang was a rank 9 true immortal, only one step away from Daoyuo Golden Immortal. Even if he controlled 2 flying swords, his speed was very fast. Yi Xian estimated that with this speed, it would only take him 2 days to catch up with that demonic cultivator. In the following time, everyone was hurrying on with their journey. This little bit of time was nothing to Lu Zhang and the others. That rank 9 true immortal demonic cultivator had killed in the sea of vengeful souls, and Yi Xian had the death-hunting order. 2 days later, Yi Xian could clearly sense the demonic cultivator's location. We'll see him in half an hour, Yi Xian said. Very good. Lu Zhang nodded with satisfaction. Half an hour later, they really sensed a powerful aura. It's really him. After sensing it, Lu Zhang's body trembled. His intuition was right. Yi Xian really led them to that wanted demonic cultivator. Your Excellency, this is your reward. Without another word, Lu Zhang took out another bag and handed it to Yi Xian. Then they directly charged out. In this team, besides Lu Zhang, a rank 9 true immortal, there were 2 rank 8 true immortals and 7 rank 7 true immortals. These people were enough to deal with that demonic cultivator. You can actually track me down? That demonic cultivator had also sensed Lu Zhang and the others. He thought to himself, I didn't want to cause any trouble in the Green Rainbow Nation, so I spared your lives. I didn't expect you to dare to chase after me. You're courting death. At that moment, he directly charged over. A great battle broke out. Tisk tsk. There's a good show to watch. Yi Xian grinned. Then he dodged and continued to devour. At first, the things Lu Zhang gave him were enough for him to break through to rank 3 true immortal. Just now, he gave him more, which should be enough for him to break through to rank 4 true immortal. After all, his experience points were much more than the average person. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are a rank 2 true immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are a rank 3 true immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are a rank 4 true immortal. Sure enough, after devouring those things, Yi Xian directly broke through several times. However, most of the rewards he received were immortal crystals, so the old tree was only a rank 6 true immortal. However, Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian had broken through to rank 8 true immortal. He estimated that Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian should be able to fight against a Daoyuo Golden Immortal. However, at that moment, ding! Host has triggered a chain random mission. First round, kill the target with your own hands. The sound of the system notification shocked Yi Xian. The target had been revealed. It was the demonic cultivator who was fighting with Lu Zhang and the others. If he's killed by others, then this chain random mission will most likely fail. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then he directly released Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian. Rank 8 true immortal. Kill him. Yixian immediately ordered the two of them. Not to mention Azura Ghost Lord, even Wei Zhantian could probably fight that demonic cultivator alone. If the two of them joined forces, it would definitely not be a problem. However, Lu Zheng and the others seemed to be a little powerless. They were being suppressed by that demonic cultivator. Damn it! His strength is actually so strong? Lu Zheng thought to himself, gnashing his teeth. He was also a rank 9 true immortal. His opponent was also a rank 9 true immortal. Although his opponent was a demonic cultivator, they had the advantage in numbers. Under such circumstances, they were still unable to kill the opponent. At that moment, he suddenly felt the aura of another rank 8 true immortal. He turned his head and saw Azura Ghost Lord, who was wearing a black bone armor, quickly rushing over. Chapter 1722. Is that Yixian's flying sword? Lu Zheng recognized it immediately. Before he could react, Wei Zhantian, who was in the form of a flying sword, had joined the battle and stabbed the demonic cultivator. Undying fighting soul. Azura Ghost Lord roared to the sky and his aura surged. The undying fighting soul increased his combat strength by 3 times. Azura Ghost Lord's current strength was much stronger than old trees. Grasp of the Netherworld. Azura Ghost Lord stretched out his hand and a strong tearing force enveloped the demonic cultivator. Although the demonic cultivator had a strong physique and a higher realm than Azura Ghost Lord, he was still quickly pulled over. What? The demonic cultivator was shocked. He could not resist the tearing force with his realm. How could it be? By the time he reacted, Azura Ghost Lord's saber had already slashed down. Rip! In an instant, the demonic cultivator, who was a level 9 true immortal, was cut in half. So was his demonic heart. Dead. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification sounded, Yixian's killing intent soared. Unfortunately, after merging with the immortal slaying bloodline, there was no upper limit to the killing intent. It could no longer be exchanged for devour points, which was a little tragic. However, devour points did not matter. After all, the bloodline made Yixian stronger among those of the same realm. As long as there were treasures, Yixian's realm could be improved without limit. Compared to improving the bloodline, leveling up was more important. Azura Ghost Lord took the demonic cultivator's interspatial ring and handed it to Yixian. Ding! Host has completed the first round of the chain random task. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a level 5 true immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a level 6 true immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a level 8 true immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a level 9 true immortal. Ding! Wei Zhantian has broken through. Host is now a level 9 true immortal. Ding! Wei Zhantian has broken through. Host is now a level 1 great golden immortal. Azura Ghost Lord has broken through. Host is now a level 9 true immortal. Ding! Ghost Lord Azura has made a breakthrough and is now a tier 1 great golden immortal. Unexpectedly, Wei Zhantian and Ghost Lord Azura both stepped into the perfected golden immortal stage after this battle. In fact, immortals, heaven immortals, spirit immortals, jade immortals, golden immortals, and true immortals were all considered ordinary immortals. However, it was different to become a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. A Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal possessed 7-colored immortal energy, which was much more powerful than a true immortal's true immortal energy. Yixian reckoned that even if he, the old tree, Wei Zhantian, and the others worked together, they would not be a match for the Azura Ghost Lord. On the other side, Lu Zheng and the others couldn't help but tremble violently when they sensed the aura coming from Ghost Venerate Azura. Duh! Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal? Lu Zheng could not help but ask. At the same time, he had no idea how this Ghost Lord Azura had come out. Everyone, don't worry. He's an immortal beast that I once tamed. At this moment, Yixian suddenly appeared beside Ghost Lord Azura and patted him on the shoulder. What? Lu Zheng and the others were astonished. Yixian, a first-stage true immortal, had actually tamed a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal level Ghost Lord Azura. What kind of joke was this? No, he wasn't a first-stage true immortal. A sixth-stage true immortal? Lu Zheng carefully sensed Yixian's aura and realized that something was amiss. Previously, He had thought that Yi Xian was only a first-stage true immortal. He did not expect that the other party had actually concealed his aura, and even he could not see through it. An extremely powerful concealment technique, this Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal level Ghost Lord Azura, and that extraordinary flying sword made Lu Zhang and the others feel a strong sense of curiosity towards Yi Xian. I saw this demonic cultivator before, but I had other matters to attend to, so I had no time to deal with him. Today I saw that all of you seemed a little powerless, so I killed him. You don't have to take offense, Yi Xian said with a smile. No, he's a demonic cultivator wanted by our Green Rainbow Nation. His death counts as a completion of the mission. However, I implore you to hand over his corpse to us, Lu Zheng said respectfully. Corpses are of no use to me. Take it. Yi Xian waved his hand and the demonic cultivator's corpse was pushed over. This demonic cultivator refined the demonic hearts of vengeful spirits. He probably entered the sea of vengeful spirits in search of the vengeful spirit pearl, and wanted to use it to break through to the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal level. Lu Zheng finished speaking and cupped his fists again. Thank you, sir, for eliminating this hidden danger for us. You're welcome. Yi Xian grinned. Actually, with his strength, it was already sufficient to rob Lu Zheng and the others. However, he did not do so now because he had triggered a chain random mission. He felt that this mission might have something to do with Lu Zheng. Otherwise, why would it be called a chain random mission? Sir, why don't you come to my residence and have a seat? Lu Zheng suddenly said. Yi Xian was a rank 6 true immortal. His concealment technique was so brilliant that even he could not see through it. Moreover, he was able to tame a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal level immortal beast. He was definitely not an ordinary person. This kind of person was worth recruiting. Just as Lu Zheng finished speaking, the sound of a system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Host has triggered the second round of the chain random mission. Assist Lu Zheng in completing the escort mission. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but feel a little strange. What kind of escort mission did this Lu Zheng have? However, this confirmed that this Lu Zheng was related to this chain random mission. Therefore, he had to agree. That's fine. I also have some things I want to inquire about. Yi Xian grinned. What is it? Lu Zheng asked in astonishment. I came this time to inquire about the entrance to the demonic world. I hate demonic cultivators, so I want to go to the demonic world to train, Yi Xian said. Hearing this, Lu Zheng's expression suddenly became serious. The entrance to the demonic world? My Green Rainbow Great Nation once had an entrance to the demonic world opened, but it was later forcibly closed. I'm not very clear about the specifics. Why don't I go back and investigate? Alright, then I'll trouble you. Yi Xian nodded. It was because of this reason that he did not release the old tree. After all, the old tree had fused with the purple extreme demon heart, and was a demonic cultivator. A demonic cultivator was hated by everyone in the immortal world. If the old tree was released, it would cause some unnecessary trouble. Following this, Yi Xian followed Lu Zheng to the Green Rainbow Great Nation. They moved very quickly and arrived at the border of the Green Rainbow Great Nation in less than 3 days. As an official of the Green Rainbow Great Nation, Lu Zheng could easily pass through the pass. Then, they used a nearby teleportation array, and were directly transported to the imperial capital of the Green Rainbow Great Nation. The Great General's residence? When Yi Xian found out where Lu Zheng lived, he could not help but tremble. Chapter 1723. So that's how it is. Yi Xian nodded slightly and then followed Lu Zheng into the Great General's mansion. Who would have thought that Lu Zheng was actually the son of an official, the Great General of the Qinghong Kingdom? This official position was not low. However, what surprised Yi Xian the most was that after Lu Zheng returned, he directly went into seclusion for 3 days and then broke through to the Golden Immortal Realm. 3 days later, Lu Zheng came out of seclusion and then went to find Yi Xian to drink and eat meat. Sorry. That battle suddenly broke the shackles and I came back to seclusion for 3 days. I've really let Brother Yi down, Lu Zheng said with a face of guilt. It's only 3 days. It's nothing, Yi Xian said with a smile. 3 days was indeed nothing to him. He was afraid that Lu Zheng would go into seclusion for 3 years, 30 years, or even 300 years. One had to know that Lu Zheng had already lived for tens of thousands of years. 300 years was really nothing to him. Lu Zhang broke through from the 9th grade true immortal to the golden immortal realm. He was in a good mood and directly drank with Yi Xian for a day. Only when one stepped into the golden immortal realm could one be considered a top figure in the Qinghong kingdom. Otherwise, one would be an ordinary person. However, Yi Xian came to the Qinghong kingdom this time not to drink and make friends with Lu Zhang, but for the chain random mission. The second part of the chain random mission was to assist Lu Zhang in completing the escort mission. However, this mission had not been completed yet. This made Yi Xian very helpless. However, on the 5th day, Lu Zhang came again. Brother Yi, in a few days, I will have to lead a team to escort the princess of my country to the Tianqin kingdom. I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you for a drink. Lu Zhang said. Princess? Escort? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes, my Qinghong kingdom has already formed a marriage alliance with the Tianqin kingdom. This time, I will escort the princess to the Tianqin kingdom, and let the princess marry the prince of the Tianqin kingdom. Lu Zhang replied. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that the second part of the chain random mission was this. Since that's the case, why don't I go too? Yi Xian suggested. That's great, then I won't be bored on the way. Lu Zhang immediately agreed. Previously, he had led his men to capture that demonic cultivator only for the sake of gaining experience. He was actually a general of the great country of Green Rainbow. Of course, under normal circumstances, the general of the great nation of Green Rainbow was at least at the great golden immortal level. But don't forget, Lu Zhang's grandfather was a great general. This time, with the flying boat provided by the royal family, the round trip will take about a month. In addition, there are a few generals with me. One of them is a 3rd grade great golden immortal. That's my grandfather. Lu Zhang said. A 3rd-tier golden immortal? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. Due to the appearance of the chain random mission, he felt that this escort mission would not be simple. There would definitely be danger, so he had to be careful. Very soon 3 days had passed. 3 days later, a group of people had gathered in front of the general's mansion. All of them were experts at the level of golden immortals. Why is there a 6th-stage true immortal here? Someone asked in surprise. Shua, that's young master's friend. Don't talk nonsense. When Lu Zhang saw Yi Xian, he immediately came up to him and said, My grandfather will be here soon. As soon as his voice fell, a huge figure swept across the sky. It was a luxuriously decorated flying boat. A good flying boat. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and sighed in his heart. He estimated that this flying boat was probably comparable to a 4th grade great golden immortal. It was not something that ordinary people could own. Only the royal family of the great country of Green Rainbow had the financial resources to build it. At this time, the flying boat suddenly opened a cabin door. Let's go in. At Lu Zhang's order, everyone rushed into the cabin door. This flying boat was full of great golden immortals. There were more than 100 of them in total. At the same time, the strongest one was a 3rd grade great golden immortal, Lu Zhang's grandfather, General Lu Heng. General Lu glanced at Yi Xian but did not say anything. Then he controlled the flying boat and left. In this flying boat, there was a heavily guarded room. A beautiful woman sat inside. Although her cultivation was not high, she had reached the 9th stage true immortal realm. She was the princess of the great country of Green Rainbow. This time, she was going to be married to the Tianqin great country. Yi Xian and Lu Zhang found a seat and continued to drink and chat. Not only that, Yi Xian also summoned Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian. After all, something would definitely happen on this journey. Soon, this flying boat left the great country of Green Rainbow and headed for the Tianqin great country. Nothing happened on the journey. However, on the 10th day, suddenly, a flying boat stopped Yi Xian and the others' flying boat. Who are you, scoundrel? Lu Heng shouted angrily. TSK, TSK, TSK. So it's General Lu. Long time no see. Suddenly, an old voice sounded. Then, an illusory figure condensed between the two flying boats. When Lu Heng saw the person's face, his expression changed greatly. General Lu of the great country of Haiyuan. He Yao? This is the first time we've met. I didn't expect General Lu to recognize me. This old man is really gratified. He Yao grinned. Let's cut the crap. What do you want to do by stopping us? Lu Heng snorted. He Yao smiled again. This time you're going to the Tianqin Great Country, right? Lu Heng's expression turned cold again. He did not expect the news to be leaked to the enemy of the great country of Haiyuan. Suddenly, an ominous premonition arose spontaneously. Just say what you want to say. Lu Heng snorted. Okay, then I'll say it. Yao grinned. This time you're going to marry the Tianqin Great Country, right? When the time comes, you'll join forces to fight against my great country of Haiyuan. So you're here to stop us? Lu Heng asked. No, I'm taking the opportunity to destroy you. He Yao's eyes flashed with killing intent. With just you? Lu Heng's eyes widened. This time, the great country of Green Rainbow had sent him because they were afraid that there would be a mistake. Let's cut the crap. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. He Yao shouted angrily. He directly controlled the flying boat under his command and launched an attack. At the same time, Lu Heng controlled the flying boat and launched an attack. These two flying boats were 4th grade Great Golden Immortals. Their attack power was huge, and each attack consumed an astronomical amount of immortal crystals. Rumble. The two flying boats bombarded each other once, but no one gained the upper hand. If this continued, there would be no clear winner. So both sides opened the cabin door and started killing. However, this time, the great country of Haiyuan had come prepared. Other than He Yao, a 3rd grade Great Golden Immortal, there were 2 other 3rd grade Great Golden Immortals. Although Lu Heng's strength was strong and was already at the peak of the 3rd grade Great Golden Immortal, it was difficult for him to fight 1 against 3. Chapter 1724. At this moment, Yixian ordered Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian to help. Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian were both 1st grade Great Golden Immortals. It would not be a problem for them to deal with a 3rd grade Great Golden Immortal. Undying Fighting Soul. Yixian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, Azura Ghost Venerate activated his Undying Fighting Soul. In an instant, his and Wei Zhentian's strength skyrocketed by 3 times. Coupled with the flying sword form, Wei Zhentian's strength was not weak. However, this was not the end. Azura Ghost Venerate. Activate the Eye of Azura and start a massacre. Yixian transmitted his voice again. The Eye of Azura was comprehended by Ghost Dome Great Emperor after he became Azura Ghost Venerate. This was the first time Azura Ghost Venerate had activated the Eye of Azura. A hole opened in Azura Ghost Venerate's chest. A black eye opened and a gloomy aura spread out. When the Eye of Azura was activated, Azura Ghost Venerate was the real Azura Ghost Venerate. The 1st grade Great Golden Immortals from Haiyuan Country only took 1 look at it, and their immortal hearts shattered into pieces. Dozens of people from Haiyuan Country died in an instant. After these people died, a strand of invisible aura swept toward Azura Ghost Venerate. Once the Eye of Azura was activated, it would start a massacre. This skill was similar to Yixian's killing feast. The more people died, the stronger Azura Ghost Venerate would become. What a strange eye. Be careful. He Yao shouted in a low voice. His expression turned solemn as he felt that something was wrong. Something was wrong. That was right. Eye of Azura. Divine Light of Azura. At this moment, Azura Ghost Venerate absorbed the death aura of the dead. The Eye of Azura on his chest suddenly blinked and released a terrifying black light beam. Be careful. He Yao shouted and dodged the attack himself. However, the 2 2nd grade Great Golden Immortals and a 3rd grade Great Golden Immortal behind him were not so lucky. They were directly blasted into pieces by the divine light of Azura. The gap between the strength of both parties was pulled apart instantly. What a powerful immortal beast! He Yao and the other 3rd grade Great Golden Immortal could not help but think. This happened too suddenly. They did not have time to react. A 3rd grade Great Golden Immortal was killed. Good chance kill. Seeing this, Lu Heng immediately led the experts under his command and charged forward. Originally, they wanted to escort the princess away, but now it seemed that there was no need for that. With the addition of the Azura Ghost Venerate, the situation instantly became one-sided. Coupled with the fact that Wei Zhentian's flying sword was collecting the universe rings, this battle would most likely last 5 seconds at most. After Wei Zhentian collected the Qian Kuan rings, Yixian stored them into the planting space. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is now a rank 7 true immortal. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a rank 8 true immortal. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is now a rank 9 true immortal. The interspatial rings of the 2 Tier 2 Great Overarching Golden Immortals and the Tier 3 Great Overarching Golden Immortals were destroyed by the Shura Divine Light. Now Yixian's interspatial rings belong to the group of first-grade Daoyuo Golden Immortals. However, this was enough. Yixian had advanced by 3 realms, and so had Ghoul Lord Azura, who had advanced from 1st tier to 4th tier perfected Golden Immortal. Now, everyone present had lower realms than Ghoul Lord Azura, so who could be his match? Not to mention him, even Wei Zhentian was already a 4th tier perfected Golden Immortal. In the form of a flying sword, his speed was off the charts. Kacha! 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 A series of crisp sounds were heard, and Wei Zhentian instantly stabbed the remaining people to death, including the general of the Haiyuan country, He Yao. This was not the main point. The main point was that Ghoul Lord Azura had the will of death skill. Those who died were resurrected and became his puppets. Seeing this, Lu Heng and the others were so shocked that they could not speak. In this battle, they did not seem to have played any role. It was completely Ghoul Lord Azura who killed them all alone. Before they could react, Yixian had already collected the spoils of war, including the flying boat of the Haiyuan country. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is now a 1st tier perfected Golden Immortal. Another notification sounded from the system. Yixian had finally broken through to the perfected Golden Immortal realm. At the same time, Ghoul Lord Azura and Wei Zhentian's realms increased again, becoming 5th tier perfected Golden Immortals. Now, even the king of the Haiyuan country could not do anything to Yixian, let alone He Yao. However, Yixian was currently carrying out a chain of random missions, so he could not make a move for the time being. Yixian, what is this immortal beast of yours? Lu Zheng came over and asked in shock. It evolved from the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Yixian replied casually, then asked, what is the strongest person in the Haiyuan country? The strongest person is the king of the Haiyuan country, a 5th tier perfected Golden Immortal. However, all 3 of our countries have backgrounds in the Ancient Immortal Realm. Lu Zheng answered. Ancient Immortal Realm? Yixian raised an eyebrow, not understanding what this was. If the Immortal Realm was the Immortal Realm, why was there an Ancient Immortal Realm? The strongest person in the Qinghong country, Tianqin country, and Haiyuan country is only a 5th tier perfected Golden Immortal. However, there are some forces in the Ancient Immortal Realm who are betting on the 3 countries. Lu Zheng paused for a moment before he continued. They won't allow any of our countries to be destroyed. Yixian narrowed his eyes and asked, oh? How strong are they? Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. Lu Zheng answered. Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials were the realm below perfected Golden Immortals. Although Ghoul Lord Azura was a 5th tier perfected Golden Immortal, he was still no match for an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Moreover, there were different levels of overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials as well. Initially, Yixian wanted to destroy the Haiyuan country directly. However, he did not expect that all 3 countries had powerful backgrounds. It seemed like there was no other way. In that case, let's continue our journey. Yixian did not ask any more questions. Now that the obstacle had been dealt with, the next step was to escort the princess of the Qinghong country to the Tianqin country and complete the chain of random missions. However, Yixian felt that this speed was a little too slow. Your speed is too slow. I'll bring Lu Zheng and Princess Yixian directly to the Tianqin country. Yixian suddenly suggested. This. Lu Heng and the others hesitated when they heard this. Their mission was to escort the princess to the Tianqin country to complete the wedding. However, they were a little worried about letting Yixian bring the princess. After all, Yixian was not from the Qinghong country. Don't worry. When I reach the Tianqin country, I have a way to bring you there directly. Yixian did not wait for them to speak before he continued. With our strength, if we take the princess by force, you won't be able to stop us. Chapter 1725. Although they did not understand why Ghost Lord Azura's realm had suddenly skyrocketed, they could feel that his aura was extremely powerful. He was at least a Tier 4 Great Golden Immortal. Of course, Ghost Lord Azura's actual realm was already a Tier 5 Great Golden Immortal. His combat strength was probably comparable to a Tier 7, Tier 8, or even a Tier 9 Great Golden Immortal. Lu Heng and the rest could only nod helplessly. Alright, then I'll take Lu Zheng and the princess first. Yixian grinned. A force wrapped around Lu Zheng and the princess of Qinghong Great Golden Immortal Nation and instantly left. Wei Zhentian's flying sword form could at most carry 3 people, so Yixian and the other 2 were just right. The chain random mission was to assist Lu Zheng in completing the escort mission, so Lu Zheng had to be there. The target of the escort was the princess, so the princess had to be there too. If they were to travel at the same speed as before, it would still take half a month, but now that Wei Zhentian was a Tier 5 Great Golden Immortal, it would take at most 2 days. However, things were not that simple. Originally, the battle between Qinghong Great Golden Immortal Nation, Tianqing Great Golden Immortal Nation and Haiyuan Great Golden Immortal Nation was not allowed to interfere. However, Ghost Lord Azura's strength was too shocking, so he was considered to have interfered. Just as Yixian was about to reach Tianqing Great Golden Immortal Nation, a figure in the distance attracted his attention. What a fast speed! Yixian raised his eyebrows and quickly focused his eyes to see that it was a young man. However, the young man's aura was incomparably powerful. A Tier 7 Great Golden Immortal? A Tier 8 Great Golden Immortal? Or a Tier 9 Great Golden Immortal? Yixian thought to himself. He was only a Tier 1 Great Golden Immortal now. Due to the huge gap between their realms, he could not see through the young man. In any case, the young man could not be from the 3 great nations. He should be from the ancient immortal world. Looks like a battle is inevitable. Yixian thought to himself. In the next moment, he heard the young man's voice. Kid, you've broken the rules. The young man said coldly. Rules? What rules? Yixian asked with narrowed eyes. I'm afraid the situation between the 3 nations will be broken by the immortal beast by your side, so I can't just watch, the young man replied. Oh? Azura is a Great Golden Immortal. But he's a Great Golden Immortal? Yixian said. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zheng, who was behind Yixian, also added, Yes, Yixian is now an official of our Cyan Rainbow country. Shut up, the young man shouted coldly. Lu Zheng's neck shrank in fear. He knew where this young man came from. He must be from the ancient immortal world. Was it not the immortal Tedlied? Immortal God divine? Courses kill immortal. The immortal is the great immortal God mortal immortal mortal kill immortal mortal great mortal thousand. Yixian was only a Tier 1 Golden Immortal. Even if he had 10,000 clones, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from him. Of course, the Azura Ghost Lord was not a threat to him. 1-1. Yixian roared in his heart. In an instant, Ghost Overlord Azura and Wei Zhentian flew out together. Undying War Soul. Storm of Swords. The young man did not mind at all when he saw this. He merely struck with his palm. He was a Great Golden Immortal. Let alone a Great Golden Immortal like Azura Ghost Celestial. Even a Great Golden Immortal would not be able to withstand his attack. Alas, he was wrong. Azura Ghost Celestial's Undying War Soul had increased his strength by 3 times. Coupled with the Elegy of Souls and Yixian's treasure, his strength increased by 7 times. However, Azura Ghost Celestial managed to neutralize the young man's palm attack with just 1 strike. How's this possible? The young man was shocked. I'm a Great Golden Immortal. I'm only 1 step away from becoming an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. How could my attack be so easily blocked? Before he could recover from his shock, Wei Zhentian had already charged toward him. Wei Zhentian had the Undying War Soul as well. His attack was 7 times stronger. Moreover, he was in the form of a flying sword. His speed was fast enough to pose a threat to the young man. It was humiliating for a Great Golden Immortal to be challenged by someone with a higher cultivation base. All of you must die. The young man roared as he unleashed his 7-colored celestial force. A terrifying aura spread in the air. This is bad. He's going to go crazy. Yixian's expression changed drastically. Although Azura Ghost Celestial and Wei Zhentian were strong, they were not a match for the young man in a fight. At this moment, there was only one way to kill the young man. Death Hunt Command. Extreme Void Shield. Eye of assassination. While the other party was in shock, Yixian suddenly arrived behind the young man and slashed out with his sword. 1,000 cleaving slash. This time, the 1,000 cleaving slashes effect had increased to 2,000 points. Moreover, the activation rate had increased as well. He might be able to kill the young man in an instant. Unfortunately, Yixian was only a first-grade Great Golden Immortal, while his opponent was a 9th-grade Great Golden Immortal. There was an 8th-grade difference between the two of them. Although the attack landed on the young man's body, it did not even break through the young man's celestial force defense. Humph, how dare a mere first-grade Great Golden Immortal sneak attack me? The young man snorted. Although he was a little surprised by Yixian's attack, he knew that it would not hurt him even if it was 100-fold stronger. Die! A majestic 7-colored celestial force was blasted away. If an ordinary person was nearby, their celestial heart would be shattered and they would die. Even a demonic cultivator would not be spared. However, Yixian had used the extreme void shield before he rushed over. In addition, the young man did not use his full strength in this attack, so it was absorbed by the young man. Tremble! Yixian released the extreme void shield and its power tripled. This time, it broke through the young man's 7-colored celestial force defense. However, after breaking through the 7-colored celestial force, it did not hurt the young man. How can you break through my defense? How is that possible? The young man was shocked again. Before he could react, Yixian flashed behind him again. This time, he was blocked by the young man's 7-colored celestial force. At first, Yixian wanted to try devouring by force. However, since he could not even touch the young man's body, he naturally could not devour him. There's no way to deal with this. We can only leave. Yixian's eyes flashed. He teleported to Lu Zheng and the princess of Qinghong's side and forcibly put them into the planting space. You want to leave? Stay. Without another word, the young man blocked their path with his 7-colored celestial force. However, there were not many people who could stop Yixian if he wanted to escape. The Eye of the Void. Yixian's eyes flashed and he darted in. Chapter 1726. Whoosh! The void gate closed, and Yixian and the others disappeared from the young man's sight. He ran away? The young man was so shocked that he was speechless. Not only was he challenged by someone of a higher level, but he even ran away. How was that possible? At that moment, he quickly rushed out and randomly found a direction in an attempt to drag Yixian out. However, Yixian had returned to the place where he fought with He Yao. No matter how fast the young man was, it would take him half a day to arrive. He would wait for a while and then return to complete the second round of the chain random mission. After returning, Yixian waited for a while. With the help of the Death Hunt token, he could clearly feel that the young man was coming toward him. Has an imprint been left in my body? Yixian narrowed his eyes. However, Wei Zhenqian probably did not have it. Whoosh! In an instant, Yixian opened another Eye of the Void and let Wei Zhenqian enter it. The others were a burden to Yixian, so he kept them all in the planting space. He did not want to expose this secret, but he had no choice now. This young man will find me in 2 hours at most. I have to put some distance between us and use the Eye of the Void to keep him busy. Yixian secretly said in his heart as he quickly left the area. Although he was fast, the young man was a 9th-stage Great Golden Immortal, so he was even faster. 2 hours passed quickly. Yixian felt that the young man was about to arrive, so he quickly broke through the void and returned to the place where he fought the young man. I'm back there again? The young man was shocked. He did leave a mark on Yixian, but he did not expect the young man to suddenly return. This meant that he had to travel for another 2 hours. What a good move. After I kill you, I'll search your soul. The young man's eyes flashed with killing intent again. Then he turned around and rushed back. At this moment, Yixian was letting Wei Zhenqian travel while he dealt with the young man. Anyway, there was a long distance between them. Even if the young man rushed over at full speed, it would still take him 2 hours. If one time was 2 hours, then 12 times would be a day. After more than 10 times, Wei Zhenqian flew to the capital of Tianqin Kingdom alone, and then Yixian broke through the void. The princess was successfully sent to Tianqin Kingdom. Yixian also completed the second round of the chain random mission. Host has completed the second round of the chain random mission. The young man was still rushing toward Tianqin Kingdom, but Yixian was already in front of the palace. It's a pleasure. The one who came out to greet him was the crown prince. When he saw Lu Heng, he couldn't help but smile. So it's your highness, the crown prince. This old man is shocked. Lu Heng quickly replied. After a while, they were invited into the palace. Oh right, General Lu. Why did you guys seem to be ahead of schedule? The crown prince of Tianqin Kingdom asked. That's right. Our plan was to reach Tianqin Kingdom within a month, but we were intercepted by Haiyuan Kingdom. Lu Heng nodded. The crown prince was shocked. Haiyuan Kingdom? That's right. This time, Haiyuan Kingdom sent 3 third-grade great golden immortal generals. Fortunately, a hermit cultivator came from Qinghong Kingdom and wiped out He Yao and the rest. After Lu Heng finished speaking, he couldn't help but turn to look at Yixian. Hermit cultivator? The crown prince followed his gaze and realized that Yixian was only a first-grade great golden immortal. With his second-grade great golden immortal realm, he could only sense that Yixian was only a first-grade great golden immortal, so he guessed that he couldn't see through Yixian. The strength of Qinghong Kingdom was similar to that of Tianqin Kingdom. The hermit cultivator of the royal family was at least a 4th-grade great golden immortal, so the crown prince also thought that Yixian was a 4th-grade great golden immortal. Greetings, senior. The crown prince hurriedly said. Rise. Yixian pretended to be profound and waved his hand. In fact, when they arrived at Tianqin Kingdom's capital, Lu Zheng, Lu Heng, and the rest were all under Yixian's control to prevent the news from leaking. In other words, the current 3rd-grade great golden immortal Lu Heng was Yixian's puppet. Naturally, he wouldn't expose Yixian. Haiyuan Kingdom sent experts to intercept General Lu. They're probably afraid that our 2 kingdoms will join forces. If that's the case, even the ancient immortal realm won't be able to say anything, the crown prince thought. Then he brought Yixian and the rest to meet the king of Tianqin Kingdom. Tianqin Great Nation, Cyan Rainbow Great Nation, and Haiyuan Great Nation. The kings of the 3 great nations were all at the level of a 5th-grade great golden immortal. In order to not look down on the other party, Yixian specially summoned the Azura Ghost Sovereign to suppress the situation. Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian were both 5th-grade great golden immortals. Even if the entire royal family's experts were to mobilize, they wouldn't be able to do anything to them. When the king of Tianqin Kingdom saw the crown prince's introduction, he couldn't help but size up Yixian. What royal family's hidden cultivator? He was clearly just a 1st-grade great golden immortal. However, even he couldn't see through Azura Ghost Lord beside Yixian. So strong. That 9th-grade great golden immortal from the ancient immortal realm will probably be here soon. Since that's the case, I'll catch him off guard. Yixian's eyes flashed as he made a decision in his heart. Without waiting for the king of Tianqin Kingdom to speak, Yixian directly ordered Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian. Whoosh! In an instant, the Azura Ghost Exalted Ghost charged forth. With lightning speed, he seized the initiative. By the time everyone reacted, Azura Ghost Lord's black broadsword was already resting on the shoulder of the king of Tianqin Kingdom. He could slash down at any time and cut the king's immortal heart in half. Protect the king! The personal bodyguard of the king of Tianqin Kingdom shouted loudly. However, even the king of Tianqin Kingdom, a 5th-grade great golden immortal, was seized in an instant. What was the use of these people? What are you doing? The king of Tianqin Kingdom shrank his neck and asked in horror. At this moment, Yixian had already used the Eye of Assassination to come behind the king of Tianqin Kingdom, and then took off his Qiankuan ring. He was the monarch of a large country, and the strongest expert in a large country at that. Although his interspatial ring was not part of the national treasury, he still had many more things than Lu Heng and the others. After obtaining this Qiankuan ring, Yixian's aura instantly soared. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently a 2nd-grade great golden immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently a 3rd-grade great golden immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently a 6th-grade great golden immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently a 7th-grade great golden immortal. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord has broken through. Currently a 6th-grade great golden immortal. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord has broken through. Currently a 7th grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Currently a 5th grade Great Golden Immortal. Chapter 1727. Azura Ghost Lord was originally a 5th grade Great Golden Celestial, but after devouring the interspatial ring of the monarch of Tianqin Great Country, his strength had skyrocketed by 2 realms. Now there was no one in this place who could stop him. At this moment, the surrounding people were still unaware of the situation. Even Lu Heng and the others who were under Yixian's control were the same. Now the monarch of Tianqin Great Country is me, Yixian. Yixian suddenly looked around and announced loudly. Everyone present was shocked. Holding the monarch hostage in someone else's territory, and then becoming the monarch himself? Yixian added. My Azura Ghost Lord is a 7th grade Great Golden Celestial. He's not someone you can fight against. A 7th grade Great Golden Celestial. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. How could such a powerful person appear in this place? This was impossible. Could it be that he was from the ancient celestial world? The monarch of Tianqin Great Country asked in shock. Sir, could it be that you're from the ancient celestial world? Yixian thought for a moment, then said, I'm not from the ancient celestial world, but I'll go there sooner or later. Forget it, I don't want to be the monarch anymore. There's no need for that. Now, he was no longer afraid of the young man. Now that the young man was about to arrive, it was time to take revenge for yesterday. Although the Tianqin Great Nation wasn't bad, to the current Yixian, he already didn't think much of it. He was interested in the young man. In this world, the strong are respected. Don't blame me for stealing your interspatial ring. Now, even if an overarching heavenly supreme immortal comes, I'm not afraid. After Yixian finished speaking, he stepped on Wei Zhenqian, who had broken through to 7th grade Great Golden Celestial, and left the imperial city of Tianqin Great Country. He was not interested in the battle between the 3 countries. However, he had broken the balance between the 3 countries. If he did not kill the young man from the ancient celestial world, there would be no end to it. Yesterday, Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhenqian had joined forces to barely hold the young man back. However, today Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhenqian had both broken through twice in a row. If Azura Ghost Lord went all out, he could kill the young man in an instant. Ding! Host has triggered the 3rd round of the chain random quest. Kill Chang Kongqing from the ancient immortal world and obtain the ancient immortal token. At this moment, a system notification sounded. The 3rd round of the chain random mission was finally here. Even though Zhang Xian had no idea what the ancient immortal token was, he was certain that it would be useful to him. That youth had left a mark on Yixian, so he had already rushed into Tianqin Great Empire. Coincidentally, Yixian went up to meet him. Very soon the two of them met again. A 3rd stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal? Chang Kongqing was shocked. When he saw Yixian yesterday, Yixian was only a 1st grade Great Golden Immortal. How did Yixian suddenly increase 2 realms in just one day? Brat, you actually managed to escape from me. You're quite capable. Chang Kongqing only said coldly. His plan was to capture Yixian and search his soul to obtain Yixian's method of breaking through the void. However, Yixian did not want to waste time with him. He summoned Azura Ghost Lord. Undying Fighting Soul. Grasp of the Netherworld. An invisible and powerful force enveloped Chang Kongqing. Following that was the 2nd attack of the Grasp of the Netherworld. Kacha! The youth's body was crushed into pieces. Even the immortal heart in his body was shattered. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification sounded, Yixian had already rushed over and kept the youth's Qian Kuan ring. Immediately after, Yixian devoured all the heavenly and earthly treasures inside. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 4th grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 5th grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhenqian has broken through. Host is now a 8th grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhenqian has broken through. Host is now a 9th grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord has broken through. Host is now a 8th grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord has broken through. Host is now a 9th grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding! Ember of Thunder Fire has broken through. Host is now a 7th grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding! Ember of Thunder Fire has broken through. Host is now a 8th grade Great Golden Immortal. His realm had actually soared up by 2 levels again. However, this time Yixian's luck had run out. When he heard the next notification, his face fell. Ding! Host's bewitchment value has reached 60. Hearing this, Yixian raised his eyebrows and quickly checked the bewitchment value. If the realm increases too quickly, the bewitchment value will increase rapidly. If it reaches 100, I will be bewitched? Yixian was shocked. Bewitchment, and it was not an ordinary bewitchment. Once the bewitchment value reached 100, he would lose his mind and would not be able to recover. In short, Yixian would become a different person. He would be replaced by a bloodthirsty demon. How could this be? No, I can't be bewitched. Yixian could not help but gulp. When the bewitchment value reached 100, he would be bewitched. Now that he had reached 60, perhaps the next time he broke through, it might soar to 90. How could that be? At that moment, he quickly checked the immortal level devouring system to see if there was anything to reduce the bewitchment value. What? 1 devouring point to reduce the bewitchment value by 10. My 60 points actually need 6 devouring points. Yixian wanted to cry but had no tears. The current him did not even have a single devouring point. Of course, the bewitchment value could be recovered. In his current situation, the bewitchment value would decrease by 1 every month. In other words, if he did not level up, he could return to normal in 5 years. However, 5 years was a very long time for him. Oh, I can also find specific things to reduce the bewitchment value. Yixian sighed in relief. To reduce the bewitchment value, other than being able to recover over time and use devouring points to clear it, he could also find specific things to recover it. For example, the tranquil sacred lotus, the 100 bright flower, and so on. In short, Yixian did not dare to level up his realm easily. This was a bit of a scam. However, at this point it was useless to say anything. Ding, the host has completed the 3rd round of the chain random quest. Reward. Megatron activating the flying boat form. The system prompted. Flying boat form? At this moment, Yixian raised his eyebrows. He already had the flying boat system. How could there be another flying boat form? He immediately checked the flying boat system and found that Megatron had become his life-bound flying boat. Chapter 1728. Yixian immediately ordered Wei Zhentian to transform into the form of a flying boat. It was similar to an ordinary flying boat. Fortunately, the appearance could be altered. Wei Zhentian was now a level 7 great overarching golden celestial. If he transformed into the flying boat, his defense would be so strong that even an overarching heavenly supreme celestial would not be able to hurt him. As long as he hid inside the flying boat, Yixian's safety would be guaranteed. Of course, this was because he had sacrificed his attack and speed in exchange for his defense. That was why his defense was so strong. Right, the ancient immortal token. Yixian suddenly thought of a problem. The chain random mission had asked him to find an ancient immortal token. Since he had kept everything in the interspatial ring into the devouring system, Yixian had obtained the ancient immortal token by default. Yixian immediately searched for it. Activate system analysis. Yixian looked at the ancient immortal token and muttered in his heart. This was the new ability of the devouring system, after it was upgraded to the celestial grade. He could use the system to analyze something. The celestial grade devouring system analyzed the ancient immortal token through Yixian's eyes and came to a conclusion. The ancient immortal token is the only key that connects the ancient immortal world and the outer immortal world. Yixian was slightly shocked when he saw this. In other words, the ancient immortal token was the only key to enter the ancient immortal world. If I close the entrance to the ancient immortal world, the people in the ancient immortal world won't be able to enter the outer immortal world. Yixian thought to himself. He could go to the ancient immortal world, but his top priority was to find the little demon king. When the little demon king was being hunted down by a great overarching golden celestial, he had sent a voice transmission to Yixian saying that they would meet in the devil realm. Yixian could sense that the little demon king was very far away from him. In fact, Yixian had gone back to the place where the little demon king had disappeared to investigate. However, he did not find any clues. Therefore, he wanted to see if there was an entrance to the devil realm in the 3 great nations. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's take a look at the entrance to the ancient immortal world. Yi Xian thought to himself and quickly moved. The young man had a map with the location of the entrance to the ancient immortal world recorded on it, so Yi Xian quickly found it. The entrance was a door, and the ancient immortal token was the key. However, the door was wide open. The ancient immortal token is the only key to enter the ancient immortal world. Now that the gate is open, did that young man forget to close it? Yi Xian was puzzled. No matter what, he had to close the entrance to the ancient immortal world first. That way, Yi Xian would be the strongest person in the outer immortal world. Boom! With a loud bang, the entrance to the ancient world of immortals was shut, and the only key was in Yi Xian's hands. This ancient immortal token had been analyzed by the immortal grade devouring system. If the system said that it was the only key, then it must be the only key. Let's go back and take a look. After closing the entrance to the ancient immortal world, Yi Xian went through the Eye of the Void and returned to the palace of Tianqin Great Kingdom. At this time, the king of Tianqin Great Kingdom and the others were still waiting in the palace. As soon as Azura Ghost Venerate appeared, his powerful aura made everyone's heart tremble. Now I've closed the entrance to the ancient immortal world. Yi Xian's eyes fell on the king of Tianqin Great Kingdom. I took one of your interspatial rings. Now I'm going to destroy Haiyuan Great Kingdom as repayment. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The entrance to the ancient immortal world was closed? Your Excellency, you're going to destroy Haiyuan Great Kingdom? The king of Tianqin Great Kingdom asked in shock. I'm a man of my word, but before that, I want to ask you all, who has news of the demonic world passage? Yi Xian asked. Demonic world passage? Everyone looked at each other. The demonic world passage has never appeared in Tianqin Great Kingdom, but it did appear once in Qinghong Great Kingdom. The king of Tianqin Great Kingdom looked at General Lu Heng. The demonic world passage did appear once in Qinghong Great Kingdom. It was a one-way passage from the demonic world. Later on, our kingdom sealed it and it's gone now, Lu Heng explained. Can't it be opened again from this side? Yi Xian asked curiously. No, because it was a one-way passage from the demonic world. Lu Heng shook his head. Since Lu Heng was under Yi Xian's control, his words could be trusted. Of course, unless Lu Heng himself didn't know. In that case, I'll help you destroy Haiyuan Great Kingdom first. With that, Yi Xian tore open the void and left, leaving behind a group of stunned people. Haiyuan Great Kingdom, Tianqin Great Kingdom, and Qinghong Great Kingdom had been fighting for countless years. Now that they were destroyed, they couldn't recover from the shock. At this time, Yi Xian had already arrived at the place where he saw Haiyuan Great Kingdom's general. He Yaowen continued on his way. Wei Zhentian, a 7th-tier Great Golden Immortal, transformed into a flying sword and was faster than the 9th-tier Great Golden Immortal Youth. 2 days later, he charged into Haiyuan Great Kingdom and headed straight for the imperial capital. He was already a 5th-tier Great Golden Immortal, and so was the monarch of Haiyuan Great Kingdom. Therefore, Yi Xian directly took control of the monarch. Then the entire imperial family was plundered by Yi Xian. However, these things weren't worth mentioning to Yi Xian now. After all, they weren't even 1% of what was in the young man's interspatial ring. All the experts of Haiyuan Great Kingdom's imperial family were forcibly taken into the planting space by Yi Xian, so the entire Haiyuan Great Kingdom was destroyed. Then Yi Xian tore open the void and returned. From now on, only Qinghong Great Kingdom and Tianqin Great Kingdom were left. I've already searched the place where Little Demon disappeared, but I didn't find anything. It seems that his disappearance was due to his own means. Yi Xian thought to himself. Little Demon still had a death warrant on him, but since he was so far away from Yi Xian, his connection was so weak that it was negligible. Therefore, he must have used some sort of secret technique to return to the demon realm. It seems that I have no choice but to enter the ancient immortal world. Yi Xian sighed. The outer immortal world and the ancient immortal world were actually enveloped by a formation. Encircling the outer immortal world was a faction called Zuantianzong. There were a total of 3 factions in this faction, corresponding to Qinghong Great Kingdom, Tianqin Great Kingdom, and Haiyuan Great Kingdom. Simply put, these 3 factions were sometimes used to make bets, such as who would win if Qinghong Great Kingdom and Haiyuan Great Kingdom fought. Although the system said that the Ancient Immortal token was the only key to the Ancient Immortal world, it didn't say that others had to enter through the entrance. After all, they were the ones who'd set up the formation, so they had other ways to enter. At this thought, Yi Xian became extremely cautious. Wei Zhentian, try opening the door. Yi Xian handed the Ancient Immortal token to Wei Zhentian for him to open the door. Chapter 1729. Boom! Wei Zhentian transformed into his human form and placed the Ancient Immortal token into the door. In the next moment, the entrance to the Ancient Immortal world opened again. Wei Zhentian quickly entered the Ancient Immortal world and searched the surroundings. However, he did not find anything. Good. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he used the Eye of the Void to arrive next to Wei Zhentian. Boom! With a muffled sound, the entrance to the Ancient Immortal world closed again. Although that young man is a disciple of Xuantianzong, I've already avenged him. However, I should go to Xuantianzong and have a look first. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes when he arrived at the Ancient Immortal world. In fact, the Ancient Immortal world was the real Immortal world. The outer Immortal world was just a small place. Xuantianzong was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Therefore, Yi Xian had to be careful. Although he had killed the young man, Yi Xian could not search the young man's soul due to his low cultivation base. Therefore, he did not know much about Xuantianzong. My bedevilment points are now at 60 points. If I use time to recover them, I'll only be able to recover 1 point every month. Since I don't have any devour points, I can only find a special treasure to recover them. Yi Xian thought to himself as he stepped on Wei Zhentian and flew towards Xuantianzong. Xuantianzong was not a powerful person in the Ancient Immortal world. However, he was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Therefore, Yi Xian had to take him seriously. 3 days later, Yi Xian, who was stepping on the sky-shaking flying sword, finally arrived at the foot of the mysterious sky sect. My cultivation base is not high. I can control it, Yi Xian thought to himself. He was now a grade 5 great overarching golden celestial, which was similar to Xuantianzong's outer court disciples. At that moment, he remotely controlled a few of the Black Heaven sect's outer sect disciples, who were at the level of Tier 5 great overarching golden immortals, and transformed into one of them. Yi Xian entered Xuantianzong's inner court. After searching the soul of a disciple, he learned about the internal conflicts in Xuantianzong. There were 3 branches in Xuantianzong, led by the sect leader, the Grand Elder, and the Enforcement Elder. They corresponded to the Azure Rainbow Nation, Tianqin Nation, and Haiyuan Nation. The relationship between these 3 branches wasn't very good. In recent years, the sect master and Grand Elder's 2 branches were still quite good. Thus, the Outer Immortal World's Green Rainbow Great Country and Tianqin Great Country were preparing for a political marriage. In other words, the law-enforcing elder in the Black Heaven sect was being suppressed. After all, the law-enforcing elder had too much power. If there was a chance, he could even dismiss the sect leader. The outer sect disciple that Yi Xian controlled was under the command of the law-enforcing elder. However, Yi Xian wasn't interested in this kind of power struggle. What he wanted to do was to find heavenly and earthly treasures that could lower the bewitching value of a hall. He looked at all the items listed in the Hall of Alchemy and only found one. It could only reduce one's bewitchment by 1 point and cost him a lot of money. What a tragedy! Yi Xian couldn't help but say in his heart. It couldn't be helped. After all, he had only become an immortal for less than a year. In a year, he had broken through from an immortal to a golden immortal. This breakthrough speed was so fast that even the immortal level devouring system couldn't stand it anymore. But then, suddenly, an 8th grade great overarching golden immortal entered the alchemy hall. Senior brother, I've completed the hunting mission. I'm here to receive my reward. He was an inner court disciple. He walked to the counter and handed a sheepskin scroll to the disciple in charge of the Hall of Alchemy. Junior brother, you're amazing. You completed the mission. I'll go get your reward now. After the Hall of Alchemy deacon finished speaking, he left quickly. Soon he returned with a heaven and earth treasure. When Yi Xian saw the heaven and earth treasure, his eyes almost popped out. The tranquil sacred lotus? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. The tranquil sacred lotus was exactly what he was looking for. It could reduce one's bewitchment by 5 points. It turned out that the items listed in the Hall of Alchemy weren't everything. Some were used as mission rewards. What a coincidence. Yixian happened to run into them. An 8th grade golden immortal. Even Wei Zhentian could kill him in an instant. But this is Xuantianzong. I can sense many auras more powerful than that young man. I'd better be careful. Yixian looked at the 8th grade golden immortal. He was planning how to lure him out of Xuantianzong and steal the tranquil sacred lotus. Just as Yixian was wondering what was going on, the 8th grade golden immortal suddenly turned to look at him and said in surprise, "Eh? You're here too, cousin?" When Yixian heard this, he trembled and turned to look. He saw the inner sect disciple who'd obtained the tranquil sacred lotus looking at him. Yixian's current appearance was that of a 5th grade golden immortal outer sect disciple. He didn't expect that he'd disguised himself as this inner sect disciple's younger cousin. He quickly searched through his memories and found that he really did know this person. This was going to be fun. "Congratulations, cousin," Yixian hurriedly said with a smile. "Cousin, you have to cultivate well. In another 10,000 years, you might become an inner sect disciple." The inner sect disciple said in a serious tone, "Thank you for your kind words, cousin." Yixian suddenly transmitted his voice to the inner sect disciple. "Cousin, I have a secret that I want to tell you." "Oh? What secret?" The inner sect disciple's eyes lit up when he saw Yixian transmitting his voice. "Let's not talk about it. Why don't you just come with me, cousin?" Yixian said mysteriously. "Where are you taking me, cousin?" The inner sect disciple didn't suspect anything. After all, his cousin was his aunt's son and they were very close. "Cousin, you'll know when we get there. Who knows? You might be able to use this opportunity to become a 9th grade golden immortal." Yixian kept him in suspense. A 9th grade golden immortal. The inner sect disciple trembled and hurriedly grabbed Yixian and left the weapon refinement hall. Then he summoned a flying sword and left Xuantianzong. Yixian and the inner sect disciple shared a flying sword. He stood behind the inner sect disciple and smiled slightly. "The tranquil sacred lotus is mine." Under Yixian's guidance, the 8th grade golden immortal inner sect disciple flew north for a full hour. "Cousin, what are you talking about? Tell me quickly. I can't wait," the inner sect disciple asked curiously. After all, this matter concerned his cultivation. This must be a fortuitous encounter. "All right, I'll tell you then." The corner of Yixian's mouth curled up as he said, "Actually, I'm not your cousin." As soon as he said that, Yixian summoned the Skyquake sword and slashed horizontally, instantly chopping off the inner sect disciple's head. The most important thing for immortals was their immortal heart. As long as their immortal heart wasn't broken, they wouldn't die. A mere head was nothing to him. "Cousin, what did you say?" Chapter 1730. But before he could react, his universe ring had already fallen into Yixian's hands. Not only that, but a hand had also appeared in front of his chest, pinching his immortal heart with unerring accuracy. "Give up resisting, or your immortal heart will shatter in the next moment," Yixian solemnly reminded him. The inner sect disciple felt his immortal heart being pinched and exerted force. If he didn't obey, he was afraid he would immediately die. However, he didn't know what Yixian meant by giving up resisting. In the next moment he understood. On the way here, Yixian had secretly used Force Devour on this person. Originally, with 18 points of luck, the success rate of Force Devour should have been high, but this time it failed. However, there were times when one's luck was bad, and Yixian could understand. Thus, he used the normal method to put this person into the planting space. "Seeing that you're the cousin of the person I'm impersonating, and that you gave me the tranquil sacred lotus, I'll spare your life." Yixian grinned and threw this person into a corner of the planting space. Ding! The host has devoured a tranquil sacred lotus. Bewitchment points decreased by 5. In addition to the 1 point just now, Yixian's bewitchment points had dropped to 54 points. If he worked a little harder, it could be reduced to less than half. However, it had to be said that the amount of heaven and earth treasures required for bewitchment points was related to the level of the current realm. If Yixian was a 6th-stage Great Golden Immortal, the amount of heaven and earth treasures he required would definitely be more precious than now. After all, he was only a 5th-stage Great Golden Immortal. First, I'll lower my bewitchment points to less than 50 points, then I'll consider leveling up. Yixian thought to himself again. Otherwise, he wouldn't be at ease leveling up. Moreover, what he had now was not enough for him to break through. After that, Yixian stepped on his flying sword and returned to Xuantianzong. Then he found the inner sect disciples' residence and ransacked it, but he still couldn't break through. However, he found something interesting in the interspatial ring that he had hidden. There's an explanation of the demonic realm passage? And there's a lot of information? Yixian's eyes lit up. He did not understand why an inner sect disciple would be interested in the demonic world passage. Could it be that Xuantianzong wanted to open a passage to the demon realm and then have a great battle? It seemed that he had encountered a good thing. Wasn't his goal also to find a passageway to the demon realm and then go to the demon realm? At this time he thought of another thing. The passage to the demonic realm was not so easy to open. It would take at least years. Perhaps it would take hundreds or even thousands of years. One had to know that time was nothing to immortals. Looks like I still have to investigate thoroughly. Maybe the immortal grade devouring system can speed up the opening of the passage to the demonic realm. Yixian thought to himself. The immortal grade devouring system had many uses. It could repair teleportation arrays and speed up the opening of the passage to the demonic realm. However, there was another problem. He was only an outer sect disciple. How was he going to investigate? However, just as he was feeling puzzled, a group of figures suddenly appeared in the sky. They were all dressed in black. Their auras were so powerful that they had surpassed the level of great overarching golden celestials. They were all overarching heavenly supreme celestials. When they released their auras, the entire Xuantianzong shook. Demonic cultivators. They're all demonic cultivators. No, the demonic cultivators are attacking. Everyone, get into formation. All the disciples of Xuantianzong could sense the demonic aura from the demonic cultivators. At the same time, the higher-ups of Xuantianzong also rushed out. Xuantianzong, right? Today is the day that your sect will be annihilated. Kill. The leader of this group of Xioma devil cultivators gives a loud shout, directly setting off a reign of terror. No one would have thought that this group of demonic cultivators would come and kill as they pleased. At the same time, somewhere in Xuantianzong, 3 Xuantianzong elders were looking at the scene in surprise. Enforcement elder, what's going on? Didn't we say that we would attack in 3 days? One of the elders looked at the white-haired old man standing in the middle. The white-haired old man shook his head and said, "No, they're not the demonic cultivators from Hyman Mountain." "Oh, then they're from somewhere else. Why are they attacking Xuantianzong?" "The leader is a grade 5 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Let the sect leader and the supreme elder deal with them. If they're injured, it'll be easier for us to carry out our mission in 3 days," the white-haired old man said with a faint smile. "In that case, let's enter seclusion immediately. Otherwise, people will say that we're not helping." There were more than a dozen demonic cultivators attacking Xuantianzong. The weakest among them was a grade 3 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. In addition, devil cultivators had strong physiques, and were slightly stronger than immortal cultivators at the same level. Therefore, even if the sect master and grand supreme elder of Profound Sky sect joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to get rid of this group of devil cultivators in a short time. "How dare you attack my Xuantianzong? Die!" A loud roar was heard. Several experts with strong auras charged out from the center of the Black Heaven sect, and started fighting with this group of demonic cultivators in an instant. Meanwhile, Yixian, an outer court disciple, was deep in thought as he watched the battle in the sky. They don't seem that strong. If Ghost Venerate Azura and Wei Jintian join forces, they should be able to deal with one of them. If I can obtain a corpse, I might be able to lower my bedevilment points. At that time, both Ghost Venerate Azura and Wei Jintian will be able to become overarching heavenly supreme celestials. After pondering for a moment, Yixian decided to wait and observe the situation first. They did not have to kill the demonic cultivators, but they had to obtain the corpse. The demonic cultivators had 1 grade 5 overarching heavenly supreme celestial, 2 grade 4 overarching heavenly supreme celestials, and the rest were grade 3 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. The demonic cultivators had already defeated many forces in the area. Now that they had arrived at the Xuantianzong, They did not expect the Xuantianzong to have so many experts. The sect leader and supreme elder of Xuantianzong were grade 5 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. They had 4 grade 4 overarching heavenly supreme celestials and more than 20 grade 3 overarching heavenly supreme celestials under their command. Clearly, the demonic cultivators were at a disadvantage. How dare you provoke the Xuantianzong? You're courting death. One of the Xuantianzong exalted celestials shouted furiously. The flying sword he controlled turned into a streak of light and pierced the devil heart of one of the demonic cultivators. This is a good opportunity. Yixian's eyes lit up when he saw this. He immediately summoned Ghost Venerate Azura Wei Zhentian, and the old tree who was a grade 8 great overarching golden celestial. In just a blink of an eye, 3 of them appeared near the corpse. 9 dragons galloping thunder. The old tree appeared next to the corpse in a flash and took the interspatial ring. Then Yixian quickly stored the interspatial ring in his storage space. Chapter 1731. Success. Yixian grinned. The reason why the old tree was able to take away the interspatial ring was mainly because Azura Ghost Venerate had used the grasp of the underworld on the assassin. The old tree, Azura Ghost Venerate, and Wei Zhentian had disappeared not long after they appeared. Some people did not even see them. Be careful. There are still hidden enemies. The expert from Xuantianzong immediately reacted and shouted. Everyone became more cautious when they heard this. However, the devil cultivators were puzzled. Who were the hidden enemies? Damn it! The people from Hyman Mountain gave us false information. This Xuantianzong is a tough nut to crack. Retreat! The leader of the devil cultivators shouted and retreated quickly. After them. Leave no one alive. Sect leader Xuantianzong shouted. Be careful of the ambush. Xuantianzong's Grand Supreme Elder said through voice transmission. Since these devil cultivators dared to attack Xuantianzong with so few people, they must be up to no good. Therefore they should not pursue them. Xuantianzong agreed with sect leader Xuantianzong's words. He only chased them out of Xuantianzong. However, since they outnumbered the devil cultivators, they did not suffer any casualties. On the other hand, the devil cultivators lost 3 grade 3 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Of course, those disciples had died unjustly. After the demonic Xiamoist left, the sect master of the Black Heaven sect turned his head and asked in astonishment, Elder Lin, what did you mean by a hidden enemy? I'm not sure. Just now I clearly pierced a demonic cultivator's heart with my flying sword. But in the next moment, a figure took away his Qian Kuan ring. Even his corpse was gone, replied Elder Lin. A figure? What's his cultivation base? Sect leader Xuantianzong asked in shock. Elder Lin was a grade 3 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How could his loot be taken away? I sensed an 8th stage great overarching golden celestial. Apart from that, there was also a 9th stage great overarching golden celestial controlling me from afar. Elder Lin explained. 8th stage or 9th stage great overarching golden immortal. How is this possible? Even a 2nd grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial would find it difficult to steal the spoils under Elder Lin's watch, let alone a great overarching golden celestial. Elder Lin, are you sure? Sect leader Xuantianzong continued to ask. I'm very sure. I've clearly killed a demonic cultivator. I definitely didn't fall for his illusions. Elder Lin nodded. At this time, another elder at the side said, Yes, I saw it too. It's really strange. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. It seems that there are still hidden experts in Xuantianzong. Investigate, investigate, Xuantianzong said. He speculated the young man's cultivation base was higher than Elder Lin's. He was a 4th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. That was why Elder Lin had misjudged the young man's cultivation base. While everyone was discussing this matter, Yixian had already hidden himself far away. He had already put away the corpse of the 3rd grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial along with his interspatial ring. Damn! So many things. I'm going to make a killing this time. Yixian was shocked when he checked the interspatial ring. He speculated that if he had a breakthrough now, he would be able to break through from a 5th grade great overarching golden celestial to an 8th grade great overarching golden celestial or even a 9th grade great overarching golden celestial. Unfortunately, He could not increase his bedevilment points now that he had obtained a bedevilment point. Fortunately, there were many good items in the interspatial ring. Yixian's bedevilment points were reduced to 40 points. Therefore, he should be able to break through now. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently a 6th grade Great Overarching Golden Celestial. Ding! Lightning Embers has broken through. Host is currently a 9th grade Great Overarching Golden Celestial. Ding! Wei Juntian has broken through. Host is currently a 1st grade Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding! Ghost Venerate Azura has broken through. Host is currently a 1st grade Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding! Host's bedevilment points have increased to 75 points. A series of system notifications rang in the air. Yixian had only broken through once, but his bedevilment points had increased from 40 points to 75 points. If he broke through again, he would definitely be bedeviled. My cultivation base has increased too quickly. Sigh. Yixian could only sigh. Although he had plenty of cultivation resources, he could not devour them. This was not a good feeling. Currently, he was a 6th grade Great Overarching Golden Celestial, while the corpse of the 3rd grade Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial was a 6th grade Great Overarching Golden Celestial. The difference in their cultivation bases was so great that it would take him a long time to perform a soul search. However, this was a devil cultivator. Who knew if he came from the devil realm? With such a huge difference in their cultivation bases, Yixian was mentally prepared. However, on the 3rd day of the soul search, he sensed powerful auras around Xuantianzong. What powerful auras? There are so many experts. Are they trying to destroy Xuantianzong? Yixian recovered from the soul search. The auras of the devil cultivators were 3 times stronger than 3 days ago. There were at least 3 5th grade Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. It seemed like there was going to be a big battle. Yixian loved this kind of big battle the most. He hurriedly put away the corpse of the devil cultivator and went out to observe. As an outer court disciple, he could not participate in such a big battle. However, he wanted to join in and see if he could get some corpses. At this moment, many figures were standing in front of Xuantianzong's mountain gate. These people were all dressed in black. There were more than 100 of them, and the weakest among them was a 9th grade Great Overarching Golden Celestial. Their combined strength was not to be underestimated. As for Xuantianzong's side, they had already begun to gather their men after the sect leader, and the Supreme Elder had sensed the auras of the devil cultivators. This time, the people from the Enforcement Elders faction had gathered as well. If a fight broke out, Xuantianzong would not lose to these devil cultivators. However, things were not as simple as they seemed. The Hyman Mountain, a new force that has risen recently? The sect leader of Xuantianzong narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the newcomers. Are all of you here to die today? Die. Sect leader, you must be joking. Look at us. Do we look like we're here to die? A person suddenly stepped forward. It was the leader of the devil cultivators who had been defeated 3 days ago. Previously, he had been used by the people from Hyman Mountain to test Xuantianzong's strength. After that, he had caused a huge ruckus on Hyman Mountain. In the end, he had reached an agreement with the leader of Hyman Mountain to occupy Xuantianzong together. He was a 5th grade Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Together with the 2 leaders of Hyman Mountain, there were 3 of them. Xuantianzong also had 3 5th grade Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. However, unbeknownst to them, the 3rd 5th grade Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial in Xuantianzong's camp had colluded with the people from Hyman Mountain. Let's cut the crap. Celestials and devils can't coexist. Die. The sect leader of Xuantianzong shouted furiously as he made his move. Cultivators usually fought with flying swords. If they gathered together, they would have an advantage in a group fight. Chapter 1732. In just a blink of an eye, the 300 experts began to fight. It was a grand scene with countless flying swords flying everywhere. At this moment, Yixian was standing below with a faint smile on his face as he waited for both sides to suffer casualties. However, 3 seconds after the battle began, the experts under Xuantianzong's command suddenly changed their targets after receiving a secret voice transmission from the Enforcement Elder. Kill! The Enforcement Elder shouted angrily. In just a blink of an eye, Xuantianzong's people were severely injured. Many of them had even died. What? The sect leader and supreme elder of Xuantianzong were shocked. Why would the enforcement elder attack his own people? Could it be that the enforcement elder had colluded with the people from Haimen Mountain? Right now, this was the only explanation. I don't want to explain. After today, there will be no more Xuantianzong. The enforcement elder shouted angrily as he assisted the 3 experts from the devil cultivators in attacking the sect leader and supreme elder of Xuantianzong. Initially it was 3 against 3, but now it was 4 against 2. Moreover, the devil cultivators were naturally strong, so the sect leader and supreme elder of Xuantianzong were defeated in just a blink of an eye. Let's go. The sect leader and supreme elder of Xuantianzong knew they were in trouble. They did not expect the enforcement elder, who was the most senior among them, would betray Xuantianzong. In fact, when they were still disciples, the enforcement elder was already the enforcement elder. It's not that easy to leave now. Stay here. The enforcement elder instantly turned into a streak of light and blocked the path of the 2 experts. Soon after, the sect leader and supreme elder of Xuantianzong were killed. As for the others, when they saw the 2 of them, they began to flee in all directions with a boom. What a joke! Even the sect leader and supreme elder, who were both 5th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials, had died. What was the point of them staying here? After all, they were facing devil cultivators. Ha ha ha, good. One of the leaders from Haimen Mountain laughed loudly. Now that the 2 troublemakers were dead, it was time for them to rule the world. Below, Xuantianzong's disciples saw this tragedy and quickly fled. Even Yixian had the same thought. Although Ghost Empyrean Azura and Wei Zhentian had broken through to the overarching heavenly supreme immortal realm, they were not confident of defeating so many devil cultivators. Fortunately, he had also secretly taken away many interspatial rings during this battle. He had made a lot of money. However, just as he was hesitating, the battle in the air changed dramatically. Just now, the law-enforcing elder, who had assisted the Xiamois in killing sect head Xuantianzong and Grand Supreme Elder, was unexpectedly besieged by 3 Xiamois and killed in an instant. He's too naive. He actually wants to cooperate with a demonic cultivator. The leader of Haimen Mountain sneered. Patriarch of Law Enforcement had negotiated with him before. As long as Xuantianzong was killed, they would share the benefits equally. However, the words of a demonic cultivator were not trustworthy at all. Therefore, after the death of sect head Xuantianzong and Grand Supreme Elder, they immediately went back on their word and killed the law-enforcing elder. The leader of the Xiamois trembled when he saw this. He cursed inwardly. The great leader of Haimen Mountain looked at him and said with a smile, "Don't worry. From now on, you're the 3rd leader of Haimen Mountain." What happened next was needless to say. Xuantianzong's elites either died or fled. Rivers of blood flowed in Xuantianzong, and corpses were strewn everywhere. However, there were still many people who did not care about their lives who were trying to steal the loot. One of them was Yixian. I collected the corpses of those elites on the spot. Although I collected many corpses, there were only 10 overarching heavenly supreme immortals. It's still not as good as 3 days ago, Yixian said helplessly. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. TSK, TSK, TSK. There's still a level 6 great overarching golden celestial here. Don't tell me he's so scared that his legs are weak? A level 1 overarching heavenly supreme immortal said in a deep voice as he stared at Yixian. Tisk, I'll start with you. Yixian snorted coldly. In the next moment, the 3 people from the old tree surrounded the demonic cultivator. Kacha! Before the demonic cultivator could react, Azura Ghost Venerate's saber had fallen and cut his body and demonic heart in half. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification rang out, Yixian had already obtained the interspatial ring. Let's go. In an instant, Yixian broke through the void and left Xuantianzong. The battle had only lasted less than 10 seconds, but the Xuantianzong that had been established for 1,000,000 years was destroyed in just 10 seconds. It was really unbelievable. However, there was a traitor in Xuantianzong, one of the 3 experts in Xuantianzong, so it made sense. In fact, Yixian could have asked the old tree and the others to go out and fight, but he did not do so because he had a hunch that something else might happen. Although I didn't gain much from this trip, my bedevilment points have been restored to 65 points. It seems that I'll be able to break through to the next stage soon. Yixian thought to himself. At this moment, he was already far away from Xuantianzong. However, he had left a spy in Xuantianzong, Wei Zhentian, who had turned into an inconspicuous statue. Through their shared vision, Wei Zhentian could observe the movements of the devil cultivators from Haimen Mountain in Xuantianzong. At the same time, he took out the corpse of the first-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial that he had just killed and searched his soul. With the difference of 2 cultivation bases reduced, it was much easier to search his soul. It turned out that this group of devil cultivators did not come from the devil realm. They were originally from the celestial realm. They had just cultivated their devil hearts and gathered together. However, through Wei Zhentian, Yixian learned something from the first leader of Haimen Mountain. Meanwhile, in Xuantianzong, the enforcement elder of Xuantianzong said that there's a passageway to the devil realm under Xuantianzong, and it's almost ready. As long as the time is right, we'll be able to open a passageway to the devil realm. The first leader of Haimen Mountain said. Then he waved his hand and said, "Find the passageway to the devil realm." Yes, the group of devil cultivators turned Xuantianzong upside down, and finally found the original entrance to the devil realm. At this time, a formation had been set up around the passageway to the devil realm. However, this formation required a powerful devil cultivator. The first leader of Haimen Mountain said, "With the cultivation bases of the 3 of us, it shouldn't be a problem to open the passageway to the devil realm. However, we don't need to open it so quickly. Let's destroy the surrounding forces first." Although Yixian did not hear this, he knew that this group of devil cultivators had found the passageway to the devil realm. However, at this moment, ding! Host has triggered a random mission to open the passageway to the devil realm. Reward: Time and Space Bloodline Control Time Advancement. A system notification rang in Yixian's mind. Chapter 1733. Since the system mentioned opening a passage to the devil realm, it means it's possible. In that case, I'll destroy Haimen Mountain first. Yixian thought to himself as his eyes flashed. Celestial Eye, Eye of the Void. In just a blink of an eye, he returned to Xuantianzong. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding devil cultivators. However, the old tree and Azura ghost venerate had not met for a long time. Wei Zhentian, don't worry about me. I can take care of myself, Yixian said to Wei Zhentian. Although he was only a grade 6 great overarching golden celestial, even an overarching heavenly supreme celestial would not be able to do anything to him. After all, he had many different bloodlines. Although he was not as strong as Azura Ghost Venerate and the other 2 leaders, he was not an easy target. A bloodbath broke out in Xuantianzong. Haimen Mountain was quite strong. The weakest devil cultivator was a grade 9 great overarching golden celestial. There were dozens of overarching heavenly supreme celestials. At this moment, the 3 leaders had gone underground to look at the entrance to the devil realm. Therefore, there were not many elites on land. Eye of Azura. Upon receiving Yixian's order, Azura Ghost Venerate immediately activated his ultimate move, the Eye of Azura. In just a blink of an eye, all the devil cultivators who were grade 9 great overarching golden celestials and grade 1 overarching heavenly supreme celestials died tragically. Apart from that, those who had died in Xuantianzong earlier, and those below grade 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials were resurrected by Azura Ghost Venerate's will of death. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds of figures appeared. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill, Yixian said in a low voice. Wei Zhentian had already transformed into his flying sword and began to kill. At this moment, Yixian realized that Wei Zhentian's sword Bladestorm was no longer as effective after Wei Zhentian transformed into a flying sword. After this battle, it would be better for him to pawn off the sword Bladestorm and add his devouring points to his other bloodlines. While the 3 leaders were away, Yixian and the others took the opportunity to clean up the devil cultivators. Although there were still 4 4th-grade overarching heavenly supreme immortals, Azura Ghost Venerate had no intention of fighting them. Rumble. When the 3 underground leaders heard the commotion, they immediately rushed to the surface to take a look. They found that corpses were strewn all over the place. Some of the dead had even been revived. What happened? The chief of Haimen Mountain was confused. When Yixian discovered these people, he immediately ordered Azura Ghost Venerate to attack. After absorbing the death chi from so many people, the Eye of Azura had accumulated a huge amount of energy. After receiving Yixian's order, he immediately targeted a grade 4 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Eye of Azura, Divine Light of Azura. A terrifying black beam of light shot out and engulfed the 4th grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang in the air, indicating the death of the 4th grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. The old tree quickly appeared and took the interspatial ring. Then Yixian opened a portal and stored the old tree in his planting space. Swoosh! The portal to the void closed. Haimen Mountain had suffered heavy losses in this battle. Not only did they lose a 4th grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, but they had also lost all their 3rd grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials and below. If the 3 leaders had not appeared, all of them would have died here. What's going on? The leader of the Black Barbarian Mountain shouted. Great Chief, I'm not sure either. Earlier some enemies suddenly appeared, and those who died revived to attack us. I only remember that the strongest among them was a 1st grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial and a 9th grade Great Overarching Golden Celestial who could teleport. A 4th grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial explained. How did they manage to kill all of you with such a weak cultivation base? The chief could not believe his ears. He reckoned the other party was at least a 5th grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who had concealed his aura. Otherwise, how could he have done this? The second leader of Haimen Mountain asked, Big brother, it doesn't matter how many useless trash we have. If we need more people, we can always recruit them. What should we do now? Xuantianzong has been destroyed, and a mysterious enemy has appeared. Let's open a passage to the Devil Realm, and follow the army of the Devil Realm to turn the Celestial Realm upside down. The first leader of Haimen Mountain made up his mind. Following that, the 3 of them went underground again to activate the Grand Formation. Unbeknownst to them, Wei Zhantian, who was hiding in Xuantianzong, had overheard their conversation. Meanwhile, somewhere outside of Xuantianzong, they're going to open a passage to the Devil Realm? Yixian raised an eyebrow. This would not do. After all, he had a random mission. If the passage to the Devil Realm was opened by someone else, he would not be able to complete the mission. However, he was not in a hurry. After all, it was not easy to open a passage to the Devil Realm. He had to collect his spoils of war first. Not bad. My bewitching points have dropped below 50 again. Yixian was very satisfied with this result. He had gained quite a lot this time. However, the treasures required to lower his bewitching points were different for each cultivation stage. It was difficult to find a specific treasure. A treasure that could lower his bewitching points by 5 points when he was a grade 5 Great Overarching Golden Celestial might only be able to lower his bewitching points by 1 point when he was a grade 6 Great Overarching Golden Celestial. Now that Yixian's bewitching points had dropped below 50, he reckoned he could break through again. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a grade 7 Great Overarching Golden Celestial. Ding! Lightning Fire Ember has broken through. Host is now a grade 1 Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding! Wei Zhantian has broken through. Host is now a grade 2 Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding! Ghost Venerate Azura has broken through. Host is now a grade 2 Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Yixian could feel his aura skyrocketing. However, his face turned pale in the next moment. Ding! Host's bewitching points have reached 96. This time his breakthrough had actually increased his bewitching value by nearly 50 points. He was only 4 points away from being bewitched. Huff huff huff! Yixian was scared half to death. He immediately understood that the closer the gap between 2 breakthroughs, the faster the bewitching points would soar. Last time, his bewitching points had soared from 40 points to 75 points, an increase of 35 points. This time it had increased by 46 points. It was too terrifying. However, as long as Yixian did not take the initiative to devour, he would not level up again. At this time he was a grade 7 Great Overarching Golden Celestial. He would not be in danger. Let's go back and kill again. Yixian grinned and broke through the void again. He returned to Xuantianzong. Now, there were probably not many people who could stop them. Xuantianzong was empty at this time. This was because the experts of Hyman Mountain had all gone underground to open the passage to the Devil Realm. At this moment, Yixian let Azura Ghost Lord and Old Tree go down to scout the way. If they encountered anyone, they did not need to talk nonsense and directly killed them. As for Wei Zhentian, he turned into a small flying boat. Yixian hid inside and would not be in danger. Chapter 1734. Meanwhile, in the underground, whoosh, 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 whoosh. The three leaders of Hyman Mountain and the other elites were standing in the middle of the grand formation. Demonic chi filled the entire cave. Although the formation was not a powerful one, with the help of a few elites, they should be able to open the passage to the Devil Realm within a day. Since the formation was not a powerful one, it was likely that the passage to the Devil Realm would be located in a place where the average strength of the Devil Realm was weaker. However, it did not matter. Once the passage to the Devil Realm was opened, the army of the Devil Realm would descend and enter the Celestial Realm through the passage. Yixian no longer cared about the battle between the Celestial Devils and the Devil Realm. All he knew was that this was a mission given to him by the system. Through the shared vision, Yixian saw the elites from Hyman Mountain. At the same time, the elites from Hyman Mountain noticed him as well. Kill. Upon hearing Yixian's order, Azura Ghost Venerate and the Old Tree charged toward the enemies. Damn it! It's you again. A Grade 4 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial from Hyman Mountain shouted angrily. At this moment there were 3 Grade 5 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials and 3 Grade 4 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials on the Hyman Mountain side. However, Azura Ghost Venerate was already a Grade 2 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. It was easy for him to deal with 3 Grade 4 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. The only ones who could threaten him were the Grade 3 and Grade 5 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. Most of Xuantianzong's possessions are in the hands of the 3 of you. Today all of you must die. Yixian's eyes glinted as he activated 3 slaughter seals. Celestial Slaying Puppet appear. The Celestial Slaying Puppet that had appeared before appeared again. Its strength was on par with the Old Trees. Although the enemy had the upper hand in terms of numbers, what was Yixian's most powerful weapon? It was unlimited resurrection. Their fighting style was extremely brutal. They would sacrifice 800 of their own men to injure 1,000 of their enemies. At the same time, Yixian was looking for an opportunity to kill one of his enemies with the 1,000 severing slash. Grip of the Underworld. 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. With the help of Azura Ghost Venerate the 3 Grade 4 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. The 3 Grade 4 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. Celestial Slaying Puppet. The corners of Yixian's mouth slightly curled up. Another immortal slaughtering puppet appeared and charged over. Although the 3 leaders of the Black Barbarian Mountain had left, the Azura Ghost Venerable could block 2 of them by himself. Old Shu could also block one of them by using the immortal slaying puppets. As for the others, they were all dead. Who are you people? The great leader. Twos. Leader. Facing this question, Yixian didn't intend to answer. He directly said in his heart, Wei Zhentian, you go too. Wei. S Wei ways heaven ways heaven. Unicorn descend. This time Yixian summoned an Icefire unicorn with both ice and fire attributes. However, Yixian was only a Grade 7 Great Overarching Golden Celestial. Therefore, the Icefire unicorn's strength was similar to the Celestial Slaying Puppet. Attack one of them first. Yixian, who was watching from a corner, gave the order to his men. Finally, he fixed his eyes on the new leader of Hyman Mountain. He was the leader of the Devil Cultivators who had attacked Xuantianzong. He was the weakest among the 3 of them. Grip of the Underworld. 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. Icefire Breath. Celestial Slaying Sword Technique. Everyone suddenly changed their target and attacked the 3 leaders of Hyman Mountain. After the Azura Ghost Venerate advanced, the grasp of the Netherworld was extremely powerful. The first grasp was enough to control the 3rd chieftain of the Hyman Mountain. The second grasp was enough to crush his bones. In addition to the other people's attacks, the third leader of the Haimen Mountain was instantly heavily injured. Then Wei Zhentian's flying sword pierced through his demon heart. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host has condensed a slaughter seal. At this time, Yi Xian had 2 more murderous seals, so he directly summoned a third puppet. Now it was 8 against 2. Chapter 1735. However, Yi Xian did not dare to break through now because he had already broken through twice today. The first time the bewitchment value increased by 35 and the second time, it increased by 46. No one knew how much the third time would increase, so Yi Xian held back for the time being. Right now there were only 2 enemies left. In order to prevent them from self-destructing, Yi Xian had the Azura Ghost Lord deal with one of them while the rest of them surrounded the other one to ensure that nothing went wrong. The faces of the second chief of Haimen Mountain and the third chief, who had just joined, had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. If even a grade 5 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial was killed in an instant, they would most likely die as well. Your Excellency, please leave some leeway for us so that we can meet again in the future. The 3 leaders of the Haimen Mountain hurriedly said. Hearing this, Yi Xian only found it funny and said, "Sorry, we won't meet again in the future." Under such circumstances, the second and third chiefs of Haimen Mountain did not have the ability to self-destruct, so they were both killed in less than 2 seconds. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the 2 system notifications. It seemed that this matter was over. If not for the fact that the array formation had been destroyed, Yi Xian would not have needed to use time reversal to salvage the situation. Fortunately, it did not fail this time. Otherwise, it would have been a tragedy. Ding! Host's bewitchment value has decreased to 10 points. Yi Xian obtained the remaining 2 interspatial rings, which was a great harvest. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is now an 8th stage Great Principal Golden Immortal. Ding! Jin Lei Hua has broken through. He is now a 2nd grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He is now a 3rd grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding! Ghost Venerate Azura has made a breakthrough. He is now a 3rd grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding! Host's bewitchment points have increased to 83 points. Yi Xian's cultivation level rose again. Originally, his bewitchment value was 35 points. Fortunately, he didn't choose to break through just now. Otherwise, with an increase of 73 points, he would have exceeded 100 points. At this moment, Yi Xian walked into the array formation. Ding! To activate this formation, a Devil Cultivator at the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial level is required. The system prompted. There was no need to look for a demonic cultivator at the level of an overarching Heavenly Supreme Immortal. After all, the old tree was one. However, if the old tree was in charge of this formation, it would take 10 days to completely open the passage to the demon realm. 10 days. Yi Xian could still afford to wait. Moreover, he also needed some time to recover from the aftereffects of his rapid increase in cultivation. Then, the old tree entered the formation and began to preside over it. Yi Xian, on the other hand, stood guard at the side. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he decided to reorganize himself. Bladestorm, it's too late for Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian thought to himself as he recalled the Bladestorm. Ding! The Bladestorm has been successfully retrieved. Host has obtained 3 Devour points. Bladestorm had been with Yi Xian for a long time, and had been upgraded several times. It was already quite good that it could be used as 3 Devour points. Then Yi Xian used 1 Devour point to upgrade the Immortal Phoenix Bloodline's Immortal Doppelganger. Ding! The Immortal Doppelganger has been successfully upgraded, beginning to condense the 4th Doppelganger. Ding! The 4th Doppelganger has been successfully condensed. In the Immortal Doppelganger's upgrade path, a new Doppelganger would be condensed after 3 upgrades. At the same time, in the case of triple integration, the combat power would be increased by 5 times. If it was quadruple integration, it would be increased by 3 times. As for the remaining 2 Devour points, Yi Xian decided to put them aside for the time being and plan for them in the future. Time passed day by day. Xuantianzong was annihilated and his disciples had all fled. There was no one more powerful than Xuantianzong in the surrounding area. Therefore, no one dared to approach Xuantianzong. Soon, the passage to the demon realm was almost completed. The passage to the demon realm will be opened in an hour. Then, I can complete the random mission. The time control will be upgraded and the flow of time in the planting dimension will change again. Yixian was looking forward to it. Although the flow of time in the planting dimension was of no use to him, it was very satisfying just thinking about it. An hour later. Ding! The demon realm formation has been opened. Host, do you want to activate it now? Yes. Yixian answered immediately. Rumble. A strange passage opened under Xuantianzong. This passage to the demon realm was actually a teleportation array that could allow one to cross from the celestial realm to the demon realm. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. The time control will be upgraded once. After hearing the system's notification, Yixian quickly checked the planting dimension. He found that the flow of time in the planting dimension had increased from 200 times to 400 times. Staying in the planting dimension for 400 years was only 1 day in the outside world. In addition, the time reversal ability that could be used once every 3 days was also changed to once every 2 days. The cooldown time was shortened. Ding! Host has triggered the chain random mission. First round, head to the demon realm. He had just completed a random mission, and now he had triggered a chain random mission. The system was really treating Yixian well. Moreover, the first round of the chain random mission was given to him for free. Yixian originally wanted to go to the demon realm, but now he had completed the first round of the chain random mission for free. Next, I have to go to the demon realm and find the little demon king. I don't know when I can return to the celestial realm. Yixian thought to himself. In the celestial realm, he could do whatever he wanted, but in the demon realm, it was a different story. He cultivated the immortal heart, and the demon realm was full of demonic cultivators. These people cultivated the demon heart so he could sense it immediately. Simply put, Yixian would become a rat crossing the street when the time came. After mentally preparing himself, Yixian stood up and the array began to operate again. The last time Yixian ascended to the celestial realm from the mortal realm, it took him an hour. This time, however, it took him nearly 6 hours. It was said that there would be some problems with long-distance teleportation. The last time Yixian ascended, he was half a month late, so there was a gap of nearly 1,000 years between him and Caprice. How much time had passed in the celestial realm this time? However, this didn't matter to Yixian. After 6 hours, Yixian successfully arrived in the demon realm. At this time, he was in a forest. Below his feet was the demon realm's passageway. Anyone could come up and teleport to the celestial realm. Ding! Host has completed the first round of the chain random mission. Hearing this, Yixian's lips curled up slightly. He had finally arrived in the demon realm. Although he was going to become a rat crossing the street, he had a demon king level friend here. As long as he found the little demon king, he wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. Ding! Host has triggered the second round of the chain random mission. Escape from the dragon's spine. Is the dragon's spine this place under my feet? Chapter 1736. At this moment, Yixian suddenly had an ominous premonition. The mission was to escape. Could it be that he was trapped in a place like the Black Devil prison again? At this moment, Yixian turned his head to look. In the distant horizon, there was a scarlet word for kill. It was the death warrant. The little demon king is so far away from me. Yixian sighed. It seemed like it would not be easy to find the little demon king. However, he was the one who opened the passageway to the devil realm, and no one else had discovered it yet. Therefore, he decided to set up a concealment formation here to prevent the passageway from being discovered. This way, he might be able to use the passageway to return to the celestial realm in the future. Yixian found a concealment formation in the celestial grade devouring system, and concealed the passageway to the devil realm. Then, he left in the direction of the little demon king. However, the dragon's spine was not as simple as he had imagined. As he walked, he felt that something was amiss. He was clearly moving toward the target of the death warrant, but now he was at least 30 degrees away from the target. What was going on? There's something fishy about this fog. Yixian raised an eyebrow. He tried a few times, but he could not find the right direction. Even he, the target of the death pursuit order, had veered off course for no apparent reason. Then wouldn't the others be lost in it? However, at this moment Yixian suddenly sensed an aura. A third-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Yixian sensed the other party's cultivation base and summoned the Azura Ghost Venerate. Kill. Kacha. The Azura Ghost Venerate, who was also a third-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial, instantly killed the person and brought the corpse back. Soul search. Without hesitation, Yixian began to soul search the corpse of the devil cultivator. He was an 8th-grade great overarching golden celestial, while the devil cultivator was a 3rd-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. There was a difference of 4 cultivation bases between them. It took him 2 days to soul search. After 2 days, Yixian finally understood where he was. The dragon's spine was the place where a powerful devil dragon had fallen. After its death, its huge body became the dragon's spine, and no one was able to take it away. The devil cultivator belonged to the only faction in the dragon's spine, the devil dragon's palace. A million years ago, the dragon's spine, and the dragon's palace. No matter who it was, as long as they entered the dragon's spine, they would never be able to leave. This demonic cultivator was from the demonic dragon palace. He had a token in his interspatial ring. With this token he could find the location of the demonic dragon palace, but he couldn't leave. In other words, Yixian was really trapped on the dragon's spine. Is the dragon's dragon? Yixian could not help but sigh. Of course, it might have been affected by the white fog and deviated from its path. The old tree could not help but ask, could this devil dragon be a 9-heaven Xian celestial beast? Yes, it could be a pure yang true celestial as well. Yixian could not help but gulp as he nodded. Such a huge devil dragon had to be a super fierce beast. At the very least, it had to be a 9-heaven Xian celestial who was stronger than an overarching heavenly supreme celestial or a pure yang true celestial. That was why the devil dragon's palace was trapped here. Seemed like they were in trouble. The palace master of the devil dragon's palace is a 9th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He's at least 10,000 times stronger than he was at the Hyman Mountain, Yixian thought to himself. He had learned all this from the disciple of the devil dragon's palace. It seemed like it would not be easy for him to leave this place. However, there was always a way. He could just fly back to the celestial world and find a new place to open a passage to the devil realm. Let's not go back yet. Let's take a look at the devil dragon's palace first, Yixian thought to himself. However, there was a very serious problem at hand. Previously, he had been able to sneak into the Xuantianzong because he was an immortal cultivator. Now that he was in the devil realm, any devil cultivator would be able to recognize him. It would not be easy to enter the devil dragon's palace. The devil dragon's palace is so strong. There should be many natural treasures that can lower the bewitching points. As long as I can lower the bewitching points, I can break through. With that in mind, Yixian rushed toward the devil dragon's palace with the token of acceptance in his hand. Under normal circumstances, there would not be any immortal cultivators in the Dragon's Ridge. Even devil cultivators would rarely come to the Dragon's Ridge. After all, the terror of the Dragon's Ridge had long spread. No one dared to come in and explore. In the eyes of the devil cultivators outside, the Dragon's Ridge was a place of no return. Anyone who entered would die. Fortunately, the Dragon's Ridge could produce many natural treasures. The Devil Dragon Palace was self-sufficient. Other than being isolated from the rest of the world, there was no difference. However, devil cultivators were known for their cruelty and bloodlust. Even if they were isolated from the rest of the world for millions of years, they would not change their habits. For this reason, the battles in the Devil Dragon's Palace were extremely intense. With the token of acceptance in his hand, Yixian could sense the disciples of the Devil Dragon Palace who were out hunting. When they sensed Yixian's presence, they immediately rushed toward him. There's a rule in the Devil Dragon's Palace. Those who leave the Devil Dragon's Palace are allowed to kill each other. Since these people have sensed my token of acceptance, they must be here to kill me and steal my treasures. Yixian immediately understood what was going on. Since Yixian had sensed the token of acceptance, he could not figure out the cultivation base of the other party. However, he was not afraid of them since he could use the Eye of the Void in this place. Moreover, Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian were third-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Their strength was comparable to a sixth-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. If they used their trump cards, even a seventh-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial would not be a match for them. There were not many seventh-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the Devil Dragon Palace. Soon after, a group of 5 people entered Yixian's detection range. The leader was a 5th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial, while the other 4 were 4th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Azura Ghost Venerate, Wei Zhentian, go get rid of them, Yixian ordered. Upon hearing this order, Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian immediately charged out. In just a few seconds they returned with corpses in their hands. Although they're 5th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials, their income is much less than the 3 leaders of the Hyman Mountain. The demon realm is barren. No wonder they want to take over the immortal realm. They really are poor. Yixian shook his head helplessly. Although the income was not much, his bedevilment points had decreased significantly. He was only left with 75 bedevilment points. Chapter 1737. The Demon Dragon Palace was very cruel. After all, they did not need to feed so many people. Therefore, the internal strife was very intense. Moreover, the Celestials had a lifespan of 1 million years, so they were not in a hurry to search for treasures. Therefore, there were not as many people in the dragon's spine as Yixian had expected. Even so, he still encountered a few groups of disciples. However, their cultivation bases were not high. They were only 5th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials at most. After a few rounds of robbing and killing, Yixian's bedevilment points were reduced to less than 50 points. Although it had been 10 days since his last breakthrough, it was just a blink of an eye for others. Therefore, Yixian still did not dare to break through. At this time, Yixian had already concealed his aura and arrived at the Demon Dragon Palace. Although I can exchange for items that can change my celestial heart's aura in the celestial grade devouring system, I'll be discovered if my opponent is more than 6 stages higher. The Palace Master of the Demon Dragon Palace is a 9th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Yixian shook his head helplessly. It seemed like he could only hunt outside the Demon Dragon Palace and slowly increase his strength. He continued to wander around the dragon's spine. This time it took him a week. After a week, his bedevilment points were finally reduced to less than 30 points. It had been half a month since his last breakthrough. It should not be a problem for him to break through now. No, if I break through, the treasures that can reduce my bedevilment points will be more valuable. I should first reduce my bedevilment points to 0. Yixian suddenly thought of this. He was now a 8th-grade great overarching golden celestial. His 30 bedevilment points should be reduced to 0 soon. However, once he broke through to a 9th-grade great overarching golden celestial, 30 bedevilment points would take him more time, at least 5 times longer. Therefore, he wandered around the Demon Dragon Palace for more than 10 days before his bedevilment points were reduced to 0. Now he could finally break through. It's been a month since my last breakthrough. Moreover, my bedevilment points have decreased. Seems like it's about time. Yixian thought to himself before he began to devour treasures. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 9th-grade great overarching golden celestial. Ding! Lightning Fire Ember has broken through. He is now a 3rd-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is now a 4th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Ghost Venerate Azura has broken through. He is now a 4th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! The host's bewitchment value has reached 20 points. After breaking through a month later, Yixian's bewitched points had only reached 20 points, which was still within his expectations. Since that was the case, he could continue to break through. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 1st-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Jin Lei Hua has broken through. He is now a 4th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is now a 5th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Ghost Venerate Azura has made a breakthrough. He is now a 5th-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Host's bewitchment points have increased to 75 points. Another series of system notifications rang out. Currently, Yixian had also surpassed the great overarching golden celestial stage and became an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, the Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Xintian had also broken through to become 5th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Their combat prowess was extremely shocking. It was likely that they would be able to kill their way into the Demon Dragon Palace. I'll kill my way into the Demon Dragon Palace and break through again. At that time, no one will be a match for them. Yixian thought to himself. Naturally, the Demon Dragon Palace was not his ultimate goal. His goal was to leave the Dragon's Ridge. To leave the Dragon's Ridge, he had to be strong enough. The Demon Dragon Palace was a stepping stone for Yixian to become stronger. Yixian immediately boarded the swift boat that Wei Xintian had transformed into and made his way to the Demon Dragon Palace. The Demon Dragon Palace was originally a force in the outer world. After the palace master of the Demon Dragon Palace had found the treasure land, his cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. He had broken through from a 7th grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial to a 9th grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Unfortunately, even though he was a 9th grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, he was still unable to find the way out of the Dragon's Ridge. At this moment, Yixian had already arrived at the Demon Dragon Palace with the old tree and the Azura Ghost Venerate. Cultivator? Where did he come from? One of the disciples guarding the Demon Dragon Palace was surprised. The Demon Dragon Palace had been trapped here for 1,000,000 years. This was the first time they had seen a cultivator. No matter what, they had to kill him first. However, the 6th grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial disciple's demon heart was shattered by the old tree's punch. Instant kill. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. By the time the system notification rang, Yixian had already charged into the Demon Dragon Palace. A bloodbath instantly broke out in the Demon Dragon Palace. If he was facing an immortal cultivator, Yixian would more or less go easy on him and wouldn't kill him. However, he would not show mercy to a devil cultivator. Eye of Azura. The Azura Ghost Venerate did not hesitate as he unleashed his ultimate move. Although there were several tens of thousands of disciples in the Demon Dragon Palace, they were all overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. Including those below the great overarching Golden Celestial stage, there were more than 1,000,000 disciples. As soon as the Eye of Azura was unleashed, those who had a lower cultivation base than the Azura Ghost Venerate were instantly killed. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. In just a blink of an eye, countless people were killed. The Azura Ghost Venerate had also gathered a large amount of death chi. There's an enemy attack. The people in the Demon Dragon Palace immediately rushed out. However, they were shocked by what they saw. Many of their fellow disciples had launched attacks at them. The Azura Ghost Venerate had the death will so he could resurrect those who were at the same cultivation base as him. Before this, Yixian had already formed a slaughter seal. When the Eye of Azura was unleashed, he instantly had 4 more slaughter seals. At this moment, a large number of 6th grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials appeared. For this reason, Yixian marked one of them and attacked with the Eye of Assassination. Come Celestial Slaying Sword Formation. The 5 slaughter seals disappeared as the Celestial Slaying Sword Formation spread out with Yixian as the formation core. At the same time, Yixian used the slaughter seals again. A strong wind blew within the Celestial Slaying Sword Formation. In just a few seconds, all of the 6th grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials were killed. Following that, 4 more slaughter seals appeared in Yixian's hand. It was enough for him to use them again. The high-ranking officials of the Demon Dragon Palace had also heard the commotion. At this moment, the high-ranking overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials began to appear one after another. Azura Ghost Venerate Old Tree, both of you go. Yixian commanded. As for Wei Xintian, he stood guard by Yixian's side. The Demon Dragon Palace was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Many of the dead were resurrected to join the battle. Yixian took advantage of this opportunity to collect the interspatial rings. This was the first time he had seen so many interspatial rings. Chapter 1738. Ding! Host's bewitchment value has returned to 0. A system notification sounded. After consuming a large amount of heaven and earth treasures that could reduce bewitchment points, Yixian's bewitchment points returned to 0. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 2nd grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Lightning Fire's ember has broken through. He is now a 5th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through to a grade 6 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Ghost Venerate Azura has broken through. He's now a grade 6 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Host's bewitchment value has reached 88 points. Because he had just broken through twice, the 3rd time he broke through, he directly added 88 points. At this moment, Wei Zhentian and Ghost Venerate Azura, who were both grade 6 overarching heavenly supreme celestials, were invincible. Hey, which scoundrel dares to behave atrociously in my demonic dragon palace? An explosive shout came from the sky. Yixian turned his head to look and saw a middle-aged man in black quickly flying over. A 9th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The hall master of the demonic dragon hall? Yixian looked at him and narrowed his eyes slightly. So what if he was a 9th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Eye of Azura, divine light of Azura. Ghost Venerate Azura, who had absorbed a large amount of death chi, blinked the large eye on his chest. A gloomy black pillar of light shot out and instantly pierced through the demon dragon hall master's heart. The next moment, Yixian felt his killing intent increase by a lot. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. The hall master of the demonic dragon hall was dead. The entire demon dragon palace was in a state of panic. They had been trapped in the dragon's ridge for countless years. Now, a few mysterious people had suddenly appeared and killed the strongest in their hearts. This was unacceptable to them for a while. However, Yixian couldn't be bothered with the others. He hurried over and took the demon dragon hall master's universe ring. Ding! Host's bewitchment value has returned to 0. Another system notification sounded. However, this time, Yixian did not dare devour any more breakthroughs. This was because he knew that the next time he broke through, his bewitchment points would definitely exceed 100. At that time, he would directly turn into a demon. Kill all 6th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials and above. At this time, Yixian gave another order to everyone. The people from the demon dragon palace trembled in fear when they saw the death of their palace master. Even the 8th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials fled in fear. Of course, Yixian would not let them off so easily. Since Ghost Venerate Azura was a grade 6 overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he could easily kill them. In less than half a minute, all of the high-level overarching heavenly supreme celestials were dead. Yixian's gains were extremely shocking. As for the low-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials and great overarching golden celestials, Yixian could not be bothered to deal with them. If I devour all of these cultivation resources, I'll be able to become a grade 6 or even grade 7 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Yixian shook his head helplessly as he looked at the piles of heavenly treasures in the devouring space. Unfortunately, he could not make a breakthrough for now. He could only maintain his cultivation base as a 2nd grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, these things could be given to Luoluo. Moreover, the flow of time in the planting space had increased by 400 times. A year in the planting space was less than a day in the outside world. Although Luoluo did not have a celestial heart or a devil heart, with the planting space, her cultivation base had caught up. Currently, she was a grade 5 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. With these heavenly treasures, it would not take long for her to surpass Ghost Venerate Azura and Wei Zhentian. For this reason, Yixian decided to nurture Luoluo first. Now that the demon dragon palace was destroyed, all of its members were scattered all over the dragon's spine. Yixian searched the demon dragon palace but did not find anything. This was a tricky situation. Initially, he thought the demon dragon palace would have discovered something on the dragon's spine. He did not expect the demon dragon palace to be helpless as well. However, when he recalled the demon dragon palace had been trapped in the dragon's spine for millions of years, it made sense. At this moment, Yixian was wandering around with a map of the inner area of the dragon's spine in his hand. Occasionally, he would come across some disciples of the demon dragon palace, but they were all thrown into the planting space. The dragon's spine was divided into the inner area and the outer area. The inner area was the area around the demon dragon palace where there was no fog. However, there was a large amount of fog in the outer area. Even Yi Xian, who had a death hunting order, could not escape. Yi Xian walked around the area for more than 10 days, but he did not find anything. 10 days in the outside world was equivalent to more than 10 years in the planting space. Luo had been cultivating in the planting space for so long. With the help of the heavenly loathsome fox bloodline and the many heavenly treasures, she had broken through to a grade 7 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. What's the secret of the dragon's spine? Yi Xian was confused. Was he going to be trapped here like the demonic dragon palace? After another 5 days, he still could not find a way out. Half a month had passed since the demon dragon palace was destroyed. For this reason, Yi Xian decided to devour more heavenly treasures. Ding! Host has broken through to a grade 3 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Thunder Fire Ember has broken through to a grade 6 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through to a grade 7 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Ghost Venerate Azura has broken through to a grade 7 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Host's bewitchment points have increased to 30. System notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. Although Yi Xian and the others' cultivation bases had increased, Yi Xian still felt it would be difficult to leave the dragon's spine. Therefore, he decided to search for another month. If he still could not leave, he would return to the celestial realm and reopen a passage to the devil realm to look for the little devil. Since the demon dragon palace had been destroyed and very few people entered the dragon's spine, Yi Xian was not worried. He kept all the disciples he encountered in the planting space. After all, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Who knew if there might be some heavenly treasures that could lower the bewitchment points? However, they did not find anything even after searching for a few days. However, on the 5th day, Luo suddenly discovered something. Young Master Ribgu said there's a strange bone here. Luo suddenly transmitted her voice to Yi Xian. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and hurried over. Soon after, he discovered a towering mountain. However, it was not a mountain but a huge bone. Even with the eye of revelation, I have to look at it carefully for a few seconds before I can find it. If even I can't find it, there's no need to mention the others. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He had a feeling he had found the right bone this time. Clear the surroundings, Yi Xian ordered. Following that, the old tree and the others blasted the mountain apart, revealing the white bone inside. Could this bone belong to the demon dragon? Yi Xian thought to himself before he ordered Azura Ghost Venerate to attack. Chapter 1739. The attack was swift and fierce, but when Azura Ghost Venerable's saber landed on the bone, it could not leave a mark on it. It was so hard. It seemed that it was the bone of the demonic dragon. System analyze. At that moment, Yi Xian flashed over and swept his gaze over. Ding! The object is the tailbone of a powerful immortal beast. The system notified. Now Yi Xian could be sure. Since it was the tailbone of the demonic dragon, there might be some clues. Immediately, the crowd circled around the tailbone to see if there was anything wrong with it. As for Wei Zhentian, he was in charge of digging up the soil around the tailbone. Young master, there's a hole here. The white fog came out from there. At this moment, Luo found something. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian hurried over and found a small hole with a diameter of 1 centimeter on the tailbone. Wei Zhentian, go in and take a look. Yi Xian immediately turned Wei Zhentian into a thin needle and drilled in. There was another world inside. The demonic dragon's body was huge. Just a small piece of its tailbone was like a mountain peak. The inside of its bone was definitely not small. At this moment, Wei Zhentian entered the bone. Immediately, Yi Xian broke through the void and drilled in. Everyone came in together. Haha, fortunately Wei Zhentian can transform. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come in. Yi Xian grinned. It was impossible for humans to come in through such a small hole. Even immortals could not, unless they could cut it open. However, this demonic dragon was at least a 9 heaven Xian immortal. Even if it was dead, its bones could not be damaged by ordinary people. Azura Ghost Venerable had tried just now. It was no wonder that the demonic dragon palace was trapped here. Even if they found the small hole, they would not be able to do anything. Old tree, Azura ghost venerable, the two of you go and find the way, Yixian said to the two of them. As for him, he hid in the heaven-shaking ship. After all, this place might be dangerous. As for Luo Luo, she returned to the planting space and continued to cultivate. Every day in the outside world was very precious to her. Sure enough, the interior of this dragon skeleton was not that simple. The old tree and the Azura ghost venerable who had gone to scout ahead directly sent back news. There was danger ahead. Bone warriors? Comparable to a grade 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Yixian swallowed his saliva. This was 2F** king ridiculous. The palace master of the demon dragon palace was only a 9th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It was unbelievable that 3 9th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial bone soldiers would appear in front of them. However, Yixian calmed down when he recalled that this demon dragon was at least a 9 heaven Xian immortal. So what if he was a 9th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Even the old tree could deal with him, let alone the Azura ghost venerable. Soon Yixian arrived and saw the old tree and Azura ghost venerate fighting 3 bone soldiers. The old tree said, "Little young master, although the bone soldiers' combat strength isn't strong, their defense is amazing. Even Ribgu's full-powered saber attack couldn't kill them." Ribgu's full-powered saber attack should be able to injure a 9 heaven Xian immortal expert. However, these bone soldiers must have been born from the bones of the demon dragon after countless years. Yixian said slowly. The old tree frowned and asked, "What should we do then? Should we force our way in or?" Yixian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Azura ghost venerable, capture one of them. I'll see if I can subdue it." Ghost Exalt Azura's eyes flickered, and he practically instantly captured a bone soldier. As for the remaining 2, he left them to Elder Shu and Wei Zhentian. Force Devour. Yixian approached the bone soldier and tried to use Force Devour. Ding! Force Devour failed. The grade of the bone soldier was unknown. Since Yixian was only a 3rd grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it was impossible for him to subdue it. Since that did not work, he would try the next move. 1000 Cleave. Yixian took out the departing flame celestial sword and slashed. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang in Yixian's ears. There were a total of 2000 vibrations. Unfortunately, the 1000 Cleave was still unable to kill the bone soldier. Looks like this is going to be tricky. Yixian narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Young master, why don't we wait here for the time being? Maybe we can do it when your strength has increased, the old tree reminded him. Yixian nodded slightly and said, "All right, in that case, let's wait for a while. Let me break through first." He had destroyed the demon dragon palace and obtained a lot of natural treasures. Now, his bedevilment points had returned to 0. However, since it had not been long since his last breakthrough, he was waiting for some time. Then, he tried to use Force Devour on the other 2 bone soldiers. However, he still did not succeed. Wei Zhentian trapped the 3 of them. "We'll wait here for a few days," Yixian said to Wei Zhentian. To be honest, Yixian did not want to let the 3 bone soldiers go. After all, the bone soldiers were born from the demon dragon's corpse. The corpse of a 9 heavens mystic celestial was a huge source of income for him and the old tree. How could he let them go? Upon hearing this, Wei Zhentian quickly transformed into a ball. Then, Azura ghost celestial threw the 3 bone soldiers into the ball and trapped them. The 3 bone soldiers were only grade 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestials, so they could not break through Wei Zhentian's defense. Then Yixian asked the old tree to wait at the end of the tailbone while he returned to the outside. Time passed slowly. After 7 days, Yixian felt that it was about time, so he began to devour natural treasures. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a grade 4 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a grade 7 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He's currently a grade 8 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Azura ghost celestial has made a breakthrough. He's currently a grade 8 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. He's currently a grade 5 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Thunderfire Ember has made a breakthrough. He's currently a grade 8 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He's currently a grade 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Azura Ghost Celestial has made a breakthrough. He's currently a grade 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Host's bedevilment points have reached 60. When Yixian had broken through to become a grade 4 overarching heavenly supreme celestial, his bedevilment points had been reset to 0. When he broke through again, his bedevilment points had increased by 60. Then, he devoured a large amount of natural treasures to reduce his bedevilment points to 0. However, he had almost used up all the treasures he had obtained from the Demon Dragon Palace. I'm now a grade 5 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Azura Ghost Celestial and Wei Zhentian are now grade 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Yixian secretly said in his heart, then let Wei Zhentian release a bone soldier. Chapter 1740. Azura Ghost Lord grind it to dust. Upon hearing this order, Azura Ghost Lord instantly charged forward, slashing at the bone soldier's head with his broadsword. Gotcha! This time Azura Ghost Lord finally broke through the defense, which made Yixian very pleased. It had to be said that this demonic dragon was really too strong. Its bones were very hard even after death. Soon, Azura Ghost Lord shredded a bone soldier into bone fragments, which were then stored in Yixian's planting space. Now that the first bone soldier was dealt with, it was time for the second one. In a short while, all 3 bone soldiers were dealt with. Good. It's time to go in and take a look. Yixian nodded in satisfaction, then entered the Eye of the Void again and arrived at the dragon bones. Wei Zhentian still turned into a flying boat, and Yixian hid inside while the old tree and Azura Ghost Lord led the way. In these 7 days the old tree explored the interior of the dragon bones countless times, turning the surroundings upside down. The map was already copied in the immortal level devouring system. There were hundreds of bone soldiers nearby, which was enough for Azura Ghost Lord to deal with for a while. After Azura Ghost Lord was dealt with, the old tree took the opportunity to continue exploring. With his current strength, the bone soldiers couldn't catch up to him at all. With the shared vision, the immortal level devouring system automatically drew a map of the interior of the dragon bones. Gotcha! 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 Crisp sounds rang out from the dragon bones, which were the sounds of Azura Ghost Lord continuously dealing with the bone soldiers. With Azura Ghost Lord's current strength, it would take a lot of time to kill a bone soldier, but Yixian had all the time, so he wasn't in a hurry. 20, 30, 40. The number of bone soldiers decreased little by little, and the broken bones were directly stored in the devouring space by Yixian. These things weren't inferior to natural treasures, and there were a lot of them. Yixian reckoned that he didn't lack items for leveling up in these few realms. However, half a day after they entered the Dragon Bones maze, Ember of Thunderfire has died. Ember of Thunderfire has revived. Suddenly, 2 system notifications rang out, catching Yixian off guard. Upon hearing this, Yixian shuddered. Why did the old tree die? The old tree was an 8th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. His strength should have surpassed ordinary 9 heavens mysterious celestials. Young master, there's a red variant bone soldier over there. So strong. I accidentally let it pierce through my demon heart. The old tree quickly said. A red mutated bone soldier? When Yixian heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The old tree was now an 8th tier Daoyuo Golden Immortal, so he could fight across 3 realms. In other words, he could fight against a 2nd tier 9 Heaven Xian Immortal. However, those that were capable of instantly killing him were likely rank 3 9 Heavens Mystic Immortals, or even rank 4 9 Heavens Mystic Immortals. At this time, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the Dragonbone maze. Yixian trembled, and his expression changed drastically. Not good, he's here. The Azura Ghost Venerate dashed into the fork in the passageway. The old tree quickly followed behind him. Boom! 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 In just a blink of an eye, the sound of an intense battle reverberated in the passageway. Yixian did not notice it earlier. However, now that he shared his vision with the Azura Ghost Venerate, he saw the red variant bone soldier. No, it should be called a bone general. Bone soldiers usually attacked with both hands, but this bone general was wielding 2 bone tridents. Clang! 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 The Azura Ghost Venerate and the old tree joined forces, but they were unable to gain any advantage from the bone general. Instead, their bodies were riddled with holes from the bone general's bone tridents. What powerful strength! Wei Zhentian, go and help as well. When Yixian saw that the situation was not good, he quickly ordered Wei Zhentian to help. At the same time, he ordered the Azura Ghost Venerate to activate his Undying War Soul, increasing his combat strength by 3 times. Once the Undying War Soul was activated, the situation stabilized. Both sides were evenly matched. At this moment, the cowardly Yixian finally dared to approach the Bone General. Death Hunt Command. 9 Dragon Lightning Fire Shield. Extreme Void Shield. Since the Bone General was so strong, Yixian decided to test out the 1000 Cleaving Slash. Eye of Assassination. While the Bone General was being held back by the Azura Ghost Venerate and the other 2, Yixian suddenly appeared behind the Bone General and struck with his sword. Bang! 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 The 1000 Cleaving Slash began to vibrate violently. However, Yixian was only a 5th grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, while the Bone General was only a 4th grade 9 Heavens Mystic Celestial. Therefore, the 1000 Cleaving Slash was useless against the Bone General. With the Undying War Soul, the Azura Ghost Venerate and the other 2 are able to fight the Bone General to a draw. If the Undying War Soul lasts for a long time, I'm afraid they won't be able to kill the Bone General. Yixian thought to himself. For this reason, he reckoned the Azura Ghost Venerate would have to break through again to become a 9 Heavens Mystic Celestial. Forget about him. Let's go. Yixian decided to retreat for now. Once he broke through again, he would be able to kill the Bone General. Swoosh! The door to the void closed, and Yixian left the Dragon Bone. As for the old tree and the Azura Ghost Venerate, there was no need for them to leave. They would fight to the death. Although the 1000 Cleaving Slash was not very effective, it was enough to injure the Bone General. Yixian decided that he would enter the Dragon Bone every day, and let the Azura Ghost Venerate, who had activated the Undying War Soul, harass the Bone General. Although it was not very effective, it should be able to injure the Bone General. Time passed by slowly. In just a blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. I've used up all the treasures. Although my bewitchment points can only be restored to 10 points, it should be fine after such a long time. Yixian thought to himself. Then, he began to devour the remaining treasures and bones. Host has broken through to a 6th grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Thunderfire Ember has broken through to a 9th grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding! Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian have broken through to a 1st grade 9 Heavens Mystic Celestial. Host's bewitchment points have increased to 64 points. Now that they were strong enough to kill the Bone General, Yixian decided to enter the Dragon Bone. It did not take long before he found the Red Bone General. Undying War Soul, kill him! Yixian shouted. Then Azura Ghost Venerate, the old tree, and Wei Zhentian charged toward the Bone General. This time, Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian did not break through to become a 9th grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Instead, they broke through to become a 1st grade 9 Heavens Mystic Celestial. Their strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. With the help of the Undying War Soul, the ferocious Bone General was killed in less than 10 rounds by the joint forces of the Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian. Then Yixian put the Bone General away. Huff! Huff! After fighting for so long, we finally killed the Bone General. Yixian sighed in relief when he saw the pile of bone dust. He had to admit that the Bone General was very difficult to deal with. Chapter 1741. However, Yixian did not think that there was only one Bone General in this Dragon Bone maze. Moreover, perhaps there was an existence stronger than the Bone General? This Bone General is comparable to a 4th stage 9 Heaven Mystic Immortal. If we use our trump cards, we can kill it. However, if there is an even stronger one, it will be troublesome. I don't have any heaven and earth treasures that can reduce the bewitchment points. Even if there are so many bone fragments, I can't level up. Yixian suddenly thought of this and couldn't help but have a headache. If there was an existence stronger than the Bone General, and they couldn't get a heaven and earth treasure to reduce the bewitchment points, it would probably be difficult to get out. It seemed that they could only take one step at a time. In the following time, Yixian still cleaned up the bone soldiers in this dragon bone maze, and at the same time encountered one bone general after another. He estimated that if there was no bewitchment point limit, he could use these bone fragments to break through to the 9-heaven mystic immortal realm. Unfortunately, without a heaven and earth treasure to reduce the bewitchment points, he didn't dare to break through. This dragon bone maze was very large, and naturally this dragon bone maze was not small. In addition, there were crisscrossing passages, as well as the fog that made people lose their sense of direction. If Yixian didn't have the immortal level devouring system and the Eye of the Void, he would probably be trapped inside and die. After these days of wandering, he had already walked through this dragon bone maze. The entire maze was a huge dragon bone, and he found the dragon head from the tail. As for the Pathfinder, it was naturally Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord. However, this time they encountered a tricky existence. The purple bone creature should be stronger than the bone general. For the time being, I'll call it the Bone King. Yixian thought to himself. Just now he let Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord enter the skull to explore and found a purple bone king. At the same time, this purple bone king killed Old Tree on the spot, and then even Azura Ghost Lord was no match for it and killed it. Therefore, Yixian estimated that this bone king was a grade 6 9-heaven mystic immortal. On their side, Yixian was a grade 6 overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Old Tree was a grade 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian were grade 1 9 heaven mystic immortal. General was a grade 6 9 heaven mystic immortal realm. Azura Ghost was a grade 6 9 heaven mystic immortal. If it was a bone general, Ghost Lord Azura would be able to deal with him. He would probably be able to put up a fight against a tier 5 9 heavens mystic immortal. Yi Shui Yi Xian immortal 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 Azura, immortal 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 Yi immortal. Yi immortal 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 imps. T however, no matter what, he had to leave this damned place. Yi Bi. After making his decision, Yixian ordered Azura Ghost Lord and the other 2 9-heaven mystic immortals to attack. However, the Bone King's strength was beyond Yixian's expectations. It had taken less than 10 rounds to kill Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian. The gap between their strength was too big. With my strength, I'm afraid I'll be killed instantly if I appear in front of it. Even the 1000 severing slash won't be effective against it. How am I supposed to kill it? Yixian thought to himself as he ordered Old Tree and the other 2 9-heaven mystic immortals to charge to their deaths. The Bone King was too strong. Even if Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian joined forces, they would not be able to break through it, let alone reach the Great Bone Door. It seemed like they had to add more people to their team. Luo Luo? No, she's still very close to becoming a 9-heaven mystic immortal. Moreover, she won't be resurrected. I can't let her take the risk. Yixian shook his head and thought about it again. He could only summon Unicorn and the immortal slaying puppet. There were a lot of broken bones in his devour space. If he had enough bewitchment points, he could break through again. At that time, he would be able to fight the Bone King. Unfortunately, his bewitchment points had reached 64 points. If he broke through again, his bewitchment points would rise to 36 points. Then he would be bewitched. The defense of this dragon bone maze is above that of the bone generals. Even Azura Ghost Lord couldn't break through it. I don't have any heaven and earth treasures to lower the bewitchment points. Seems that I can only wait. Yixian sighed. But in the next moment, he suddenly remembered something. Other than time and specific heaven and earth treasures, there was another way to lower the bewitchment points, and that was to use devour points. He now had 2 devour points. If he used them to lower the bewitchment points, he could lower it by 20 points. At that time, he should be able to break through again. However, he then thought of another problem. What would happen if he broke through again? He had no more ores for Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian to break through. At most, he only had broken bones to help the Old Tree break through. At that time, even if he was a grade 7 overarching heavenly supreme celestial and the Old Tree was a grade 1 9 heavens mystic celestial, it would be useless. Moreover, devour points were precious. It was not worth it to waste them here. Currently, there were only 2 options. The first was to wait here, and the second was to return to the celestial realm and open a passage to the devil realm. Of course there was another way, but Yi Xian could not guarantee that it would work. He could lure the Bone King out so he could take the opportunity to destroy the white bone door and escape. I'll try to lure the Bone King out. If it doesn't work, I'll have to return to the celestial realm. Yi Xian made up his mind. However, he could only make a move tomorrow because he had already used his undying war soul. Soon another day had passed. On the second day, Yi Xian was ready to set off. His plan was simple. He would lure the Bone King out and send Wei Zhentian, who had transformed into a needle, over. Then he would enter the white bone door and see if he could destroy it. The Bone King was in a room at the end of the hall. If they wanted to enter the room, they would have to go around a corner. Previously, as soon as they appeared, the Bone King rushed forward and blocked them, not allowing them to enter the room. Even old Shu, who had the ability to teleport, was pierced through by the spikes shot by the Bone King at the moment of his arrival and died. This time, Yi Xian asked Wei Zhentian to transform into a swift boat and shrink it. That way it would be more durable. Naturally, Yi Xian had to appear as well. At that time he could summon Wei Zhentian instead of the Bone King. Let's go. After making the necessary preparations, Yi Xian gave the order in his heart. In an instant, Ghost Lord Azura and the other two appeared. Gotcha! Chapter 1742. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Bone King's speed had exceeded Yi Xian's reaction. In just a split second it had killed Old Tree, who was at the forefront. Next it was Azura's turn. Undying War Soul. Grasp of the Underworld. Azura reached out with his right hand. An invisible force wrapped around the Bone King, but it was immediately neutralized by the Bone King. Previously, Old Tree, Azura, and Wei Zhentian had joined forces, but they could not last more than 10 moves against the Bone King. 5 of those moves had been blocked by Azura alone. After all, it did not have an immortal heart nor a demon heart. It would only die when it was damaged to a certain extent. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that the Bone King had discovered this after a few battles. Gotcha! The Bone King pierced the 2 bone tridents into Azura's chest at lightning speed. Then he pulled them apart, splitting Azura into 2. The original 10 moves had been shortened to 5. F***ck, this Bone King's combat awareness can still be upgraded. I only have one chance. Yi Xian gulped a mouthful of saliva. Although Azura had been split in 2, it was not dead. It continued to slash down and stuck the Bone King's neck. Now was Yi Xian's chance. Wei Zhentian, Old Tree. Yi Xian instantly summoned the Old Tree and appeared beside Azura. As for Wei Zhentian, he was summoned to a room far away. The Bone King was guarding the white bone door. When someone entered the room, it did not care about Azura and the Old Tree. It turned and ran back. What? It didn't use the bone spikes on its back to kill Wei Zhentian? Yi Xian was shocked. He had thought that the Bone King would shoot the bone spikes on its back, but it ran back instead. However, this was also a good opportunity. It meant that the door of the room was empty. Charge in! Yi Xian shouted angrily. The Azura Ghost Sovereign, Old Shu, and Yi Xian, who had recovered through the immortal divine phoenix bloodline, all entered the room. At the same time, Bone King had pierced through Wei Zhentian's sword. At this moment, there were still several figures in the room, scattered in various corners. Only then did the Bone King fire the countless tiny bone spikes on its back. Shio! 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 Air-piercing sounds could be heard. Yi Xian's expression was gloomy. He looked at the white bone door and instantly teleported over. After entering the room, he, the Azura Ghost Lord, and the Old Tree stood in 2 separate corners. Therefore, the Bone King's bone nails did not hit the white bone door. However, this room was a little strange. He couldn't teleport directly to the white bone door, which made Yi Xian very surprised. Thousand Severing Slash. Although Yi Xian did not flash in front of the bone door, he had moved to the center. This attack would definitely land on the bone door. He hoped the Thousand Severing Slash would work on non-living things as well. Alas, Yi Xian's plan failed. The Thousand Severing Slash did not have any effect on the bone door. The Bone King, who had intended to charge toward the Azura Ghost Lord, suddenly changed his target and charged toward Yi Xian. His speed was not something Yi Xian could react to. However, at this moment, the Azura Ghost Lord extended his right hand again. At the same time, The old tree cast the 9 dragons' thunder chain and successfully restrained the Bone King for a moment. I don't believe it. Yixian's eyes shone brightly as he directly used 3 slaughter seals. At the same time, he consumed 3 slaughter seals and fiercely slashed at the white bone door. Celestial slaughtering breath slash. Although Yixian was only a 6th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial, his attack was not any weaker than the Azura Ghost Lord's attack. However, before the attack could land on the bone door, the Bone King had already broken free from the shackles and charged toward Yixian. Fortunately, Yixian was prepared. After using the Celestial Slaughtering Breath Slash, he teleported to the Azura Ghost Lord's side. Rumble. In the end, the Celestial Slaughtering Breath Slash successfully landed on the bone door. Unfortunately, it did not break open the door. He left a mark? Yixian raised an eyebrow when he saw this. This meant that the Azura Ghost Lord would be able to break open the bone door. This was a good sign. Unfortunately, if there was a large amount of death chi, the Azura Ghost Lord would be able to use the Azura Divine Light. At that time, he would definitely be able to break open the bone door. However, there was a more serious problem at hand. The Bone King had returned. The Gate of the Void. Yixian quickly broke through the void. At the same time, the old tree, the Azura Ghost Lord, and Wei Zhentian went up. Although they could not stop the Bone King, they could still handle 5 moves. In the end, they did not disappoint and helped Yixian to successfully delay the Bone King. Whoosh! The Gate of the Void closed. Although they failed this time, it was not without gain. At least they damaged the bone door and knew that it could be broken open. At this time, Yixian returned outside. The Bone King could have actually passed through the Gate of the Void to hunt me down, but he just watched me leave. It seems that using the Eye of the Void to bring him out won't work. Yixian thought to himself. If the Bone King came to hunt him down, that would be exactly what he wanted. When the time came, he could just close the Gate of the Void and the Bone King would not be able to return. Unfortunately, the Bone King did not seem to be that stupid. If the Bone King had forcefully avoided the Azura Ghost Lord, it would have been a threat to Yixian. However, Yixian still had a trump card that could reverse time, so he was not afraid. At worst, he could do it again. I've used the Undying War Soul today. I'll go meet the Bone King tomorrow. In the end, Yixian still resorted to coaxing and pestering the Bone King. As long as he could damage the bone door once a day, it would be worth it. Over time, he would definitely break through the bone door. Yesterday, I've already used the void locator in that room. This time I can go directly. Yixian narrowed his eyes slightly. Then he directly broke through the void. The Azura Ghost Lord and the other 2 rushed in. Now he did not want to break through the door. He only wanted to leave a mark on the bone door. After a fierce battle, Yixian successfully left a mark on the bone door. This trip was not in vain. Then they left once again. Although the Bone King was powerful, Yixian's goal was not to kill him. Therefore, the Bone King had no way of stopping him. Day after day, the bone door was covered in scars. Finally, on the 10th day, the bone door was broken through. It's broken through? Yixian's eyes widened. He had been trapped in the Dragon's Ridge for several months. Was he finally going to leave this damned place today? However, it seemed that it would not be that easy to break through the bone door. Wei Zhentian, get out! Yixian immediately ordered Wei Zhentian. After hearing this, Wei Zhentian instantly transformed into a flying sword and flew toward the bone door. Chapter 1743. Whoosh! 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 The Bone King didn't intend to let anyone leave. Its back shook a few times and countless bone spikes shot out, turning Wei Zhentian into a sieve. Old tree, Azura Ghost Lord, hold it back! Yixian roared in his heart. Grip of the Underworld. 9 Dragon Thunder Chain. 2 control skills locked the Bone King down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yixian teleported a long distance away and released Wei Zhentian. Whoosh! Wei Zhentian mustered all his strength and finally rushed out of the bone gate, escaping with his life. In the next moment, Yixian opened a void gate and quickly entered it. Whoosh! The void gate closed. Yixian left the Dragon Bone Maze, and Wei Zhentian also passed through the bone gate. As for Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord, they died in battle inside. Huff huff huff, Wei Zhentian finally left. I wonder if the Bone King will chase after him. Yixian breathed a sigh of relief. Whether the Bone King chased after him or not, It wasn't a threat to him. It was best if the Bone King didn't chase after him. Whoosh! The void gate opened again, and Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord rushed in. Haha, as expected, the Bone King can't leave the Dragon Bone Maze. Old Tree laughed loudly. During this period, he had lost count of how many times he had died to the Bone King. Now that he saw the Bone King standing at the exit of the Dragon Bone Maze, he immediately mocked him. Yixian also saw the Bone King. At the same time, he glanced at it and found that they came out from the forehead of the Dragon Bone. Three-eyed demon dragon, we came out from its third eye. Yixian immediately understood. However, this was no longer important. After all, he had successfully left the Dragon Bone Maze. Ding, the host has successfully escaped from the dragon's spine. The second round of the chain random quest is completed. Ding, the system rewards Wei Zhentian to activate the treasure form. 2 system notifications sounded in succession. What? This chain random quest only has 2 rounds. Yixian was extremely shocked. Originally, Wei Zhentian had the form of a flying sword and a flying boat. Now it had the form of a magic treasure. What was this? Yixian hurriedly checked and discovered that Megatron could transform into a different magic treasure every day. Today's Dharma treasure was called the Mystic Divine Battle Armor. Not only did it have a strong defense, but it could also increase the wearer's strength. If the host is able to kill the Bone King within a day, the maximum number of treasures you can choose per day will be increased to 3. At this moment, the system suddenly prompted, "Killing Bone King in 1 day?" Yixian raised an eyebrow. How was that possible? No, it was possible. Wei Zhentian, you have already activated the Dharma artifact system. Your current Dharma artifact is this Mystic Divine Battle Armor. If you let the Azura Ghost Lord wear it, he might be able to fight this Bone King. Alright, Megatron magical treasure form. Yixian's eyes lit up. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian transformed into a set of silver armor and put it on Azura Ghost Lord. After putting on the Mystic Divine Battle Armor, Azura Ghost Lord felt that his strength had increased by a level. His body surged with endless power. It's time for revenge. Let's kill this Bone King. Yixian roared angrily. Azura Ghost Lord charged in. Previously, Azura Ghost Lord, who was a first stage 9 Heaven Mystic Immortal, had joined forces with the Old Tree and the others to defeat the Bone King. Now that he had the Mystic Divine Battle Armor, it should not be a problem. Although the Undying Fighting Soul's duration had passed, Azura Ghost Lord's strength had increased. In an instant, he charged into the Dragon Bone Maze. Boom! 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 Loud sounds came from the Dragon Bone Maze. Even if his realm did not increase, the Undying Fighting Soul did not have any effect. However, Azura Ghost Lord was currently fighting against the Bone King, who was 5 realms higher. The Mystic Divine Battle Armor is indeed powerful. It actually gave Azura Ghost Lord the strength to fight against the Bone King. Yixian could not help but swallow his saliva. Haha! This Dharma treasure is really powerful. This old man will also join in the fun. Boss Tree laughed a few times before charging in. As for Yixian, he stood outside and watched. However, it was undeniable that the Bone King's strength was extremely strong. Even with the Mystic Divine Battle Armor, Azura Ghost Lord could only fight to a draw with him. This battle could be said to be earth-shattering. They fought for a full day. During this day, neither side gained the upper hand. However, the Bone King's attacks could no longer break through the Mystic Divine Battle Armor's defense. Hence, he could not hurt Azura Ghost Lord. Although Azura Ghost Lord could not hurt him, the Undying Fighting Soul's cooldown period was 1 day. The Undying Fighting Soul's cooldown period has been restored. When the system notification sounded, Azura Ghost Lord's aura skyrocketed. Undying Fighting Soul. Gotcha! A distinctive voice finally rang out in the Dragon Bone Maze. This Bone King was finally injured by the Azura Ghost Lord, whose combat strength had increased by 3 times. Furthermore, it was unable to resist at all and was directly blasted into a pile of bones within 10 rounds. He's finally dead. He's really hard to deal with. Yixian sighed. If it were not for the Undying Fighting Soul, they would not have been able to deal with the Bone King. However, the matter was finally settled now. Ding! The maximum number of Wei Zhentian's Dharma treasure form has been increased to 3. A system notification sounded. Originally, there was only one Dharma treasure form to choose from every day. Now there were 3. Yixian immediately checked. The mystic divine battle armor form had not disappeared because Wei Zhentian was still in it. As long as Wei Zhentian changed into the flying sword form or the flying boat form, he would not be able to change into the mystic divine battle armor form today. At this time, 3 new Dharma treasures had appeared. They were the Heavenly Wind Limitless Fan, the Sky-Splitting Axe, and the Immortal Binding Rope. The Heavenly Wind Limitless Fan can create a super strong wind with a gentle wave and blow people away. The Sky-Splitting Axe has strong destructive power. The Immortal Binding Rope. Once bound, it will be difficult to break free. These were the 3 new Dharma treasure forms. Come, try changing into the Sky-Splitting Axe. Yixian immediately gave Wei Zhentian an order. Then Wei Zhentian turned into a huge golden axe, and was held by Azura Ghost Lord with both hands. Roar! Azura Ghost Lord roared and smashed the axe hard on the ground. Kacha! The indestructible dragon bone labyrinth actually shattered, and the cracks extended for thousands of meters. So strong. Yixian swallowed his saliva again. The destructive power of the Sky-Splitting Axe was too strong. One should know that Azura Ghost Lord, who was wearing the mystic divine battle armor, could not break through the dragon bone maze. Now Azura Ghost Lord, who was not wearing the mystic divine battle armor, could break through it. Haha, the Dharma treasure form is awesome. Chapter 1744. Whoosh! 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 Wei Zhentian's immortal binding rope bound Azura Ghost Lord in the blink of an eye. The latter was bound and couldn't move at all. Next was the 3rd treasure, the Heavenly Wind Everlasting Fan. Ultri, give it a try. Yixian let Azura Ghost Lord hold the Heavenly Wind Everlasting Fan, and come to the Dragon's Ridge. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As Azura Ghost Lord waved his hand, a strong gust of wind swept out and blew the old tree into the sky. Even Yixian's eye of revelation couldn't see it. The old tree only felt that its speed was too slow. As it flew back at high speed, it felt a sharp pain in its back. It was obvious how fast it was. It's so far. It will take an hour to fly back. Yixian was speechless. Azura Ghost Lord blew the old tree to a faraway place with just a wave of his hand. Even if he continuously used the 9 Dragons Thunder Flash, it would take an hour to return. However, Yixian had a special position in the void and directly opened the door to bring the old tree back. Magic treasure form. It's too awesome. Wei Zhentian used the Sky Splitter again. Destroy this dragon bone. I'm going to keep it, Yixian said. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian transformed into the Sky Splitter again. Azura Ghost Lord controlled the blade and began to destroy the 3-eyed demon dragon's dragon bone. The 3-eyed demon dragon's dragon bone was already terrifyingly large. There were countless bones in it, and Azura Ghost Lord took nearly half a month to destroy it. Once the dragon bone was put away, the white fog quickly dissipated, and the people inside would no longer lose their way. This dragon bone is definitely enough for me to break through to the 9 Heavenxian Immortal level. Yixian was very satisfied. Now, not only did he escape from the Dragon's Ridge, but he also kept the entire dragon bone. Next, he would start to roam the demon world. Wei Zhentian used the flying sword form. Let's start our journey, Yixian immediately ordered. Based on his current position, he knew the little demon king was in the north. Hence he had to head north. He was currently a grade 6 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian were both grade 1-9 Heavenly Xian Immortals. After coming out of the demon realm, Yixian was unfamiliar with this place, so he had to first understand this place. He directly cleaned up a faction that was weaker than the demonic dragon palace and obtained information. Right now, I am in the Skyfiend territory, which is under the control of the Dark North Emperor. The Lord of Skyfiend territory is an expert of the pure Yang True Immortal level. Yixian's eyes slightly narrowed. The of the Lord was a. The of the territory. Of the was. Of the. The little demon king seems to be a subordinate of the Shura sovereign. This is the territory of the Dark North Emperor. It seems like it won't be easy to find him. Yixian felt a little helpless. Seemed like he had to raise his level. Since he was in the Devil Realm, he did not have to worry about anything. Next, he cleaned up the surrounding overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial Immortals. As for the people of these forces, they were all kept in the planting space. I've cleaned up a few overarching heavenly supreme celestial immortals. Some of them are 10 times stronger than the demon dragon palace. I've finally obtained some treasures. Yixian thought to himself. Then he consumed the treasures that reduced his bewitchment points to 0. Following that, he tried to break through again. Host has broken through. Host is now a grade 7 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a grade 19 heavenly Xian celestial. Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian have broken through. Host is now a grade 29 heavenly Xian celestial. Yi Xian felt helpless. Every time he broke through, he had to lower his bewitchment points. This greatly reduced the speed of his breakthrough. Otherwise, with his current wealth, he would have become a 9 heavenly Xian celestial by now. However, Yi Xian's arrogant actions attracted the attention of the heavenly demon territory's experts. Yi Xian was still on his way when a group of people rushed towards him from the horizon. These were all demonic cultivators. The strongest one had reached the grade 5-9 heavenly Xian celestial, which was 3 realms higher than Azura Ghost Lord. However, this realm was nothing in Yi Xian's eyes. Wei Zhentian, Heavenly Judgment Lot. Yi Xian looked at the group of people and said to Wei Zhentian in his heart. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian transformed into 9 heavenly judgment lots and flew through the air. Whoosh! 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 The wind whistled and the formation of the demonic cultivators was instantly disrupted. Some of them were even killed by the 9 heavenly judgment lots. A few seconds later, all the demonic cultivators were dead, including the grade 5-9 heavenly Xian celestial. Facing this group of demonic cultivators, Wei Zhentian only transformed into a Dharma treasure and killed them all. This Dharma treasure form was really powerful. Then Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the interspatial ring. The bewitchment value returned to 0 again. Ding! Host's cultivation base has increased to a grade 8 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Ember of lightning fire made a breakthrough. Now a second stage 9 heaven Xian immortal. Ding! Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhentian have broken through to tier 3 9 heaven Xian immortal. Now Yi Xian did not want to continuously break through. Therefore, every time he broke through, he would need even more precious treasures to lower his bewitchment value. Therefore, his plan was to lower his bewitchment value to 0 every time he broke through. Continue. Without another word, Yi Xian had Wei Zhentian transform into a pair of Immortal Ascension cloud boots and put them on his feet. The Immortal Ascension steps was a magic treasure that could fly much faster than the flying sword form. However, this magic treasure rarely appeared. This was the first time Yi Xian had encountered it. Although there was a limit to the bewitched value, Yi Xian no longer had any scruples now that he was in the demon realm. Every power in the devil realm was very cruel. Their own people would often kill each other and leave behind the strong ones. This was completely different from the immortal cultivation sects. Thus Yi Xian would kill wherever he went. If he was dealing with those small sects, Ghost Lord Azura could simply activate Ghost Lord Azura and wipe them out. As for the large sects, given the strength of Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhentian, as long as they were not pure Yang true immortals, they should be able to deal with them. However, Yi Xian's actions had already attracted the attention of the Celestial Demon Lord. Another squad of demonic cultivators has arrived? Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. However, the strength of this squad of demonic cultivators had exceeded his expectations. Of the 5 were tier 8-9 heaven Xian immortals. The leader was even a tier 9 heaven Xian immortal. They were all dressed in standard armor and looked extraordinarily mighty. A tough one has arrived. However, Wei Zhentian has transformed into the mystic god armor today. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately had Wei Zhentian transform into the mystic god armor and put it on Ghost Lord Azura. Chapter 1745. Kill. Upon hearing Yi Xian's order, Azura Ghost Venerate made his move. The group of devil cultivators knew Azura Ghost Venerate was the strongest among Yi Xian's group, so they focused their attention on him. One of you go and kill the rest of them. The leader of the group, a grade 9-9 heavenly mystic celestial, shouted. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He hastily tore a hole in the void and entered it. He was only a grade 8 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even the weakest one among them was a stage higher than him. What was there to fight? After Yixian left, Azura Ghost Venerate was besieged by 5 people. However, to everyone's surprise, the Mystic Divine Armor's defense was beyond their expectations. The other 4 Grade 8-9 Heavenly Mystic Celestials could not even break through its defense. Only the leader, a Grade 9 Mystic Celestial, was able to damage the Mystic Divine Armor. However, one should not forget that Wei Zhentian and Yixian shared the immortal Divine Phoenix bloodline. Their recovery speed was amazing. The Mystic Divine Armor would heal as soon as it was damaged. In other words, this group of people could not do anything to Azura Ghost Venerate. However, Azura Ghost Venerate had been hiding his strength. He was waiting for an opportunity. Bastard, try this move of mine. A devil cultivator wielded a short sword and aimed it at Azura Ghost Venerate's heart. However, at this moment, Undying Fighting Soul. Azura Ghost Venerate's aura suddenly soared as a huge eye opened in his chest. Whoosh! 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 A strong wind howled as a crisp sound rang in the air. Azura Ghost Venerate had sliced the devil cultivator and his devil heart into 2. As soon as the devil cultivator died, death chi surged into the eye of Azura. Before anyone could react, Azura Ghost Venerate's eye of Azura blinked. Eye of Azura, Azura Divine Light. Boom! A black beam of light instantly killed the 2nd Grade 8-9 Heavenly Mystic Celestial. Then Azura Ghost Venerate blinked again. A 2nd Azura Divine Light shot out. Dodge! At this moment, everyone finally regained their senses. Although the 2nd Azura Divine Light did not miss, it did not penetrate his devil heart. It was considered a waste. As a result, the Azura Ghost Lord could no longer use the Azura Divine Light. At that moment, the Azura Ghost Lord took the opportunity to take away the interspatial ring of the person he had just killed and disappeared in an instant. What? Where is he? Everyone was astonished. They turned their heads to look and just happened to see Yixian's void door close. As it turned out, Yixian had returned from the battle and teleported Ghost Lord Azura into the planting space. This time, although he only earned 1 interspatial ring, it was already very good. Besieged by the 5 of them, the Azura Ghost Lord had relied on a surprise attack to kill one of them. Then, while the other party was still in shock, he used the Azura Divine Light to kill the 2nd person. However, the other party had already reacted. Even if he activated his Undying Fighting Soul, he would not be able to do anything to the other party. Hence, it was better to quit while he was ahead. After all, if they continued to fight, they might not even get an interspatial ring. Tisk tsk. It's not that easy to kill me. Yixian grinned as he thought to himself. Now that he had obtained the interspatial ring of a Grade 8-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestial, there were many good things in it. Host's bedevilment points have returned to 0. Host has broken through, and is now a Grade 9 Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Thunderfire Ember has broken through, and is now a Grade 3-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestial. Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian have broken through, and are now Grade 4-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestials. However, this was not the end of it. Host's bedevilment points have returned to 0. Host has broken through and is now a Grade 1-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestial. Thunderfire Ember has broken through, and is now a Grade 4-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestial. Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian have broken through, and are now Grade 5-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestials. In just a blink of an eye, Yixian's cultivation base had increased twice before he finally became a 9 Heaven's Mystic Celestial. At this moment, Azura Ghost Lord's Undying Fighting Soul was still present. Go! Kill them! At this moment, Yixian once again broke through the void and returned to the previous place. A Grade 5-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestial should not have a problem dealing with 2 Grade 8-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestials, and a Grade 9-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestial. Don't forget that Ghost Lord Azura was still wearing the Mystic Divine Battle Armor. What? A Grade 5-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestial? The 3 people were shocked. In just a second, Azura Ghost Lord had broken through from Grade 3-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestial to Grade 5-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestial. How was this possible? Before they could react, Ghost Lord Azura charged at them once again. This time, these demonic cultivators were no match for him at all. The 2 Grade 8-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestials were instantly killed. And the grade 9 mystic celestial did not last more than 3 rounds before finally dying. Host's killing intent has increased. Host's killing intent has increased. In an instant, Yi Xian won this battle and obtained 4 more interspatial rings. Host's bedevilment points have returned to 0. Host has broken through and is now a grade 2 9 heavens mystic celestial. Thunder Fire Ember has broken through and is now a grade 5 9 heavens mystic celestial. Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Jintian have broken through and is now a grade 6 9 heavens mystic celestial. Host's bedevilment points have returned to 0. Based on his previous experience, he could at most break through 3 times in a short period of time, and every time he broke through, his bedevilment points had to return to 0 before he could continue. Today Yi Xian had jumped 3 levels in a row. This time, his bedevilment points had only reached a maximum of 90, and then he had instantly returned them to 0. However, he did not dare to continue to level up, because the next time he broke through it would definitely exceed 100 or even 200. If he wanted to break through again, he would need at least 10 days to half a month. This was a bit safer. These 5 people should be the personal guards of the Celestial Demon Lord. Seems that I've attracted his attention. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of this, because he had discovered some proof of identity in the 5 people's interspatial rings. But so what? According to legend, the Celestial Demon Lord was a pure young true immortal, but even a 9 heavens mystic celestial had died at the hands of Azura Ghost Lord. A mere pure young true immortal was not much of a threat. However, Yi Xian did not dare to let his guard down, because he had heard that the Celestial Demon Lord was not a demonic cultivator, but a true demon. Forget it, I'll find a place and go into seclusion for 10 days to half a month first. Yi Xian shook his head and did not want to trouble himself, so he turned around and left. In any case, he had already arrived at the demon realm, and he was not in a hurry at the moment, so he was not in a hurry to travel and could take his time. Thus he decided to find a random place to lie low for a while. Chapter 1746. Just now Yi Xian had broken through in a short period of time, then charged back and caught the enemy off guard. However, on the 6th day of his seclusion, he suddenly sensed an extremely powerful sense of oppression. A 9th rank arcane immortal? No, a pure young true immortal. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He could sense an aura that was even more powerful than that of the 9th rank arcane immortal from before. A pure young true immortal level demonic cultivator. The Celestial Fiend Lord? Yi Xian instantly understood. His body trembled as he hurriedly summoned Ghost Lord Azura and the others. It just so happened that the mystic god armor was one of Wei Jintian's 3 magic treasures. This caused Yi Xian to let out a sigh of relief. Ghost Lord Azura, go out and meet the Celestial Fiend Lord. Yi Xian ordered Wei Jintian to transform into the mystic god armor and put it on Ghost Lord Azura. Ghost Lord Azura was a 6th rank arcane immortal, and he had the mystic god armor. Even if he faced a pure young true immortal level demonic cultivator, what could he do? When they left, they saw a black figure standing in midair. However, when Yi Xian saw this person's face clearly, he couldn't help but tremble violently. This pure young true immortal was actually a little girl dressed in a black dress. She looked to be no more than 12 years old. However, this little girl had a pair of wings on her back. When her cold gaze swept past Yi Xian, the latter felt a chill in his heart. She was the Celestial Fiend Lord? I heard that the Celestial Fiend Lord isn't a demonic cultivator, but a true demon, and a peak-level demon race at that. Yi Xian murmured to himself. Right at this moment the little girl spoke. So you are the ones who act so recklessly in my territory? Faced with this question, Yi Xian didn't answer. Instead he asked, You are the Celestial Fiend Lord? That's right. I am the Celestial Fiend Lord. The little girl replied. If that's the case, then there's no need to say anything more. I won't show you any mercy just because you're like this, Yi Xian said slowly. That's exactly what I was thinking. However, this immortal beast of yours isn't bad. I'll spare his life. The Celestial Demon Lord snorted. That will depend on your ability. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, Ghost Lord Azura moved. He transformed into a streak of light and attacked the Celestial Demon Overlord. A rank 5 arcane immortal against a rank 1 pure young true immortal. There was a difference of 5 levels of power between them. Although he had the mystic divine battle armor, Yixian was not confident. After all, this heavenly demon lord was from the demon race and not a demonic cultivator. Demons are naturally stronger than devil cultivators, so this battle won't be easy. Boom! 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 Deafening booms resounded in the sky as Ghost Lord Azura clashed with the celestial demon overlord. Now, Wei Zhentian was also a 5th grade 9 heavens mystic immortal. When he transformed into the mystic divine battle armor, his defense was even stronger than when he was in his flying boat form. However, such a powerful defense was nothing in front of the celestial demon overlord. The celestial demon overlord didn't even take out her own weapon. Her fists alone were enough to crack the mystic divine battle armor. However, Wei Zhentian had the bloodline of the deathless phoenix. He quickly recovered. "Oh, this immortal artifact isn't bad," the celestial demon overlord said, a thoughtful look on her face. She didn't know that this was Wei Zhentian in human form. However, she could tell that Ghost Lord Azura was Yixian's immortal beast. Thus, she decided to capture the ringleader first. Swish! Instantly, the celestial demon overlord dodged Ghost Lord Azura and dove downwards. Grip of the yellow springs. Ghost Lord Azura hurriedly extended his hand, but the grip of the yellow springs wasn't very effective against this celestial demon overlord. All it could do was slow him down slightly. The celestial demon overlord was 8 levels higher than Yixian. The difference in power was enormous. Fortunately, Yixian was prepared. He instantly flashed to the edge of the celestial demon overlord's field of vision, then tore through the void. "Let's go." Yixian dove in, leaving behind only Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhentian. "So you actually have a technique like this? Impressive. But it won't be that easy for you to escape from me." The celestial demon overlord let out a cold snort in her heart, then flew towards a certain direction at high speed. Thanks to her celestial demon wings, if she moved at full speed, not even a rank 3 pure yang true immortal would be able to match her speed. However, if Yixian wanted to leave, unless she set down a spacelock formation in advance, she wouldn't be able to stop him. "That little girl, she's flying towards me. She's quite fast." Yixian shuddered. This speed. Not even Wei Zhentian in his flying sword form could match it. Forget flying sword form. Even the cloud steps of ascension probably wouldn't be able to catch up to her. Yixian estimated that it would take her at most half a day to reach him. Alas, if he wanted to use his void eye, there was no way he could catch her. Half a day later, Yixian sensed that the girl was already very close to him. Thus, he hurriedly tore through the void and returned to the place where they had fought earlier. What? He went back. The celestial demon overlord was flabbergasted. She hurriedly turned around. She refused to believe that Yixian would be able to use it repeatedly. In addition, for the sake of subduing Ghost Lord Azura, she was willing to chase him for 100 years. However, Yixian didn't want to fight her at all. He was simply using his void eye to buy time. The celestial demon overlord hurried for half a day, only to see Yixian fly away again. And each time he would fly to a different location. This caused the celestial demon overlord to grit her teeth in anger. 10 days. She chased him for 10 full days, but to no avail. Time passed as she hurried. However, after 10 days, Yixian's bewitchment points had more or less recovered. Although he could only break through twice in a row, it was more than enough to deal with the celestial demon overlord. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently a rank 3 arcane immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently a rank 4 arcane immortal. Ding! Ember of Thunderfire has broken through. Host is now a rank 6 arcane immortal. Ding! Ember of Thunderfire has broken through. Host is now a rank 7 arcane immortal. Ding! Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhentian have broken through. Host is now a rank 7 arcane immortal. Ding! Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhentian have broken through. Host is now a rank 8 arcane immortal. In an instant, Yixian and Old Tree's realms had risen by 2 levels. With their current realms, they no longer had to fear the celestial demon overlord. She'll be here soon. Once she arrives, we'll capture her. Yixian ordered Old Tree and Ghost Lord Azura. It didn't matter whether they killed the celestial demon overlord or not, but Yixian's realm was too low. It would take a long time to search his soul, so Yixian decided not to kill him. Rather than that, he might as well capture him and ask him how to quickly find the little demon king. After all, the flow of time in the planting space was so slow. He didn't believe that Yixian wouldn't give in. Soon, the celestial demon overlord's petite figure appeared in front of Yixian. Chapter 1747. In just 10 short days, a rank 6 mystic immortal had broken through to rank 8 mystic immortal. This was simply inconceivable. Not waiting for the celestial demon lord to react, Ghost Lord Azura immediately charged over. Back then, he had only been a rank 6 mystic immortal. Although he hadn't been able to touch the celestial demon lord, the celestial demon lord hadn't been able to injure him either. Now Wei Zhentian had broken through to rank 8 mystic immortal as well. With the mystic god armor activated, there was no way the celestial demon lord could break through his defenses. Celestial demon great art. Myriad demons shatter the heavens. Sensing how extraordinary Ghost Lord Azura was, the celestial demon lord immediately unleashed his most powerful attack. A black fist smashed into the mystic god armor. This time, however, the armor wasn't damaged in the slightest. Hiss! The celestial demon lord sucked in a cold breath. That day, she had been able to crack the mystic god armor with her fists alone. Today, she had used her most powerful attack, but she hadn't been able to injure him in the slightest. How is this possible? Right at this moment, Ghost Lord Azura suddenly stretched out his hand, and an invisible force enveloped the celestial demon lord. Grip of the Netherworld. However, the celestial demon lord wasn't to be trifled with. Although the grip of the Netherworld was powerful, it wasn't to the point where she couldn't move. But what if she added the 9 dragons thunderastral chain to the mix? Swish! 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 The 9 dragons thunderastral chain was suddenly thrown out by the old tree. Although the old tree was only a rank 7 mystic immortal, one level lower than Wei Zhentian and Ghost Lord Azura, he already had the power to fight against pure young true immortals. You want to trap me? Not so easy. The celestial demon lord spread her wings and quickly dodged. Unfortunately, the grip of the Netherworld and the 9 dragons thunderastral chain were just a setup. Yixian's true killing move was yet to come. Wei Zhentian, immortal binding rope. Upon receiving Yixian's order, Wei Zhentian instantly transformed into a long golden chain and swept over to the celestial demon lord, then instantly bound her. Immortal binding rope, the immortal binding rope, even pure young true immortals. How is this possible? The heavenly demon lord was shocked. How did a set of battle armor suddenly turn into such a magical treasure? She couldn't even use the heavenly demonic power in her body. Tisk tsk little girl, you're too weak. A wretched voice entered the celestial demon lord's ears. At this moment, Yixian darted over with a sneaky smile and took the former's interspatial ring. Forceful devour. After removing the universe ring, Yixian quickly used force devour. Although there was a difference of several realms between them, Yixian had 9 luck points. Moreover, the effects of 9 luck points were doubled, which was equivalent to 18 luck points. This time, the forceful devouring actually succeeded. Oh my god, I didn't expect to be so lucky. When Yixian saw the celestial demon overlord disappear, he was visibly moved. He had only used force devour subconsciously, but he never expected it to actually succeed. Now, a pure young true immortal level celestial fiend lord was like a piece of meat on the chopping block, completely at the mercy of Yixian. What is this place? The celestial demon overlord, who was trapped in the planting space, cried out in alarm. This is my space. Here, with your cultivation level, you are at my mercy. Yixian grinned. So what if you've brought me here? Do you think you can kill me? The celestial demon overlord snorted coldly. Why don't we give it a try? Yixian raised an eyebrow. Although he didn't know how old the celestial demon overlord was, he was definitely much older than him. Although the celestial demon overlord appeared to be only 12 years old, who knew if he was already a super old monster who had lived for 1,000,000 years? Thus, he wasn't going to show any mercy to the fairer sex, especially when his opponent was a demon. Ghost Lord Azura, chop off her wings. Yixian ordered Ghost Lord Azura, who had returned to the planting space. Ghost Lord Azura was an immortal beast and didn't know how to show mercy to the fairer sex. He only obeyed Yixian's orders. When he heard Yixian's order, He immediately raised his saber and chopped down. However, something unexpected happened. Ghost Lord Azura, an 8th Tier 9 Heaven Arcane Immortal, should have been able to hurt the Celestial Demon Overlord. However, the Celestial Demon Overlord blocked his attack. Moreover, it wasn't difficult at all. You're too naive. Do you know who I am? The Celestial Demon Overlord glanced at the saber with disdain. Aren't you just an overlord? Yixian replied casually. Haha. The Celestial Demon Overlord smiled innocently. My realm is the lowest among all the overlords, but do you know why I'm able to manage the Celestial Demon Overlord without being killed by the other overlords? Yixian trembled when he heard this. So you have a background. But so what? You're now my prisoner. Just a prisoner. You can't hurt me anyway. I have a demonic weapon on me. Even if your strength increases by 10,000 times, you can't hurt me. The Celestial Demon Overlord snorted. 10,000 times? Yixian couldn't help but gulp. He hurriedly examined the Celestial Demon Overlord's skin, and discovered that there really was something strange about it. Forget about a 4th Tier 9 Heaven Arcane Immortal like you. Even if you were an immortal king, you wouldn't be able to break through it. Give up. Now that I'm missing, I'm sure my father will find me soon. When the time comes, you'll suffer. The Celestial Demon Overlord continued. Immortal King? Upon hearing this, Yixian raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise on his face. He was currently a 9 Heaven Arcane Immortal, followed by Pure Yang True Immortal, Grand Unity Peerless Immortal, and then Immortal Monarch. As for Immortal King, that was one realm higher than Immortal Monarch. He didn't expect this little girl to have such a background. It seemed that her father was at least a demon king. Once I break through and take control of you, this demonic weapon will be mine. Yixian's eyes lit up. A demon king level demonic weapon. If he could get his hands on it, he'd be able to do whatever he wanted. I've heard that you immortals have immortal arts that can control one's mind. I advise you to give up. This demonic weapon is called the Celestial Demon Armor. Not only does it have astonishing defensive power, it can also block soul attacks. Even a demon king won't be able to control me. The Celestial Demon Overlord had a look of disdain on his face as he continued. Besides, I have a Celestial Demon heart in my body. Even without the Celestial Demon Armor, you won't be able to control me. A Celestial Demon heart was on the same level as a Celestial Demon heart. He didn't expect this little girl to have successfully refined it. Where did this little girl come from? Yixian couldn't figure it out. After all, even the little demon king hadn't managed to refine a Celestial Demon heart. But this little girl had. It seemed that he'd run into a tough nut to crack. Chapter 1748. A demon king was not someone he could deal with right now. Any one of his subordinates could kill him 100 million times over. At this moment, the Celestial Demon Lord suddenly spoke again. Let me go if you know what's good for you. I'll let you go for the sake of the Purple Extreme Demon Heart. Oh, Purple Extreme Demon Heart? Yixian was shocked. Why would you let me go for the sake of the Purple Extreme Demon Heart? The demonic cultivators in the Chaos Royal Territory under the Shura Sovereign cultivate the Purple Extreme Demon Heart. Since he cultivated the Purple Extreme Demon Heart, he must have come from the Chaos Royal Territory. The Celestial Demon Lord's gaze fell on Old Tree. I know the Chaos Royal Territory's lord, so I'll let you go for his sake. Chaos Royal Territory? Hearing this name, Yixian suddenly thought of someone, and that was the Little Demon King. Moreover, the Little Demon King happened to be under the Shura Sovereign's command. Could it be? Is the Chaos Royal Territory's lord the Little Demon King? Yixian asked in astonishment. Nonsense. The Celestial Demon Lord rolled his eyes. This answer shocked Yixian. He did not expect that the little girl he kidnapped would know the Little Demon King. If that was the case, things would be simple. You know the Little Demon King? Yixian asked subconsciously. So what if I know him? Why are you asking about this? The Celestial Demon Lord glanced at Yixian. This matter was not a secret, so it was fine to say it out loud. What a coincidence, I'm looking for him too. If you tell me how to find him quickly, I'll let you go. How about it? Yixian suddenly showed a harmless expression. This time it was the Celestial Demon Lord's turn to be surprised. You know the Little Demon King? Yes, he asked me to come to the demon realm to find him. Yixian nodded, lying with such a straight face. He wouldn't even take an immortal lord seriously. How could a mere 9-heaven Xian immortal know him? The celestial demon lord clearly didn't believe him. The difference in realms between Yixian and the little demon king was so great that it was like a beggar saying that he knew the emperor. How was this possible? I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm just making a deal with you. As long as you bring me to him, I'll let you go. Yixian's expression turned cold. "Tsh, I don't believe you. If you can tell me his name, I'll take you to him," said the heavenly demon lord. Name? That's easy. I think his name is Chisu, right? Yixian raised an eyebrow as he thought back to that day. The little demon king had really told him his name. However, very few people in the demon realm knew of this name, but Yixian actually knew it. This gave the celestial demon overlord a fright. You really know him? How is that possible? The celestial demon lord was stunned. Only a few people knew the name Chisu. Yixian couldn't have guessed it. I've already told you my name. What else do you want to confirm? Once you bring me to him, won't the truth come to light? Yixian said. I have a mana stone in my interspatial ring that can communicate with him, said the celestial demon lord. Hearing this, Yixian immediately took out all the mana stones he had. Then the celestial demon lord took out one and tested it. No response. The celestial demon lord was surprised. He's probably in seclusion. He just came back. In that case, take me to him. Yixian was slightly disappointed. All right, but you have to go to the Dark North Royal Territory, said the celestial demon lord. Dark North Royal Territory? Yixian was speechless. The Dark North Royal Territory was the territory of the Dark North Emperor. Moreover, it was a long journey. How much time would it take? My father is the Dark North Emperor. What, are you scared? The celestial demon lord snorted. The F***CK? Upon hearing this, Yixian was so shocked that he almost pissed his pants. This pure young true immortal celestial demon lord was actually the daughter of the Dark North Emperor? The Dark North Emperor was the demon emperor. The father of the little demon king? The demon king of chaos is a general under my father's command. If you really are a friend of the little demon king, then all you have to do is find him, the celestial demon lord said. Demon king of chaos? If that's the case, then how did the little demon king end up serving under the Azura sovereign? Yixian asked, somewhat puzzled. The celestial demon lord said helplessly. The father and son had a big argument and ran off. Also, the little demon king is my brother-in-law. Hiss. Yixian sucked in a cold breath. He hadn't expected that the little girl he had kidnapped was the sister-in-law of the little demon king. Just now he had wanted to chop off this girl's wings. It was truly a case of a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. However, Yixian had no way to verify the celestial demon lord's words, so he only believed half of it. The Dark North Royal Territory is a long journey. How long will it take to get there? Yixian asked. Given your cultivation, if you don't run into any dangers along the way, it'll take at least 100,000 years. However, I can call someone to come pick you up. Do you dare? The celestial demon lord suddenly smiled slyly. I wouldn't dare. Yixian immediately replied. This little girl was the daughter of the Dark North Emperor. The person who came to pick her up would at least be a demon king. He was just a Xian immortal of the 9 heavens. In front of a demon king, he was like an ant. If something happened, he wouldn't be able to escape at all. I think I should go on my own. Yixian swallowed his saliva. Or, you can go to the Flower Rain Royal Territory first. That's the territory of my sister, Baiming Huayu. Once there you can ask around. My sister is engaged to the little demon king, the celestial demon lord said. The Flower Rain Royal Territory, huh? Yixian found the Flower Rain Royal Territory based on the map in the little girl's interspatial ring. It was much closer than the Dark North Royal Territory. However, it was still a royal territory, and the Demon King level Demon Lord would probably not be able to get there so easily. Forget it. I can continue to make breakthroughs. As long as I have time to grow, it shouldn't take too long. Yixian narrowed his eyes slightly. He had kidnapped the youngest daughter of the Dark North Emperor. Although the items in the interspatial ring didn't match his status, It was enough for him to break through to the pure young true immortal level. He estimated that in a month or two, he would break through to the pure young true immortal level. For safety's sake, Yixian decided to first enter secluded meditation. After all, he was only a rank 4 mystic immortal. This time he entered secluded meditation for a full month. A month later, Yixian emerged from seclusion. By now, he had broken through from the rank 4 mystic immortal level to the rank 9 mystic immortal level. As for Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhentian, they had broken through to the rank 3 pure young true immortal level. Even the old tree was a rank 2 pure young true immortal. Right now they were all supremely powerful. Leaving this ordinary territory shouldn't be a problem for them. Chapter 1749. Hey, you're already at this level. Why are you still committing crimes in my territory? Celestial Demon Lord Baiming Sun said rather unhappily. Committing crimes? Immortals and devils can't coexist. As an immortal cultivator, I'm already giving you face by not starting a massacre. Yixian snorted coldly. By now, he had already turned Baiming Sun's estate upside down. You kidnapped my people and stole my things. You really are shameless. Since you need it, why don't you go to the Flying Sand region first? If you rob a power there, you'll be able to match up to my Celestial Demon region, Baiming Sun said. Flying Sand region? Why do I have to go there? Yixian asked curiously. The Lord of the Flying Sand region. Although he knows who I am, every time he looks at me there's something wrong with his eyes. I want you to gouge out his eyes. It would be best if you could kill him, Baiming Sun said. Upon hearing this, Yixian couldn't help but feel pity for the Lord of the Flying Sand region. He clearly knew who Baiming Sun was, but he still dared to look her in the eye. He was truly courting death. Fine. I'll go kill him. Yixian agreed. Although he had taken Baiming Sun's things, she was still the sister-in-law of the little demon king. He still had to help her out. Of course, the most important thing was that the Lord of the Flying Sand region was a rank 6 pure young true immortal. Given Azura's current level of power, killing him wouldn't be a problem. Soon Yixian left the Celestial Demon region and swept through everything. None of the powers along the way were able to stop him at all. All of them were swept away. However, Yixian had now reached the rank 9 mystic immortal level. He was only one step away from becoming a pure young true immortal. He needed quite a few natural treasures. After spending a few days, Yixian traversed through several territories before arriving at the Flying Sand region. Although the Lord of the Flying Sand region was a rank 6 pure young true immortal, Yixian didn't directly charge into his main city. Instead, he began to sweep through everything. Moreover, wherever it passed, not a single blade of grass grew. There was not a single living person. All of them had been taken into the planting space. The disappearance of these forces and families made other people in the Flying Sand region feel strange. At the same time, this news also reached the ears of the Lord of the Flying Sand region, Shajiu. However, at this time, Yixian had already collected a large number of heaven and earth treasures and reduced his bewitchment value to 0. Moreover, he had killed his way to the Lord's mansion of Facia region. Ding! The host has broken through. He is now a rank 1 pure young true immortal. Ding! Ember Thunderfire made a breakthrough. Current level. Rank 4 pure young true immortal. Ding! Ghost Exalt Azura and Wei Zhentian have made breakthroughs. They have now become pure young true immortals. System notifications rang out one after another, and Yixian and the others' realms skyrocketed. What a powerful aura! The Lord of Flying Sand region, Shajiu, sensed the presence of Azura Ghost Venerate and immediately rushed out of the Lord Mansion. A few silhouettes were standing in the air. One of them was someone he recognized. Little Princess? Shajiu recognized him at a glance. Baiming Sun, a rank 1 pure young true immortal, had been released by Yixian. She was currently standing in front of Shajiu. Old man, today is the day you die. Kill. Baiming Sun didn't waste time with words. She let out a cold snort. Azura Ghost Venerate instantly charged over. Midway, he clenched his right hand, and an invisible force enveloped Shajiu. Grasp of the Yellow Springs. The first stage of the Grasp of the Yellow Springs restricted Shajiu, while the second stage crushed Shajiu's body and caused it to explode. Bang! Shajiu's entire body exploded. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Shajio wasn't a demon. He was merely a demonic cultivator. However, his physique was extremely shocking. Yet, he was instantly killed by Azura Ghost Venerate, who was one level lower than him. Once he died, the Lord Mansion was like a group of dragons without a leader, and Yixian immediately plundered everything. However, news of the appearance of a celestial demon lord in this place also spread. After all, some people had communication crystals. Alright, one dead. Continue. Bai Mingsun looked at Shajio's corpse and said slowly, "Continue. How many do you want to kill?" Yixian rolled his eyes. "A lot. Anyway, once these lords die, a new lord will soon appear. Why don't we kill them all?" Bai Mingsun said. "With my current strength, I'm afraid I can't go to Flower Rain King territory. Anyway, I need to improve my strength." Yixian thought inwardly. He nodded and said, "Alright, I'll help you kill those people." Immediately they left again. In fact, he found some information in some people's interspatial rings. In addition, he secretly searched their souls and confirmed Bai Mingsun's identity. Bai Mingsun's elder sister, Bai Minghuayu, was indeed engaged to Little Demon Lord, but they weren't married yet. Because of this, Yixian was not worried about Bai Mingsun. In the following period of time, Yixian plundered all of the territories around the Flying Sand region. A month later, he had reached rank 5 Pure Yang True Immortal. As for Wei Zhentian and Azura Wraith, they were rank 9 Pure Yang True Immortals, only one step away from Grand Unity Peerless Immortals. After the Grand Unity Absolute Immortal was the Immortal Monarch. At that time, Yixian would decide to head to the Flower Rain Kingdom. However, just as he was about to continue ransacking, a black team suddenly attacked. There were 3 people in this team, but their strength exceeded Yixian's expectations. All 3 were Grand Unity Peerless Immortals. That's not right. The lords I killed weren't even Grand Unity Peerless Immortals. Why would such powerful people come? Yixian raised an eyebrow, feeling that something was wrong. Such powerful demonic cultivators should be in more powerful places. Why would they come to such a remote place? There were countless territories in the demon realm, and they were divided into different levels. Lords of Pure Yang True Immortals were considered low-level territories, Lords of Grand Unity Peerless Immortals were considered mid-level territories, Lords of Demon Lords were considered high-level territories, and Lords of Demon Kings were considered royal territories. Grand Unity Peerless Immortals usually lived in mid-level territories. Why would they come to low-level territories? Most importantly, these 3 people were very strange. They came directly for Yixian. Is it because I'm a demonic cultivator? Impossible. I'm just a rank 5 Pure Yang True Immortal. Even a demonic cultivator can insta-kill a Pure Yang True Immortal with a casual attack. When he thought of this, Yixian understood. These 3 Grand Unity Peerless Immortals were probably here to kill him because he had been in the limelight recently. Or perhaps there was another reason. Strange. Where's Bai Mingsun? The leader of the demonic cultivator said in a low voice, a look of surprise on his face. He recognized Yixian, but he didn't see Bai Mingsun, the youngest daughter of the Dark North Emperor. Whatever. Kill him and search his soul. Chapter 1750. All 3 of them were 3rd-rank Primordial Unity Peerless Immortals. However, they were nothing in front of Ghost Venerable Azura. This time, however, Yixian didn't want Ghost Venerable Azura to attack. Wei Zhentian should be enough. Wei Zhentian Judgment Brush. At Yixian's command, Wei Zhentian turned into a giant brush and quickly wrote the word judge in the air. Judgment Brush, life and death in a single word. When the word was finished, the 3 3rd-rank Primordial Unity Peerless Immortals trembled and their demon hearts shattered. Their corpses, bereft of their master, fell from the sky. The Judgment Brush had a very small chance of appearing, but it was very powerful. Could kill in one hit. However, it didn't need to hit the target, as long as the target was within Yixian's sight. Moreover, the chance of killing in one hit was also related to luck. Most importantly, Wei Zhentian was 4 ranks higher than Yixian, so the chance of killing in one hit was very high. Thus, the 3 Primordial Unity Peerless Immortals were killed instantly. Tisk tsk tsk. Wei Zhentian, your Dharma treasure system is too scary. Yixian couldn't help but sigh. He quickly dashed over and collected the cosmos rings of the 3 corpses, then threw the corpses into the planting space. Hey, where did you get these 3 corpses? Bai Ming-sun asked curiously in the planting space. I just killed them. They're still warm. Do you want to eat them? Yixian said casually. Bah, I'm from the Heavenly Demon Clan. Not the Ogre Demon Clan. Why would I eat corpses? Bai Ming-sun said angrily. These three are from the Masha clan. What's wrong with the Masha clan? Yixian asked in surprise. The Masha clan is a natural-born assassin. Their mission completion rate is very high, but they shouldn't be around here. Bai Ming-sun thought for a moment. I know. News of us being together must have leaked, so the Masha Emperor sent someone to kill me. Demon Killer Emperor, Yixian muttered. Your father's enemy? Yes, they only sent people of this level because they were afraid of being discovered. Seems that they have their eyes on you. You have to be careful. After Bai Ming-sun finished speaking, she suddenly revealed a sly smile. She had the heavenly demon armor, so even a demon king wouldn't be able to hurt her. Moreover, it was unlikely that a demon king would descend upon the emperor of Baiming, so she wouldn't be in danger. Don't worry, I won't die so easily, Yixian replied. When you die, remember to give this immortal artifact to me. Bai Ming-sun reminded. The immortal artifact she was referring to was Yixian's planting space. She thought that she had been kept in some sort of immortal artifact. The flow of time in here was 400. A year inside was equivalent to a day outside. Bai Ming-sun had only cultivated for 3,000 years. If 7,000 years passed in the outside world, then she had cultivated for 3 million years inside. When the time came, she would definitely surpass the demon emperor and become a demon sovereign. Although immortals had frighteningly long lives, the world was ever-changing. If one could increase their cultivation speed by 400 times, they would be able to take over other territories and become even stronger. If possible, she would rather give up 10 heavenly demon armors in exchange for this immortal artifact. Unfortunately, no matter how many times Yixian said that the planting space wasn't an immortal artifact, Bai Ming-sun still didn't believe him. After dealing with the 3 demon killers, Yixian continued on his way. However, a new Mosher killer soon arrived. This time, it's a 5th-rank Grand Unity Peerless Immortal? Yixian was stunned. Previously, he'd killed 3 3rd-rank Grand Unity Peerless Immortals. This time, however, it was a 5th-rank one. His strength had increased by more than 10-fold. Wei Zhentian Judgment Brush. Yixian immediately shouted. The success rate of using the Judgment Brush had nothing to do with the number of people, but with one's cultivation level. Currently, Wei Zhentian was a 9th-rank Pure Yang True Immortal, 5 levels lower than his opponent. Thus, the Judgment Brush didn't succeed this time. Seeing that the Judgment Brush didn't succeed, Wei Zhentian quickly changed targets. This time he used 9 Heavenly Appraiser lots. Azura Ghost Lord Old Tree, you too go as well. Yixian immediately shouted. In an instant the crowd rushed over to attack. Bai Ming-sun isn't here? I'll kill you first. The 5th-rank Grand Unity Peerless Immortal muttered to himself, then transformed into a black shadow and shot over. This time Wei Zhentian didn't choose the Mystic God armor from his 3 treasures. Thus, Azura Ghost Lord was much weaker than before. Grasp of the Yellow Springs. Thunderbolt Astral Chains of the 9 Dragons. While the Grand Unity Peerless Immortal was restrained, Yixian hurriedly slashed with his sword. This was naturally the 1000 Severing Slash. However, Yixian's cultivation level was too low. The 1000 Severing Slash had no effect at all. You 3 do your best. I'll retreat first. Without another word, Yixian tore through the void and left the battlefield. Right now, he was mainly relying on treasures to survive. After all, his cultivation level was too low. He was only a 5th-rank Pure Yang True Immortal. His opponent, however, was a 5th-rank Grand Unity Peerless Immortal, an entire realm higher than him. Although this battle was fierce, Azura Ghost Lord and the other 2 were indestructible. Thus, the Grand Unity Peerless Immortal could only become more and more exhausted. In the end, he had no choice but to flee. Unfortunately, with the grasp of the Yellow Springs, there was no way for him to escape. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification rang out, Yixian tore through the void once more and returned, putting away the 5th-rank Grand Unity Peerless Immortals Yin and Yang Ring. Although I have a large amount of natural treasures, I don't dare to break through just yet. Yixian felt a little helpless. It had only been a few days since his last breakthrough. Although his bewitchment points were now at 0, he decided to continue waiting for the right moment just to be safe. That murderous demon emperor doesn't know that Bai Ming Sun has the heavenly demon armor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent anyone over. Now that I've been targeted, I can kill a 5th-rank Grand Unity Peerless Immortal through attrition. But if a 6th-rank Grand Unity Peerless Immortal comes, there's nothing I can do. Yi Xian thought to himself. With the heavenly demon armor, even a demon king wouldn't be able to harm Bai Ming Sun. However, the murderous demon emperor didn't know this. He might not send a demon king, but a high-rank Grand Unity Peerless Immortal shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, Grand Unity Peerless Immortals were nothing to a demon emperor. They could send as many as they wanted. Thus, Yi Xian planned to find a place to cultivate. After checking the surrounding map, Yi Xian continued forward. It just so happened that there was a dangerous place nearby. He wanted to enter and cultivate for a few days. Chapter 1751. Wei Zhentian's current magic treasure form was extremely useful. After using Wei Zhentian's immortal ascension steps to travel for half a day, Yi Xian finally arrived at his destination. This was a dangerous place known as Paradise Lost. It was filled with countless vengeful spirits, and even Grand Unity Peerless Immortals wouldn't dare to rashly enter. Yi Xian immediately charged in, planning to find a place to spend 8 to 10 days first. Wei Zhentian's 3 magic treasures just so happened to respawn, and an item known as the soul-sucking bell appeared. This was the bane of vengeful spirits. Wei Zhentian, go and absorb all of those vengeful spirits. Yi Xian gave Wei Zhentian the order. The soul-sucking bell could absorb vengeful spirits and refine them into vengeful soul pearls. If this item was devoured by the immortal grade devouring system, it would be beneficial as well. Previously, Ghost Lord Azura had only advanced from Ghost Dome Great Emperor to Ghost Lord Azura after refining a resentment soul pearl. As for Ghost Lord Azura and the old tree, they stood guard in the surroundings. Just like that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 6 pure Yang True Immortal. Ding! Ember Thunderfire has broken through. His cultivation has risen to rank 9 pure Yang True Immortal. Ding! Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhentian have broken through. Their cultivation has risen to rank 1 Grand Unity Peerless Immortal. One system notification after another rang out. Yi Xian finally broke through once more. However, he didn't leave seclusion because of this, because he felt that the natural treasures were enough for him to break through twice more. Another few days passed. Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 7 pure Yang True Immortal. Ember Thunderfire has broken through. His cultivation has risen to rank 1 Grand Unity Peerless Immortal. Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhentian have broken through. Their cultivation has risen to rank 2 Grand Unity Peerless Immortal. His cultivation had risen once more. Yi Xian estimated that Ghost Lord Azura would break through to become an immortal monarch in another 2 months or so. Yi Xian still didn't have the heart to leave seclusion after this breakthrough, because he could do it one more time. However, right at this moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh, a gust of wind suddenly blew within Paradise Lost, followed by a series of terrifying laughter. And this burst of laughter was very tender, like that of a child, but it was mixed with a trace of gloominess. What happened? Yi Xian, who was in closed-door cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. His expression was slightly blank. At this moment, ding! Wei Zhentian has died. Ding! Wei Zhentian has been revived. Yi Xian couldn't help but open his eyes when he heard 2 system notifications. What's going on? How did Wei Zhentian, a 2nd-grade Grand Unity Peerless Immortal, die? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and hurriedly inquired. Are you saying that you saw a black shadow wrap around you and then you were completely corroded? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Wei Zhentian was currently on the same level as Ghost Lord Azura. Even Ghost Lord Azura would find it difficult to kill Wei Zhentian in one hit. It seemed that something had appeared in Paradise Lost. It was so fast that even Wei Zhentian couldn't react before he was completely corroded. Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian old tree, go and take a look, Yi Xian said. Immediately, the 3 of them left the cave and went out to investigate. As for Yi Xian, he continued to stay in the cave. However, not long after Ghost Lord Azura and the other 2 left, A strange laughter suddenly fell into Yixian's ears again. This time it was very close. When Yixian opened his eyes, he happened to see a black shadow flash into the cave. I didn't sense it. Yixian's eyes widened. Apart from his immortal perception, he also had the eye of perception and the killer instinct. However, he didn't discover how the black shadow had entered. If he hadn't heard the laughter, he would have been ambushed. What the hell is that? Yixian hurriedly used the eye of revelation to take a look, but he couldn't see through the black shadow. Before he could speak, the black shadow turned into a black ray of light and pounced on Yixian. What a fast speed! Yixian was shocked. He quickly summoned Bai Ming Sun from the plant dimension and grabbed her in front of him to block the black shadow. Squelch! Bai Ming Sun, who was still cultivating, didn't know what was going on. She discovered that she was surrounded by darkness and was surrounded by the black shadow. She had the celestial demon armor. Not even a demon king could do anything to her. Thus Yixian used her as a shield. Teleport. When the black shadow surrounded Bai Ming Sun, Yixian quickly dodged to one side, then repeatedly broke through space and hurriedly brought Old Tree and the others back. Hey, what did you do? Why are you so dark? Bai Ming Sun, who was only a rank 1 pure Yang True Immortal, asked in confusion. In truth, Yixian didn't know what the black shadow was either. When the black shadow saw that it couldn't devour Bai Ming Sun, it separated from her. However, right at this moment, Bai Ming Sun, you're Bai Ming Sun. The black shadow suddenly spoke in a child's voice. Bai Ming Sun was very confused when she heard this. Someone actually recognized her? What the hell are you? How do you know me? Bai Ming Sun asked in surprise. Know you? How can I not know you? It was your elder sister who destroyed my soul and sent it into this black soul sphere. When Bai Ming Sun heard this, her body trembled violently as if she suddenly remembered something. She exclaimed, You're Ghost Demon King? So you know me. That's right. I'm Ghost Demon King. The black shadow admitted. Hearing this, Yixian, who was not far away, trembled. Damn it. Everywhere he went there would be trouble. He didn't expect this black shadow to be a Demon King expert when he was alive, and he was killed by Bai Ming Huayu. Now that Ghost Demon King saw Bai Ming Huayu's sister, Bai Ming Sun, it was naturally like seeing an enemy. However, Bai Ming Sun had the celestial demon armor. Even at his peak, Ghost Demon King couldn't hurt Bai Ming Sun. So it's you, you pervert. Back then, you coveted my sister's beauty and got your soul destroyed by her. I didn't expect you to be alive and living in this black soul sphere. Bai Ming Sun glanced at him in disdain and snorted. I can't kill your sister in my current condition, but I can vent my anger on you. Ghost Demon King snorted and wrapped Bai Ming Sun in it. It's useless. I have the celestial demon armor. Even at your peak you can't hurt me. Bai Ming Sun continued. I know about this. I know I can't kill you, but I can humiliate you. Ghost Demon King started to corrode Bai Ming Sun's dress. Although this dress was not as good as the celestial demon armor, it was not an ordinary item. It was a gift from Bai Ming Sun's sister, Bai Ming Huayu. Fortunately, it was a demonic artifact. Otherwise, Bai Ming Sun would be naked now. Bastard! You're already dead, but you still don't change your nature. Yixian, help me kill him. Chapter 1752. Bastard! You're already dead, but you still haven't changed your nature. Yixian, help me kill him. Before he could finish speaking, Ghost Sovereign Azura and the other two had already made their move. At the same time, Wei Zhentian's soul-sucking bell began to ring. Tisk tsk tsk. This bell can collect vengeful souls, but I'm residing in this black soul sphere. Do you think you can destroy this black soul sphere with your cultivation? Demon King Spectral Soul sneered. It's not up to you to decide whether it can be destroyed or not, Yixian said. However, he could see how powerful this black soul sphere was. He guessed that this black soul sphere was Demon King Spectral Soul's treasure, so it should be at the level of a Demon King. It would not be easy to destroy it. Thousand severing slash. At that moment, Yixian directly slashed out with his sword. However, when the sword landed on the black soul sphere, it was useless. Right now, he was merely a rank 7 pure Yang True Immortal. Even if he were a rank 7 Grand Unity Peerless Immortal, he might not be able to succeed. This is troublesome. This bastard soul is residing in the black soul sphere. If the Black Soul Sphere is not destroyed, I can't kill him. Now that he's enveloped Bai Ming-sun, I can't keep Bai Ming-sun in the planting space. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian and Elder Shu joined forces, but they could not even break through the layer of black gas defense around the Black Soul Sphere, let alone cause any damage to it. Bai Ming-sun saw Yi Xian's expression and sent him a voice transmission. Since you can't break it, let someone else do it. Someone else? You want to inform your father directly? Yi Xian asked in shock. Bai Ming-sun's father was the Dark North Emperor. He did not need to personally deal with a puny demon king. Any one of his men could probably kill him. There's no need to trouble my father. Didn't the demon killer emperor send many men here? You can lure them here and let them deal with this pervert. Bai Ming-sun suggested. Then how long can you last? Yi Xian asked. My sister gave me this set of clothes. Although it's not a king-tier magic tool, it's not something a pervert can easily break. It'll take at least a few months, Bai Ming-sun replied. A few months? That's enough. Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately nodded, then directly broke through the void and entered. Yi Xian was merely a pure young true immortal of the 6th rank. Demon Monarch Nethersoul didn't even have the desire to kill him. Still, he was quite curious about Yi Xian's abilities. Tisk tsk. I've already corroded your interspatial ring. With that brat's strength, by the time he returns with reinforcements, you'll probably be paraded through the streets. Demon Monarch's spectral soul suddenly laughed vulgarly. Idiot! Bai Ming-sun couldn't be bothered with him. She closed her ears so that she wouldn't be annoyed by his voice. However, she was now trapped and might be taken away by the ghost demon lord. However, she knew Yi Xian's methods. It shouldn't be a problem for him to find her. At this moment, Yi Xian had already left Paradise Lost. In fact, the interspatial rings of the Masha elites he had killed previously contained a special communication device of the Masha clan. Hence, he quickly used it to contact the Masha elites nearby. I've used up all of them. When the Masha elites nearby gather in Paradise Lost, I'll be the Oriole in the back. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. The Masha elites should be at the level of Grand Unity Supreme Immortals. Of course, there might be Demon Monarchs as well. However, Demon Monarch's spectral soul didn't seem to be weak when he was alive. After all, he had offended Bai Minghuayu. If an ordinary Demon Monarch were to come, he would probably die there as well. When the time came, he would let the two sides fight to the death and then reap the benefits. Of course, he had to rescue Bai Ming-sun. After all, Yi Xian had used her as a shield. Otherwise, Bai Ming-sun wouldn't have been trapped. I'm sorry. When this is over, I'll let you stay in the planting space for a while longer. Yi Xian thought to himself. It had been some time since he kidnapped Bai Ming-sun. Hence, Bai Ming-sun had been cultivating in the planting space for quite some time. If he really counted, Bai Ming-sun had been cultivating for dozens of years. Anyway, Bai Ming-sun had the heavenly demon armor, so Yi Xian wasn't worried. As soon as the signal was sent out, the Masha elites nearby all received the news. Then Yi Xian quickly hid and let Wei Zhentian watch from outside Paradise Lost. Bai Ming-sun has a death warrant on her. She hasn't moved for the past few days. Looks like she's still in that cave. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this time, 3 days had passed, but not a single Masha had appeared. Just as he was feeling surprised, a few figures finally appeared in the sky. That speed. It's probably a 7th-tier Grand Unity Supreme Immortal. Yi Xian saw them through Wei Zhentian's shared vision. At this time, these 7th-tier Grand Unity Supreme Immortals hurriedly charged into Paradise Lost. Soon, a series of loud noises could be heard, but they soon stopped. Are they all dead? Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. A 7th-tier Grand Unity Supreme Immortal was actually very weak. If Ghost Lord Azura wore the Mystic God armor, he might be able to put up a fight. Hence, Yi Xian was waiting for an 8th-tier Grand Unity Supreme Immortal, or perhaps a 9th-tier one. That Black Soul Sphere seems to be damaged. Even if Demon Lord Ghost was a 9th-tier Demon Lord when he was alive, his strength should have dropped by quite a bit. He's probably just a low-tier Demon Lord now. Yi Xian thought to himself. A 9th-tier Grand Unity Supreme Immortal should be able to injure a low-tier Demon Lord. And so Yi Xian waited for a while more. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now an 8th tier pure yang true immortal. Ding! Ember of Thunderfire has broken through. Host is now a 2nd tier Grand Unity Supreme Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is now a 3rd tier Grand Unity Supreme Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is now a 3rd tier Grand Unity Supreme Immortal. Yi Xian had broken through again, but his strength was still not enough to deal with Demon Lord Ghost. However, not long after Yi Xian's breakthrough, a few decent opponents finally showed up. 3 Grand Unity Supreme Immortals, huh? That's quite impressive. Come on, let's fight to the death. Outside Paradise Lost, Yi Xian was gloating. However, he had underestimated Demon Lord Ghost's strength. In less than half a minute, all 3 Grand Unity Supreme Immortals had fallen. Bai Ming Sun, on the other hand, hadn't moved an inch. This meant that Demon Lord Ghost hadn't moved either. He was relying entirely on the black aura to fight. Even 3 Grand Unity Supreme Immortal Demon Killers have fallen. It seems that a Demon Lord expert has really come. Yi Xian was a little helpless. Chapter 1753. This was the territory of Emperor Bai Ming, so it was difficult for foreign demon lords to come here. Of course, that was unless the Demon Killer Emperor had spies here. That would be a different story. Subsequently, he waited for more than 10 days. During these 10 days, more and more people arrived, but they were all killed by the Spectral Soul Demon Lord. At the same time, Yi Xian's cultivation level had risen to pure Yang True Immortal. The old tree was a 3rd stage Grand Unity Absolute Immortal, while Wei Zhentian and Demon Lord Azura were 4th stage Grand Unity Absolute Immortals. However, their strength was still not enough to enter Paradise Lost and rescue Bai Ming Sun. It's time to go in and get some yin and yang rings. This way, even if the Demon Lord doesn't come, Demon Lord Azura's strength will be enough to fight Demon Lord Ghost in a few months. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, at this moment, suddenly he sensed a powerful aura. This aura surpassed that of a Grand Unity Absolute Immortal. It should be an Immortal Lord. No, it should be a Demon Lord. Finally, a decent one. Based on the aura, this person shouldn't be a 1st stage Demon Lord, but a 2nd stage Demon Lord. Yi Xian estimated. A 2nd stage Demon Lord was several times stronger than a 1st stage Demon Lord. He should be able to fight Demon Lord Ghost. After all, Demon Lord Ghost was not at his peak. His remnant soul was residing in the Black Soul Sphere. His strength was probably less than 1% of his peak. A 2nd stage Demon Lord is here. I'll take the opportunity to go in and get some yin and yang rings. Yi Xian thought to himself. Seeing the 2nd stage Demon Killer enter Paradise Lost, he secretly asked Wei Zhentian to follow him. Wei Zhentian was only an immortal artifact. It did not have any aura, so it was perfect for following people. Moreover, Wei Zhentian could transform into the Mystic God Armor, which could greatly increase Demon Lord Azura's strength. Soon Yi Xian saw that the 2nd stage Demon Lord was fighting with the Black Soul Sphere in Paradise Lost through Wei Zhentian's vision sharing. Both of their strengths were equally matched. However, Ghost Demon Monarch was fighting Bai Ming Sun at the same time, so he was a little distracted. A 2nd stage Demon Monarch is an existence akin to an ant when I was at my peak. Who gave you the guts to provoke me? Demon Monarch's spectral soul coldly snorted. Humph, you're just a piece of trash whose soul is residing in a magic treasure. If you're dead, then you're dead. Obediently call Bai Ming Sun out, or I'll break this Black Soul Sphere of yours. The 2nd grade Demon Monarch retaliated as he attacked. You're overestimating yourself. Watch me teach you a lesson. Enraged, Demon Lord Ghost let go of Bai Ming Sun and charged forward. Bai Ming Sun was currently just a pure Yang True Immortal of the 1st rank. Even if she ran, she wouldn't be able to run very far. Thus, the Demon Monarch wasn't worried at all. When the 2nd grade Devil Monarch saw that Bai Ming Sun had escaped, he immediately wanted to break through Ghost Demon Monarch's blockade and take Bai Ming Sun away. However, Demon Lord Spectral Soul was no pushover. It wouldn't be that easy to get past him. At this moment, the thin needle that Wei Zhentian had transformed into was quietly approaching Bai Ming Sun. That's strange. Where are those yin and yang rings? Could they be in the cave? Yi Xian was slightly surprised. He had seen at least 50 Grand Unity Peerless Immortals enter Paradise Lost, and all of them died inside. However, he couldn't care less. He had to save Bai Ming Sun first. Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch and the second-grade Demon Monarch were engaged in a fierce battle. Neither of them noticed Wei Zhentian, so Wei Zhentian easily got past them. Eye of the Void. At this moment, Yixian suddenly broke through the void outside Paradise Lost and went through the void gate. He immediately spread out his immortal sense and scanned Bai Ming Sun. The absorption range of the plant space was also within the range of his immortal sense. Bai Ming Sun was enveloped by his immortal sense and immediately returned to the plant space. Aya, if you had come any later, I would have run around naked. Bai Ming Sun said excitedly. Didn't you say that you could last a few months? It's less than a month now. Yixian rolled his eyes and said, let's not talk about this. Where are the interspatial rings of those Masha experts who came to die? They're all in that cave. That pervert doesn't have a physical body, so he can't use the interspatial rings, Bai Ming Sun replied. Great. Hearing this, Yixian's eyes lit up. He quickly closed the void gate. However, when the void gate was opened, Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch and the second-grade Demon Monarch had already discovered Yixian. Oh no! Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch saw Bai Ming Sun suddenly disappear, and his expression changed drastically. He quickly turned around and left. However, he was still one step too late. Yixian opened the void gate first and entered the cave. 50 interspatial rings. Ha ha ha, I won't have to worry about it for a while. Yixian laughed. However, in the next moment he heard the whistling of the wind. He quickly closed the void gate. Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch had really suffered a double loss. Not only did he lose Bai Ming Sun, but he was also killed by Yixian. He was probably going crazy with anger. Wah, I will definitely find you. Then skin you and pull out your tendons. Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch's terrifying voice came from the cave. At this moment outside Paradise Lost. Haha, I've made a killing. I think I can become a 6th grade Tai Peerless Immortal now. Yixian grinned. Don't laugh. Help me kill that old pervert. He raped me for more than 10 days. Disgusting. Bai Ming Sun said with an ugly expression. Although she had sealed her hearing, she was sure that Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch was constantly saying obscene things. Kill him? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Yixian raised his eyebrows. When he encountered Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch, he was distracted by Bai Ming Sun. Otherwise, all 3 of his doppelgangers would have been killed. That old pervert definitely won't dare to leave Paradise Lost in his current form. He can only wander around inside. Moreover, he's fighting a 2nd-grade Demon Monarch now. It's a life-and-death battle. He might be severely injured, Bai Ming Sun said. That's true. However, even if he's severely injured, he's still a Demon Monarch. Demon Monarch Azura is only a 4th-grade Tai Peerless Immortal now. He won't be able to defeat Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch. Yixian nodded. However, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch couldn't leave Paradise Lost. He could wait outside for 10 days to half a month. After breaking through, he would go in and kill Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch. What Yixian didn't expect was that Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch and the 2nd-grade Demon Monarch fought for an entire day. In the end, the 2nd-grade Demon Monarch couldn't defeat Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch and was destroyed by the Black Soul Orb. Unfortunately, Demon Lord Ghost Demon Monarch was very cautious. He didn't want the interspatial ring and destroyed it directly. Bastard, it seems like I have to find a place to hide. If I let that girl go back, there will definitely be experts coming. Chapter 1754. Time ticked by. After some time, Yixian managed to reach the Grand Unity Peerless Immortal Realm with the help of the heavenly treasures he had obtained previously. He was now a 2nd-stage Grand Unity Peerless Immortal. Oldtree was now a 5th-stage Grand Unity Peerless Immortal, while Wei Zhentian and Azura Ghostlord were 6th-stage Grand Unity Peerless Immortals. Moreover, Yixian had allowed Wei Zhentian to keep the Mystic Divine Armor as one of the 3 Dharma treasures that Wei Zhentian had selected. As long as he did not change it, the Mystic Divine Armor would not disappear. Azura Ghostlord, a 6th-stage Grand Unity Peerless Immortal, and the Mystic Divine Armor should be enough to kill Ghost Demon King. Alright, the time is right. It's time for Ghost Demon King to die. Yixian narrowed his eyes and ordered Azura Ghostlord and Wei Zhentian to charge in. Although Paradise Lost was huge, Wei Zhentian had killed most of the vengeful spirits in it. It was not difficult to find them. Moreover, Ghost Demon King seemed to have immortal awareness. When Azura Ghost Lord stepped into the center of Paradise Lost, he suddenly appeared. I didn't kill you that day. Today you came to me yourself. You're asking for it. Ghost Demon King did not say anything and charged at Azura Ghost Lord. Azura Ghost Lord was now a 6th-stage Grand Unity Peerless Immortal. After wearing the Mystic Divine Armor, his combat strength was outstanding. Grip of the Underworld. Before Ghost Demon King could get close, Azura Ghost Lord grabbed him from afar. This invisible force instantly reduced Ghost Demon King's speed by half. What? Ghost Demon King was shocked. How could a 6th-stage Grand Unity Peerless Immortal do this? Impossible. Before he could react, Old Shu appeared in a flash. 9 heavenly dragons suddenly flew out and slammed into Demon Monarch Ghost's body. Boom! Old Tree's cultivation level was low, and he was not as strong as Azura Ghost Lord. However, his move was not weak. It dispersed most of the black gas surrounding Ghost Demon King. Grip of the Underworld, double grip. Kacha! As the Azura Ghost Venerate closed his hands, a crisp sound rang out. This was the sound of the Black Soul Sphere shattering. In the previous battle, the Black Soul Sphere that the Ghost Demon Monarch was residing in had suffered a lot of damage, so there were already cracks on it. Now that Ghost Lord Azura had clawed at it, the crack had become even bigger. Not good, let's go. Realizing that something was wrong, Demon Monarch's spectral soul quickly turned around. Haha, you can only wander in Paradise Lost. Where can you escape to? Outside Paradise Lost, Yixian burst out laughing. Although Demon Lord Spectral Soul did not know why Ghost Lord Azura was so powerful, he knew that if he continued to fight, he would most likely die today. Therefore, he could only flee. You want to leave? Not so easy. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly gave Wei Zhentian an order from afar. After that, Wei Zhentian transformed into an enormous axe. Sky Splitter Axe Die. With the Sky Splitter Axe in hand, Ghost Lord Azura slashed at the Black Soul Sphere that the Ghost Demon Monarch was residing in. Although the Sky Splitter Axe did not hit the Black Soul Sphere, the force instantly split the entire Paradise Lost apart. Kacha! Another crisp sound rang out. However, this time the entire Black Soul Sphere was split apart. A wisp of black smoke rose from the Black Soul Sphere. This was the remnant soul of Demon Monarch Spectral Soul. Destroy him, or else he'll be able to find another place to stay and linger on. Yixian quickly broke through the void and entered. Wei Zhentian could also transform into the soul-sucking bell today. With a crisp sound, the remnant soul of Demon Monarch Spectral Soul was sucked into the soul-sucking bell. No. Demon Monarch Spectral Soul's voice rang out in Paradise Lost. The Mystic God Armor was actually one of the 3 Dharma treasures from the previous day. However, after Wei Zhentian transformed into the Mystic God Armor, he did not change it again. However, the Mystic God Armor was not among the 3 Dharma treasures today. Therefore, after Wei Zhentian transformed into the Sky Splitter Axe, he could not revert back to the Mystic God Armor. He could only transform into the Soul-Sucking Bell and the Heavenly Wind Everlasting Fan. This was a loophole in the form of the Dharma treasure that Yixian took advantage of. Now that Demon Monarch Spectral Soul was sucked into the Soul-Sucking Bell, he was instantly refined into the Resentful Soul Pearl. Little Baiming, I have avenged you, Yixian said to Baiming Sun, who was in the planting space. Great, that old pervert is finally dead. Humph! Baiming Sun snorted. It was a pity that the interspatial ring of the 2nd grade Demon Monarch was destroyed by Demon Monarch Spectral Soul. Otherwise, Yixian would have made a huge profit. However, that Black Soul Sphere was also a treasure. After all, it was used by Demon Monarch Spectral Soul when he was alive. Although it was damaged, it was still a treasure. However, when Yixian put the Black Soul Sphere that was split in half into the Devouring space, a system notification suddenly sounded out. Ding! This item can be fused with Ember of Thunder Fire. Will you fuse it now? Hearing this, Yixian raised his eyebrows. He'd encountered another fortuitous encounter. Old Tree was now a Tier 5 Primordial Unity Absolute Immortal, 1 tier lower than Azura Ghost Lord. Moreover, his grade was not high enough. If he could level up again, his strength would definitely soar, and he would become one of Yi Xian's valiant generals again. Yi Xian chose to fuse immediately. Ding! Ember of Thunder Fire has evolved into Flaming Underworld Ghostly Lord. Ding! Flaming Underworld Ghostly Lord has broken through the shackles of his cultivation level. Ding! Flaming Underworld Ghostly Lord has broken through. Currently a Tier 6 Primordial Unity Absolute Immortal. 3 system notifications sounded out in a row. Following that, Yi Xian was completely stunned on the spot. Flaming Underworld Ghostly Lord had broken through the shackles of his cultivation level? Tier 6 Primordial Unity Absolute Immortal? Previously, the old tree and Yi Xian had signed a mutual growth contract. The old tree's cultivation level could not exceed Yi Xian's by 3 tiers. Yi Xian was a second-grade Primordial Unity Absolute Immortal, so the old tree was at most a Tier 5 Primordial Unity Absolute Immortal. But now the old tree had broken through the shackles. He had broken through from 3 tiers to 4, the same level as Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian. This was a joyous occasion. Yi Xian immediately checked the Flaming Underworld Ghostly Lord's skills. Flaming Underworld Soul Locking Chain, Flaming Underworld Soul Crushing Tablet, Nether Fire Doppelganger, Nether Soul Shattering Strike. Yi Xian murmured. These 4 skills were the upgraded versions of 9 Dragons Thunder Chain, 9 Dragons Thunderfire Dome, 9 Dragons Thunder Flash, and 9 Dragons Sky Roaring Strike. After leveling up, the old tree's human form did not change, but his true form had changed from a body of thunder and fire to a purplish-black spectral ghostly form. The original spectral ghostly form was black, but the demon heart in the old tree was the purple demon heart. Hence, the purplish color was the purple demon fire. Come, let's fight, Yi Xian suddenly said with interest. This battle was between the newly ascended Flaming Abyss Ghostly Lord, Old Shu against Azura Ghostly Lord and Wei Zhentian. Simply put, it was 1 against 2. To watch the show, Bai Mingsun was also summoned. When she saw the battle clearly, she was so shocked that she could not speak. Who are you? Chapter 1755. It's a secret. Yi Xian pretended to be deep in thought. Bai Mingsun was the youngest daughter of the Dark North Emperor. She was a high-rank 9 Heaven Xian immortal at birth, and after a few thousand years of cultivation, she became a pure Yang True immortal. However, Yi Xian didn't have the same background as Bai Mingsun. He had to climb his way up by himself. This was all thanks to the immortal-grade Devouring system, so this was his secret that he couldn't reveal to anyone. Rumble. Quite a commotion was going on in Paradise Lost. After this breakthrough, the old tree's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Even Wei Zhentian and Azura weren't a match for the old tree alone. Moreover, the old tree had only been using the Hellfire clone all this time. He hadn't used the other 3 skills at all. The matter was over. Not only did they gain a huge advantage this time, but the old tree also broke through again. Yi Xian was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Since that was the case, they had to continue their journey to Flower Rain territory. Yi Xian was now a 2nd-rank Grand Unity Peerless Immortal, while the old tree, Wei Zhentian, and Azura were all 6th-rank Grand Unity Peerless Immortals. They were strong enough to fight against demon lords. This strength was enough for them to reach Flower Rain territory. Yi Xian immediately continued his journey. Before he became a pure Yang True immortal, it would take him at least 100,000 years to reach Flower Rain territory from Sky Devil territory. But now that he was a Grand Unity Peerless Immortal, his speed was at least 1,000,000 times faster than before. After all, he was more than a dozen realms away from now. If he increased his speed by 5 times for each realm, it would be more than 1,000,000 times faster. Simply put, with his current speed, it would take him less than a month to reach Flower Rain King's territory. Of course, it would take him quite a bit of time to find the overlord of Flower Rain territory, Bai Minghuayu. During the journey, Yi Xian kept an eye on Wei Zhentian's 3 magic treasures. On the 3rd day, he finally saw the Cloud Boots of Ascension. After transforming into the Immortal Ascension Steps, Wei Zhentian, a 6th-grade Grand Unity Supreme Immortal, was even faster than his flying sword form. Even the old tree might not be able to match his speed. He estimated that Yi Xian would only need half a month to reach Flowery Flower territory. No, perhaps not even half a month, because during this period of time, he could continue to break through. At that time, it would only take 7 days. Yi Xian's main objective was to go to Flower Rain King's territory, but he still managed to get a lot of good stuff along the way. During this period of time, he had also broken through from 2nd grade Grand Unity Absolute Immortal to 3rd grade Grand Unity Absolute Immortal. As for the old tree and the other two, they had naturally reached 7th grade Grand Unity Absolute Immortal. Wei Zhentian didn't need to join the battle. Moreover, the old tree had evolved. If it joined forces with the Ghost Lord Azura, its strength would be explosively strong. Therefore, Wei Zhentian didn't need to join the battle. He just maintained his immortal ascension steps and waited for the battle to end before continuing his journey. Soon, they arrived at the border of Flower Shower King territory. Their journey was smooth, and they didn't encounter any major incidents. However, just as they stepped into Flower Shower King territory, they suddenly sensed several powerful auras. 4th grade Demon Monarch? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. With his current realm, he naturally couldn't sense the other party's aura. However, the old tree, a 7th grade Grand Unity Absolute Immortal, could. A 4th grade Demon Monarch was a realm higher than the old tree. However, Yi Xian didn't think much of such strength. Get rid of him. Yi Xian ordered the old tree and Azura Ghost Lord Azura. In an instant, the old tree disappeared. He used the Nether Flame clone to flash over. 2 7th grade Grand Unity Absolute Immortals against a 4th grade Demon Monarch. If this happened anywhere else, it would be impossible. However, the old tree and Azura Ghost Lord both had the strength to challenge those of higher realms. They weren't afraid of a 4th grade Demon Monarch. Grasp of the Netherworld. Inferno Soul-Locking Chain. Azura Ghost Lord Azura's grasp of the Netherworld never missed, and could almost lock the opponent. Coupled with the old tree's new skill, the Inferno Soul-Locking Chain, the 4th grade Demon Monarch was instantly trapped. The Inferno Soul-Locking Chain also had a soul-sucking effect, causing the 4th grade Demon Monarch's soul to tremble as if it was about to be ripped out. Then, Azura Ghost Lord and the old tree launched a joint attack, instantly suppressing the 4th grade Demon Monarch. Not long after, the 4th stage Demon Monarch fell at the hands of the two, turning into a corpse that gradually turned cold. This 4th grade Demon Monarch isn't from the Masha clan, but he's clearly here for me. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he went over and took the 4th grade Demon Monarch's interspatial ring. Inside, there was a portrait of him and Bai Mingxuan. It seemed that this 4th grade Demon Monarch was a spy in Flower Shower King territory. Flower Shower King territory is next to Shura Sovereign's territory. This is the border, so it's normal for enemies to have eyes and ears. Thinking of this, Yi Xian didn't pay any more attention. After all, he was famous now. However, the main fighting force in Flower Shower King territory was the Demon Monarchs. Perhaps there were high-level Demon Monarch spies. If Yi Xian ran into them, he would die a horrible death. Therefore, after entering Flower Shower King territory, Yi Xian had to change his appearance and keep a low profile. Unfortunately, his identity as an immortal cultivator could not be changed. As long as one was a demonic cultivator, they would be able to sense it. Now that he was in Flower Shower King territory, the next step was to go to the central main city and find Bai Mingxuan's sister, Bai Minghuayu. The journey would take at least a month if he broke through on the way. Following that, Yi Xian started his boring journey again. However, not long after, Bai Mingxuan felt a bit disgusted. Perhaps it was because she hadn't seen Bai Minghuayu for a long time, but she took the initiative to ask Bai Minghuayu, "Why are you here?" A gentle voice came from the communication magic crystal. "Sister, send someone to pick me up." Bai Mingxuan reported their current location to Bai Minghuayu. "Alright, you wait there." Then Yi Xian and Bai Mingxuan waited there. Some demon cultivators passed by, but Yi Xian took care of them all. However, on the third day, a powerful aura that made Yi Xian's heart palpitate appeared. A high-level demon monarch? Yi Xian's expression changed, but he soon calmed down. After all, they were waiting for Bai Minghuayu's people to pick them up. But to Yi Xian's surprise, there was something wrong with the newcomer. TSK, finally found you." A chilling laugh entered Yi Xian and Bai Mingxuan's ears. They turned around and saw a bald old man standing in the air, smirking at Yi Xian and Bai Mingxuan. "Is it your sister's people?" Yi Xian hurriedly transmitted to Bai Mingxuan. "I don't know." Bai Mingxuan shook her head. But this person didn't seem like it. Chapter 1756. At this moment, Yi Xian was ready for a fight. The bald old man in front of him was at least a 7th-ranked demon lord. If they were to fight, Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord might not be able to do much, but they should at least cover his escape. Just as Yixian was still thinking, the bald old man moved. He stretched out his hand, and an invisible force immediately enveloped Yixian and Bai Mingsun. Not good. Seeing this, Yixian and Bai Mingsun's expressions changed. This person was probably not sent by Bai Minghuayu. This is troublesome. However, Yixian still had a trump card, which was time reversal. At most he could start all over again. Bai Minghuayu's little princess is friends with a cultivator. How strange. The bald old man grinned. Now Yixian was sure that this old man was not sent by Bai Minghuayu. This time he was in big trouble. It seemed that he had to use time reversal to go back in time and leave as soon as possible. However, just as Yixian was about to do so, a powerful and terrifying aura suddenly descended. "You're courting death." A voice sounded. Then a stream of light quickly broke through the void and pierced through the bald old man's demon heart. Die. Yixian, who was about to use time reversal, suddenly stopped. He turned around and saw a middle-aged man in black. "Second miss, I'm late to protect you." The middle-aged man in black did not take the Qian Kuan ring. Instead, he quickly rushed to Bai Mingsun and knelt down on one knee. If he was a spy, he did not need to do this at all. After all, with his strength, he could take Bai Mingsun away by force. "You were sent by my sister to pick me up, right?" Bai Mingsun asked. "Yes." The middle-aged man in black nodded and said, "I'm the chief steward of the Overlord's mansion. The Overlord sent me to pick you up." After he finished, he could not help but glance at Yixian. "He's my friend. Take us to my sister." Bai Mingsun did not waste time and said directly, "Yes." The middle-aged man in black didn't dare to ask any more questions and left with Yixian and Bai Mingsun. He was a 9th-grade demon king, an invincible existence in Flower Rain Royal territory, second only to Demon King Bai Minghuayu. With such an expert leading the way, Yixian had a much easier time. In less than 2 days, they arrived at Flower Rain City. Before he even entered, Yixian could already sense powerful auras. They were all high-level demon lords. Flower Rain Territory's Overlord Manor was independent of the city, so there were many experts there. The middle-aged man in black placed Yixian and Bai Mingsun on the ground. Then, a graceful figure came out of the mansion. This was a woman in a blue dress. She had a beautiful face and a tall figure. Her realm was so powerful that it made Ghost Lord Azura and the old tree's hearts palpitate. "Sister." When Bai Mingsun saw this woman, she immediately jumped into her arms and called out affectionately. This woman was Bai Minghuayu, the overlord of Flower Rain Royal Territory, and the eldest daughter of Emperor Bai Ming. "Girl, what are you doing here instead of staying in your own territory?" Bai Minghuayu fondled Sun's hair affectionately and asked softly, "I'm here to bring someone to see you." Sun turned to Yixian. Yixian was a cultivator, so he couldn't hide from Huayu's eyes. At the same time, Huayu also knew that Bai Mingsun could come all the way to Flower Rain Royal Territory because of Yixian. Otherwise, Bai Mingsun wouldn't be able to come to Flower Rain Royal Territory even if she was given 1,000,000, 10,000,000, or 1,000,000,000 years. "Who is he?" Huayu asked. "He's Yixian from the immortal world. He's a friend of brother-in-law." Bai Mingsun explained. "A friend of the little demon king?" Bai Minghuayu found it hard to believe that the little demon king had a cultivator as a friend, and one who wasn't even a Grand Unity immortal yet. How rare. "It's true. He knows brother-in-law's name, so I brought him here to see you." Sun continued. "He knows his name?" Now Bai Minghuayu believed her. After all, not many people knew the little demon king's name. His body was destroyed in the immortal world, and he was lucky enough to obtain an origin demon body. "He's in seclusion now, so I won't go." Huayu said. "I know. That origin demon body is my nephew." Yixian replied. Now Bai Minghuayu and Bai Mingsun understood why Yixian knew the little demon king. "Then is there a way to get to Flower Rain Royal Territory quickly?" Yixian asked. He came to the demon realm to find the little demon king, because the little demon king had a friend who knew how to refine the heavenly demon heart. "We don't have any portals to other territories. If you want to get to Flower Rain Royal Territory, you'll have to travel by yourself from the border." Bai Minghuayu said. Then is there a way to get to Shura sovereign's border? Yixian asked again. Flower Rain Royal Territory shared a border with Masha sovereign's territory, while Dark North sovereign's and Shura sovereign's borders were on the other side. If a ghost were to fly, how long would it take? It took Yixian almost half a year to get from Sky Demon Territory to Flower Rain Royal Territory, and it would take at least a few years to get from Flower Rain Royal Territory to the border. If he wanted to break through, it would take at least half a year. If there was a portals, it would save him a lot of time. There is a special teleportation array in my Flower Rain Royal Territory's Territory Lord Manor. Only I, Bai Minghuayu, can activate it. I can teleport you to the Dark North Royal Territory, and then you can transfer to the border. Bai Minghuayu said. If that's the case, then thank you. Yixian hurriedly said. Wait, I'll go too. Bai Mingsun suddenly said. What are you going to do? Bai Minghuayu raised an eyebrow. I'm bored to death as an overlord. I want to take a look at Shura sovereign's territory. Bai Mingsun replied. No. Bai Minghuayu refused directly. You may have the heavenly demon armor, but no one can guarantee your safety in Shura sovereign's territory. Didn't father say that my heavenly demon armor can withstand a 9th-grade demon king's attack? Why would it be dangerous? Bai Mingsun was surprised. But don't forget, the Shura sovereign is a temperamental person. Although he hasn't had any conflicts with father all these years, if he were to really fight, even father wouldn't dare to guarantee that he would win against him, Bai Minghuayu said. Ugh! Bai Mingsun was a little unhappy. She pouted and looked unhappy.